1. Jacob Driscoll watched the four men, fascinated that they showed no resistance whatsoever, completely resigned to their fate. A fly landed on the forehead of the nearest one, the one he was to kill, and the captive let it crawl about, tasting his sweat. Jacob listened to the spokesman continue to rail in Arabic. A small crowd gathered in the square, outnumbered 2-1 by the gunmen. He didn't understand the language, but could guess at what was being said. "These men are traitors. This is the fate that befalls all who oppose the Khalifa. Stand with us, or suffer the same." Far from cheering, the small grouping of people looked cowed, as if they wanted to be anywhere but here. Well, that wasn't exactly true. They'd rather be on the outside watching than on their bellies with their necks stretched out. The spokesman droned on, building toward a grand spectacle, his black tunic covered in dust, the AK-47 swinging about with his body language. And Jacob knew it was coming close. Execution time. His first. In the 7 months he'd been inside the cult of death known as the Islamic State, he'd witnessed many, many executions, acting as a gunman on the periphery, but he'd never done one on his own. Not that he minded killing, it hadn't bothered him in the past, but the action had always been at the barrel of a gun, and he wondered how this would feel. In a detached, almost scientific way, he wondered if it would be different from carving the carcasses of the rabbits he'd killed in his youth, when he'd literally had to hunt for survival. He looked at his partners, seeing Hussein fidgeting, the nervous tics growing more pronounced. He wasn't built for this cauldron, and Jacob thought it ironic that Hussein was the one who had recruited them, convinced them to come to this faraway land. Not that they had many alternatives after fleeing the cesspool of rehabilitation they had been placed within. Killing the guard had ensured that. Carlos and Devon, now known as Yusuf and Talib, showed no such hesitation. They had embraced the cult of death completely, changing their names and fervently soaking up the Salafist ideology like a cactus in the rain. They were on board 110%, considering this day a sacred one. Jacob played the role, but he had long since lost belief in religion. Any religion. He'd had that whipped out of him by the pious Christian guards in the White House. No, it wasn't the religion, it was the power. In this land, from Mosul to Raqqa, all that mattered was the courage of the battle axe, and he'd found a skill that he didn't realize he possessed. He knew he would die here, but it caused no angst. In truth, he had died long ago. All that remained was for him to slip the coils of his mortal frame. The difference was a cause. He wouldn't end up as a page 2 news story, caught stealing hubcaps and gunned down in the street. And neither would the men he had brought. Hussein may have recruited him, and the other 2 may have changed their names, diving headlong into the myth of the Islamic State, but he was the leader of their small group, just as he had been inside. With that mantle came a responsibility. A man in black, completely covered from head to toe like something out of a Star Wars movie, began walking his way. Jacob inwardly grimaced. His name was Abu Yaba Dabadu, or some other unpronounceable Arabic crap, but Jacob called him Ringo, as in the Beatles. An Islamic fighter from England, he and others like him considered themselves above Jacob and his band because they were of Arabic descent. Ringo was Yemeni. Jacob was a mutt. "So, Jacob, are you ready for your first kill?" He drew out the name Jacob, showing his disdain for the biblical reference, and the fact that Jacob refused to take an Arabic one. Jacob said, "It isn't my first, you shit." Ringo smirked and said, "Death with a gun is not killing. You'll see. This is absolute control. Absolute, as Muhammad dictated. But your little band of lost boys wouldn't know about that. He was being tested, which was what he expected. Ringo had beheaded many men, and had developed a cult following on Twitter and other social media. But he was an ass, a small man who gained importance after the fact, after the fighting was done, using his knife and a camera to become famous. At his core, Jacob knew Ringo felt a challenge from him and his friends. 4 tightly knit brothers, forged by a fire outside the Islamic State, with, except for Hussein, no attachment to any Arabic or Islamic heritage. They were an anomaly, true foreign fighters in a foreign land. They called themselves the Lost Boys because of the iconic 80s movie, but the analogy was apt. They lived in a world of the shadows, and they killed better than most. Jacob said, "Ringo, step away." That was all, and Ringo did. Ringo had seen the punishment the Lost Boys had endured, with 2 blonde Caucasians, 1 African-American, and Hussein, the one who had recruited them. Their arrival had been anything but welcoming. Convinced they were spies, or at best journalists, the Emir had subjected them to inhuman conditions and cruelty, and they had thrived because of the White House. Ringo said, "You are not the future. We are the future, Kafir." Jacob looked up, catching Ringo's pompous eyes with the dead ones he possessed, and said, "The future is dictated by the man who isn't afraid to die. Is that you?" Ringo said, "I am not afraid. I have proved that multiple times. Do you wish to die today, without fear?" Jacob knew his reputation from Mosul preceded him, knew that Ringo hated the fact that he was a blonde-headed, blue-eyed American, with no ancestral ties to the coming caliphate. But he also knew that Ringo couldn't get past the stories that had grown into legends. Ringo snarled and said, "We'll see, Lost Boy. We'll see," and walked away. The man on the square finished his speech, which was like every other one, and not unlike speeches given by the blowhard preachers Jacob had heard every night in the reform school. There was a flourish at the end, then a knife placed in his hand. He looked at the 4 men prostrate in front of him, and felt the hatred. They were snitches, people who'd sold out the clan for money, giving information to the enemy for targeted airstrikes and intelligence on how the Islamic State functioned. Jacob would have had qualms about killing someone for eating pork, or not wearing a head wrap, but he had none for traitors. They were the ones who had caused the pain in his past, had caused the trips to the White House. He looked at his man, a Kurd. Strange that such a person had been able to penetrate so deeply, given the fight against the Peshmerga. But he had, and he'd given massive information about the Islamic State to the Americans. Now he would die, but the fly on his forehead would live. He swished the man's face and saw it buzz away, then leaned down, wrapping his hand into the hair, pulling it up. Like he had as a child, when the next new father came into the room, stinking of whiskey and taking off his belt, he let his humanity float away, flying on a cloud, gone. He became a man of stone. He looked down the line, seeing the ubiquitous cameraman recording the killing, then Carlos and Devon eagerly snatching up their own heads and looking to him for guidance. He waited on Hussein. He caught the tears on Hussein's cheeks and wondered if the man would go through with it. He saw Ringo advancing and shouted, "Hussein!" His friend looked at him, and Jacob said, "For the White House. Do it for the White House." Hussein rapidly nodded, then pulled up the head. Jacob turned to his own man, seeing his eyes rolling back, feeling the shaking in his body, the bright orange smock soaked in sweat. The first swipe brought a gout of blood. He reached bone and began sawing. Chapter 2. Omar al-Khatami watched the tape without a shred of revulsion, technically looking for the propaganda value. His media specialist described how he had enhanced the image, optimizing it for YouTube, and said, "This will show the Americans what happens to their spies, and prevent others from following in their steps." Omar said, "Yes, post it tonight. End with the heads on the bodies." The door opened and the Emir of northern Syria entered. Mildly surprised, Omar exchanged greetings and said, "Adnan, I thought you weren't returning for 2 days. What is happening with the oil?" Adnan smiled and said, "It's coming along. We only have the wells pumping at 1/4 of capacity because of a lack of technical skill. But we have found men to change that. Soon we will double our output and our revenues, as long as you don't lose the fields." Omar said, "No chance of that." "Good, because I have some news. The Caliph has bestowed a great honor on you. He has promoted you to the Emir of External Operations." The mention of the leader of the Islamic State brought a pause. Confused, Omar said, "External Operations? I am the military commander here. I still have work to do, Aleppo to take, Damascus to burn." "The Caliph has heard of your lost boys, and he thinks it is time to use them." "Then do so. But don't pull me from my men. They fight because of me. The time is growing short for victory. This will be a setback we can't afford given the American attacks." Adnan scowled and said, "The Caliph believes in you and your American cell. He chose you." "Why? We have many men who could do this. You, for instance. Because of your skill, for one, and because you are Chechen. You have traveled in Europe. You know the contacts. You can build the attack he desires. These lost boys are untested. I'm unsure of their commitment." Adnan looked at the computer screen. The video paused with 4 men slicing and cutting. "Is this not them?" "Yes. They show commitment here?" "It could be simple fear. Hussein the Jordanian cried throughout." "And the others?" Omar grudgingly admitted they showed no qualms, but said, "The leader of these so-called lost boys hasn't even taken a proper name. He still goes by Jacob." "But you tested him, yes?" Omar nodded. Adnan said, "The name is why we want them. They will all revert back to their true names. They are gems buried in the sand. 4 Americans with no ties to America. No families, no Facebook, no Twitter. They are unknown, unlike the others who brag to their friends back home. Nobody knows they exist. No authorities are fervently tracking their moves. True?" "Yes, we instructed them on methods of recruitment, but they have shown no interest." "Good. Keep it that way. Their mission will be the greatest recruitment drive we have ever seen." The media specialist fidgeted, getting Adnan's attention. He said, "Emir, they are on this video, the one we're going to post for the world to see." "Don't. Broadcast the stills of the verdict, but keep the executioners out." Omar said, "We lose the impact with our own people. They need to see, they need to fear. Then let our men see it, but obscure the faces, and do not put it on social media. The Americans must be protected, and those Kafirs in the United States have ways of determining the tiniest things." Omar nodded. "It will be done. What about me?" Adnan looked at him with a question, and he said, "When do you wish me to start? And what will the target be?" "Targets, plural. Every attack attempted by that windbag Zawahiri and his diseased Al-Qaeda has resulted in failure because the Kafirs managed to hear about it before execution. We have to assume the same will happen here. So we will plan 2 attacks, one for them to chase and one for you to execute." Omar went through the ramifications in his mind. Having fought in Grozny against the barbaric Russian army, he recognized the wisdom. He said, "Just preparation for the false flag attack?" No, a real attack. One that you will plan from start to finish. You pick the target and the method. The only parameter is that it must be outside of the Caliphate. Outside the borders here. If it succeeds, so much the better. But its primary mission is to protect your American cell. Obviously, don't tell the other team about that. Let them think they are the chosen ones. Omar absorbed the words, glancing away and nodding, thinking through the possibilities. He said, "And the real target?" Adnan smiled and said, "The real one will destroy the heart of the Kafirs." Chapter 3. Waiting on the president to finish, eyes glued to a television, Colonel Hale sat with the rest of the Oversight Council, watching him getting raked over the coals in the White House James S. Brady press briefing room. Kurt heard a little exasperation escape President Warren, a sign of the pressure he was under. Kurt felt for the president, but was glad it wasn't him on the stage. The conversation would have been much less civil. "Kathy, I don't know how to make it any more plain. None of the men in the picture are either American or working for United States intelligence. They are not in any capacity agents of the United States. Clearly, those barbarians will kill anyone just to prove a point, and that point is fear." The hands in the press room rose again, and President Warren said, "Thank you," then walked off, hearing a chorus of shouted questions. Sitting in the old executive office building next door to the White House, Kurt knew it would be a good 10 minutes before he arrived for their meeting. He looked around the room. Only half of the 13 members of the council were present. The other half, most likely getting castigated right now in the Oval Office over the scourge of the Islamic State. Kurt knew how President Warren felt. Impotent. For nearly a decade, he'd been hunting terrorists with a unique counter-terrorist organization that had unparalleled success. Yet despite its efforts, a greater threat had appeared. Not only appeared, but it thrived like the spread of Ebola in a wardroom of children, and his unit could do nothing about it. The thought made him sick, driving home the fact that the application of military force would never be decisive in this fight. The roots were too deep, and the siren call too sweet. No matter how many terrorists he prevented from individually killing, there was a pervading ability for ideology to transcend logical thought, spreading like a cancer through whole societies he would have otherwise thought normal, civilized humans. Because of it, the Islamic State had become the most powerful terrorist organization on the face of the earth. Encompassing broad swaths of terrain across Syria and Iraq, their brutality in the modern world was unheard of. But it was not unlike the history of the past. The Islamic State cowed its opponents with an unparalleled ability to instill fear. Using new social media grafted on 12th century barbarism to depict beheadings, crucifixions, torture, and mass executions, and in so doing recruiting waves of others to continue the killing. As much as Kurt would like to take the war to them, that wasn't his job. The current fight was for overt conventional and special operations, something he had done long ago, but had given up for the secret war, a war he had thought he was winning. Now he wasn't so sure. He was the commander of a task force created after 9/11, designed to operate in the shadows outside of the established intelligence or defense architecture. In short, to operate outside of the law. The entire experiment had been an enormous risk, but deemed necessary due to the threat. They worked without legislative oversight, and routinely flaunted the Constitution to protect U.S. national interests, read U.S. lives. And while Kurt had his qualms about creating such an organization, he'd agreed to head it up because the menace had been grave. Now, after nearly a decade of work, he wondered if it had been worth it. The threat had grown beyond grave. and they'd created an organization that could prove absolutely cancerous to U.S. liberties. And for what? To see the rise of the most powerful terrorist organization in history, ripping through the Middle East like Genghis Khan? The light flashed above the skiff's secure door, and President Warren entered, followed by Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, Alexander Palmer, the National Security Advisor, and the Secretary of State, Jonathan Billings. They took their seats, and without preamble, a staffer brought up a digital photo showing 4 bodies lying face down, dressed in orange, each with a grisly head positioned above the shoulder blades. President Warren said, "Everyone here?" Kurt said, "Everyone except for the Vice President." The Oversight Council was the sole body that approved Taskforce actions. With the exception of Easton Bo Clute, the chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, all were either civilians or in the executive branch. The President had wanted no part of politics interfering with the decidedly explosive operations the task force conducted, and had made the decision to exclude the legislative branch. Clute had been read on because of a past operation involving his son and daughter. While serving in the military, both had been taken hostage and faced certain death. They had been saved from slaughter by the task force. Because of it, Kurt had no doubt about his loyalty. President Warren said, "Kerry, give them the damage." The DCIA said, "We have managed to introduce 3 assets into the architecture of the Islamic State. Their crypts are Bobcat, Leopard, and Cougar. The third from the end in the picture was Bobcat, and he was the only one reporting." Kurt thought, "Holy shit, he was ours." Bobcat was a Kurd we had recruited in Sulaymaniyah a long time ago, back when we were still in Iraq and still fighting against the Ba'athist and Al-Qaeda. We activated him 7 months ago, and he agreed to penetrate into Syria. We knew it was a risk because he was a Kurd, but there have been several reports about Kurdish recruits, so much so that the Kurdistan administration is beginning to fear a second front inside its territory. He made it in and began reporting, surprising the hell out of us. I mean, he was really reporting. Quality stuff. He was very good. And our biggest fear was that he'd be caught by a Kurdish PKK, YPG, or some other Peshmerga unit and skinned alive as a traitor. We never saw this coming. The Secretary of Defense said, "And the others? Are they in the picture as well?" "No, we don't know who they are. Probably poor saps just caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, or on the outside reporting for one of the Gulf states or a rival militia. They aren't ours." Kurt said, "You mentioned quality stuff. What was he reporting?" "You know our greatest fear is that a bunch of radicalized citizens come home or go to Europe to wreak havoc. With the FBI in the United States and the CIA's liaison with European allies, we have a pretty tight handle on who's gone overseas. Or at least we thought we did. 99% are citizens of a country but are one step removed from the Middle East, like the English rapper who beheaded James Foley. He's a British citizen officially, but he's of Egyptian descent, and his father was extradited to the United States for the African embassy bombings in '98, which is to say he had a background of terrorism to begin with. Bobcat popped our comfortable bubble on our view of the threat. 6 weeks ago, he reported on a group called the Lost Boys. He didn't know what they were, only that they existed. It was included with a ton of other reporting from him. 4 days ago, he sent an in extremis message saying they were United States citizens, and they were Americans. That was all. We don't know what he meant, but we think it indicates that they're not of Arabic descent. They're pure, dyed-in-the-wool all-Americans. And they might be coming home. His words settled in the room like a foul stench, and President Warren said, "So the question is, what do we do about it?" Secretary of State Billings opened his mouth, and after the words spilled out, Kurt wondered if he'd forgotten every single Taskforce mission he'd ever been involved with. Or maybe he was just stupid. But then again, Kurt had grown a little biased against the man. Can't the Taskforce get in there? Maybe send them to Damascus to start looking for these guys? Kurt waited for someone to describe how stupid that was, then realized it was on his shoulders. He said, "Sir, we are not a green machine combat force. We operate within the fabric of sovereign nations, taking the fight to the terrorists who use the infrastructure of those nations, either wittingly or unwittingly, clandestinely." "Yeah? So what? Wasn't Pike's team in Damascus a few years ago?" Kurt ground his teeth, looking at the president. Warren simply nodded at him to continue, but with a little bit of a glare, meaning, "Don't embarrass him." "Okay. The so what is that, for one, ISIS isn't in Damascus. President Assad still owns that terrain. Even if we could get a team in, which we can't now, it would do no good. Secondly, the damn country is a war zone. I don't know if you've been watching the news, but we're pummeling the shit out of them from the air. The task force operates using plausible covers in otherwise unsuspecting countries. I can't send a team of supposed agricultural engineers into Syria and expect that cover to last more than 5 minutes. There are no NGO gringos operating in the countryside. There's no way to penetrate ISIS with the task force. I mean, are you dumb enough to think they could drive into Raqqa, the heart of the Islamic State, wearing mirrored shades and hauling genetically altered wheat seeds, and not expect them to end up on their own video?" He saw President Warren scowl at the last statement, and turned his own glare on the man who'd asked the question. Billings snapped his head up at the harsh words, glancing toward President Warren for support. He wasn't getting any. He said, "What about your vaunted walking disaster, Pike Logan? We pulled him back in against my vote, but maybe we can use him here. Surely he could do something. I thought he was Captain America." Kurt knew he was being baited. Pike was the best team leader he had, with a supernatural ability to solve problems, which is to say he killed terrorists with an unbridled skill. He was also a trouble magnet, both on the enemy side and on the side of the task force, causing massive headaches when he went off the reservation, using his own intuition instead of listening to the very council that was supposed to authorize his actions. Because of it, he'd been fired twice and brought back into the fold each time due to his abilities. At the end of the day, no one could argue with success. Kurt knew Billings was sick of being on the Oversight Council, tired of the risk of being exposed for operating outside the law, leaving his long tenure in public service in tatters on the front page of the Washington Post. He was a career diplomat, and the very notion of the task force assaulted his sensibilities. He didn't like authorizing missions for a normal team, but was petrified of Pike. In his mind, Logan was a loose cannon who was going to cause the downfall of all of them. Pike's past successes mattered little. Secretly, Kurt believed Billings would rather have a terrorist attack occur than sit on the council for 1 second longer. As much as he wanted to, Kurt didn't need to get in a fight right now. He chose the better and honest answer. He said, "Yeah, I'm with you. If anyone could do it, it would be Pike's team. Unfortunately, he's engaged right now in Africa. As a matter of fact, trying to shut off some Islamic State funding from a corrupt Saudi citizen."
Chapter 4. I felt a fingernail stroking my back, right between my shoulder blades. Then a whisper. "Wake up, sleepyhead, I have to go. Before one of those early birds comes and knocks on the door." Meaning before someone finds out I'm here. We'd been out very late the night before developing a pattern of life on our target, who wasn't what one would call a pious Muslim, and I figured everyone from the mission was still asleep. The target wouldn't be doing anything until at least noon. I rolled over, leaning on an elbow. "Jennifer, I don't think we're fooling anyone anymore." She said, "Pike, appearances matter." I know they know, but there's no reason for the team leader to throw it in their faces. I think Knuckles tolerates it, but only because we make an effort to not let it show during operations. Knuckles was my second in command, a Navy SEAL who, strangely enough, was a stickler for the military prohibition on fraternization within the chain of command. I think it had something to do with a bad experience in the close quarters of a ship with a male supervisor. Or maybe he was just a stickler. Either way, unfortunately for him, neither Jennifer nor I were in the military, and it was my company, my team. But she had a point. So you want to scuttle out of here doing a walk of shame to keep up the appearances of don't ask, don't tell? Before she could answer, I heard the door to our room fly open. Like a high schooler hiding from her mother, Jennifer threw the covers over her head. I bunched up the thick bedspread to hide her form, tossed a pillow over her pile of clothes, then turned to rip into the idiotic maid who'd entered. Instead, I saw Knuckles standing in my room. He said, "Retro's finally cracked into the backbone server of the hotel. We've got Panda's computer, and he's making plans." I scowled and said, "What the hell are you doing? Don't you know how to knock? How'd you get in here?" He held up a key card and said, "I just told you Retro got into the server. We can make a key for any room in the hotel. So you figured you needed one for my room?" He smiled and said, "I figured you'd be asleep and didn't want to bang on the door." I was asleep, asshole. You want to dress and come up? Or stay in bed? I was already out and throwing on my clothes. He turned back to the hallway leading to the door, disappearing from view. I heard the door open, then, "Oh, Jennifer, you can come too. We won't say anything about you wearing the same clothes as last night." Shit. The door closed and she poked her head out. "Well, that's pretty embarrassing." I said, "Tell me about it. Getting caught skulking around like kids is more embarrassing than getting snagged red-handed." She kicked over the pillow, grabbed her clothes, and went into the bathroom saying, "I'm using your toothbrush." I started shoving things into my pockets and unplugging my phone from the charger, saying, "I guess that makes it official." I was putting on my shoes when she came back out fully clothed, brushing her hair. She said, "It wasn't before?" The words caught me off guard because I was just making a joke. Jennifer and I had definitely become partners in more ways than just our business, but we'd never verbalized it. I'd made one statement in the heat of the moment on our last mission, then we just sort of dropped it. I was a shit show when it came to such things, and she knew it. She was patient, but I wasn't sure how long that would last. I said, "Well, yeah, I was just..." She hit me in the chest with a towel and said, "Oh, please, spare me. Should I go up?" Relieved, I stood and held out my arm to the door. "Yeah, get it over with. You show any weakness with these guys, and they'll start ribbing us forever." We got in the elevator, and I noticed her clothes, stained from our mission last night, and wrinkled from lying on the floor of my room. She looked like she'd slept in them. I said, "You really going to wear what you had on last night?" She snapped her head to me and said, "I was. Should I go change?" The car stopped, and I said, "Too late. Welcome to the lion's den." I stepped out, and she said, "I'm not going in if you think they're going to laugh at me." Come on. They know better than to laugh at the managing partner of Grolier Recovery Services. You can fire them. Jennifer and I were the owners of GRS, ostensibly a firm that specialized in archaeological research around the world. We worked for private entities, universities, and others to help facilitate excavations around the world. Since most archaeological digs were in areas that were borderline Wild West, like Nairobi, Kenya, where we were now, I handled the security side of things, something that fit my military background. Jennifer, with her anthropology degree and insatiable appetite for annoying anyone within earshot about ancient history, had the hard part of acting like we really were a legitimate archaeological firm. In truth, the whole thing was a shell company that cloaked a top-secret counterterrorism unit called the Taskforce. Back in the day when I was on active duty, I'd been a team leader in the unit. Now, I was a civilian co-owner of a cover organization and a team leader yet again. It had been a rocky road, starting with recruiting Jennifer, a pure civilian and a female to boot, getting her read on, trained up, and admitted to the unit, and had ended with me convincing the commander, Colonel Kurt Hale, to let my company start operating not as a support asset, but as an actual team. On the surface, For anyone looking at the pure black and white, the demands were insane. Let a female operator into the task force? Let a civilian company start running missions? No way. But there's much more to special operations than what could be tallied on a sheet. Jennifer had passed selection with flying colors, and had put away a few bad guys with her innate skill alone before even attempting that trial. And I was fucking Pike Logan, enough said. That might be a little big-headed, especially given some of the mistakes I'd made in my past, when I'd slipped into the abyss and lost my way. But that was history now, and at the end of the day, even with the stains, I was the most successful team leader the task force had ever used. Just ask all the people walking around today because I was there to prevent their death. You couldn't, of course, because they didn't know I existed. The task force command and I had been going back and forth with me running things off the books and the Oversight Council wetting their pants because of my actions. But finally, Kurt had said I was officially in charge, which gave some members of the council fits. But since I'd personally saved the lives of Oversight Council family members on my last mission, those idiots were shut down. Kurt had told me not to screw it up, then sent me to Africa to chase a fat Saudi with bags under his eyes that made him look like a panda bear. Chapter 5. I knocked on the door of our makeshift tactical operations center, a suite in the Intercontinental Hotel in Nairobi, feeling foolish that Knuckles had waltzed right into my room, while I had forgotten to get a key to my own talk. I waited for the door to open, knowing someone was eyeing me through the peephole. It took forever, making me wonder if they were screwing with us. Brett finally turned the knob, saying, "Retro's in back, working the computer. Someone's on it right now, but it ain't Panda." A short African-American built like a fire plug of solid muscle. He moved aside, and I said, "Did you need to get a box to see out the door?" I walked in and waited on a reaction to Jennifer. All he said was, "Hey, Jen, good work last night." That was it. Whew. She gave off her brilliant megawatt smile and said, "Thanks." I started back to the bedroom and heard Brett say, "Yeah, it was a long night, huh?" Good work? Long night? I slid my eyes his way, but he was innocently standing by the door. No grin or anything else to indicate a double entendre. I went to the back bedroom, where Retro had set up all of our computer network stuff, and saw him staring at a screen, Knuckles standing over his shoulder. I said, "What's up?" Retro's accessed Panda's computer through the hotel Wi-Fi. He's covertly turned on the laptop camera, and we can see who's typing, and it's not him. It's the security chief. And why do we care? He's setting up a visit from an escort. You know, because Panda's 42 wives aren't enough. Real pious. A thought hit me. I said, "Hey, Retro, if you can see what he's typing, can't you just rip through the computer? Image the hard drive and end this mission right now?" "Already did. This laptop isn't the one we want. I'm willing to bet that one is air-gapped from the internet. We still need to locate it and physically access it." Ali Salim Al-Nagar, a.k.a. Panda, was a wealthy Saudi businessman, with strong indicators he was providing money to Salafist jihadist groups, one of many around the world defying their governments, or in some instances operating with its tacit approval, to fund extremists. In this case, we believed he was using his business connections as a clearinghouse to funnel money to the Islamic State, otherwise known as ISIS, ISIL, or Daesh in the shifting sands of Arabic naming conventions, the rampaging lunatics running amok and beheading everything in their path in Syria and Iraq. This mission was strictly intelligence collection. Ordinarily, we would physically remove the terrorist from the playing field, but in this case, Panda was a well-known businessman with ties to the royal family. There was no way to remove him covertly. Unlike the assholes we usually chased, his disappearance would cause an unacceptable investigative effort, so we decided to simply gather irrefutable evidence of his wrongdoing, then feed it into the system. Our relationship with the kingdom went from hot to cold, depending on the political vagaries of the day, but the Saudis were scared spitless about the Islamic State, and worried about the growth of jihadist insurgents in its own country. There wouldn't be a lot of tolerance and love once we boxed up Panda's transgressions, which is where the laptop came in. So far, we'd been stymied because his penthouse was always manned, and nobody had been allowed past the door, including the daily maid service. I said, "Why do we care about his sex habits? It's not going to help us. Going in when he's with her is the worst time because his security force will be on edge for the duration she's there. Brett said, "That's true. We can't get in behind the escort. But if we can control the escort herself, maybe she could do it." They were all looking at me, and I could tell they'd already come up with some half-baked plan. Had already talked it out. I said, "Okay, spill it. You want to pay off an escort to attack his computer? No way. I'm not trusting some prostitute to do it." Retro said, "He's not requesting some skinny local. He wants a white girl, a very expensive white girl. Over $1,000 for the night." "What difference does that make?" They all looked at each other, gathering their courage. Then Knuckles threw it out. "We have a white girl." It took a moment for his words to register. "Jennifer?" I said, "No fucking way. You have lost your mind." Brett saw me winding up and said, "Wait, Pike, wait. Just listen. This'll work. She goes in as the escort, we go in as security. We'll be there the entire time." Retro kicked in. "Yeah, come on. You've been saying all along that Jennifer offers the team something because she's a female, and this is it." I said, "Acting like a whore? Really? That's what you thought I meant?" Jennifer interrupted. "Hey, you've got a short memory. You threw me out on the streets in Prague as a streetwalker, remember?" Everyone quit talking and looked at her. I said, "That was just an act to get a reaction from organized crime. I wasn't sending you in with a man. No way." Retro said, "She won't be with him." He started to continue, but dribbled off at my glare. She said, "I'm willing to listen. What's the plan?" I said, "Jennifer, no way. If you think I'm—" She cut me off with a raised hand, something I would never have tolerated from the men. She said, "What's the plan, Knuckles? I'm sure you've thought this through." He looked at her, then at me. He waited a beat, then said, "Well, first we interdict the real escort. Then Brett, Pike, and I go with you as security. You get in the bedroom with the guy and swipe him with ABS. When he's in the bathroom shitting his guts out, you clone the computer." She nodded, thinking, then said, "How quickly does ABS work? I don't want to fend him off while I'm waiting." Knuckles grimaced and said, "Trust me, it works within seconds." I heard the discussion and realized the plan might actually succeed. In fact, it most likely would succeed. ABS was a chemical compound applied to the skin in the form of chapstick, lipstick, or other ingenious methods. It was absorbed into the bloodstream and caused massive explosive gastric distress. Being knuckle-draggers, we couldn't pronounce its complicated chemical formula and called it ABS, for atomic blow shits. We'd used it on a past operation, and Knuckles had accidentally gotten it on himself as well as the target, and had suffered the consequences. He said, "It's fast, but if you get it on yourself, the mission's over. Then you'll both be fighting for the toilet." I said, "But we don't even know where the computer's located. What if it's not in the bedroom?" "Then we call it a wash and she leaves. Panda will be in no condition to do anything either way. The only risk is that Jennifer's potentially out of play for future operations." I said, "You're good with this?" "Well, yeah, it's just a mission, and Retro's right. Unless that guy's asking for a male, I'm the only one who can do it. You'd do the same if he was gay, right?" "Not on your life," I thought. Brett cut in, saying, "She's already proven she can sneak in and out of hotel rooms at night. She's a natural." I whipped my head to him, catching a smirk, which wound me up. He said, "Whoa, why are you getting pissed? She's climbed walls as slick as marble to access rooms all over the globe. That's all I meant." I glared, seeing all of them trying mightily to stop from grinning, even Knuckles. Jennifer said, "Yeah, Pike, you're the one that's always making me climb and break in somewhere. Let's do it." She started walking to the door, and I felt the shame of her being the butt of a joke she wasn't even getting. I was disappointed in the team's lack of respect. I gave them a death stare, then caught up to her with the team trailing behind. I stopped her, wanting them to admit they were secretly giving her a slight. That's not what Brett meant. She rolled her eyes and said, "Pike, I know exactly what he was saying. I just didn't think it required a response. They're juvenile boys playing juvenile games, just like you do. But it's the first time they've ever made fun of me to my face. Progress." And it dawned on me she was right. It wasn't a lack of respect. It was the opposite. They felt comfortable enough with her on the team to actually start ribbing her. just like the guys on the team did with one another, as I had done when I'd entered the room with Brett. She continued, glancing from man to man. But there'll be a Taskforce team tonight, wired for the mission, right? Knuckles smiled. You better believe it. Chapter 6. Under his breath, I heard Knuckles say, "Holy shit." I turned and saw Jennifer coming out of the bathroom of the cheap hotel room we'd rented to prepare for the mission. She looked stunning. I mean, I might be biased, but she was breathtaking. I wondered if it was just me, but I saw that Brett was slack-jawed, mesmerized. She caught the looks and said, "What? Is this not what a high-end escort would wear? Should I look sluttier or something?" Nobody said anything, and she said, "Hey, what's the problem?" Knuckles finally managed to find his mouth. "Man alive, Jennifer, you clean up nice." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. It's just that you're always wearing jeans or something, hair in a ponytail, no makeup. I've never seen... you never... So my natural state is ugly?" He started stumbling over his words, and I saw her smile. She's going to have no trouble with Panda, I thought. We'd spent the better part of the day getting ready for our little adventure, going to the Westgate Mall in Nairobi, the same one those assholes from Al-Shabaab had assaulted in 2013, slaughtering over 70 people. The men had spent all of 30 minutes buying cheap suits. Jennifer, on the other hand, went hog wild. She was allowed to shop on the Taskforce dime, and she'd spared no expense, buying a black cocktail dress with a modest décolletage, jewelry, makeup, a mani-pedi, a high-end wig, and some sort of ridiculously expensive high heels called Jimmy Choos. I had no idea how she knew what to purchase, because she routinely wore nothing but work clothes for the business, but apparently it was in the female DNA. Now that she was wearing the outfit, complete with elbow-length black gloves to protect her hands from the ABS, it made our suits look like sweatpants. She said to me, "You sure Retro stopped the real escort? It's going to be embarrassing if we both show up." Knuckles said, "Yeah. He confirmed while you were in the bathroom. He spoofed Panda's IP and canceled the appointment. Taskforce had to pay the cancellation fee, which I'm sure will cause some issues after we get back when the bean counters see what it's for. I told him he was the one claiming the receipt on his travel voucher." She smiled and said, "Okay then, let's get it done." I said, "Final back brief. We get to the door and do what?" Brett said, "I knock and talk to the head of security, telling him we have to be in the suite while she's there. And when he says no, I insist. But not too hard. Act like you're doing your job, but don't turn it off. Jennifer? When it gets heated, I say I'm good going in alone. Knuckles? I interject that we're staying right outside, then hand her a phone telling her to call if there's trouble." Before I could ask, Jennifer said, "I go in and place the phone on the nearest available desk or table." I wanted the phone in her hand when she entered, so she could set it down with the small clutch she held, without having to pull it out, which would look awkward. The phone itself was a digital camera with multiple fisheye lenses that would give us a view of what was going on inside. I said, "Then you do your siren dance and go into the bedroom. Wait until he closes the door, which he will, then wipe him with the ABS. When it takes effect, slave the computer. I promise it'll be sitting somewhere close to where he sleeps." She nodded and said, "If there's trouble?" I held up a keycard. "We're coming in, courtesy of Retro. Keep on comms with your earpiece. You call and we're in. Back up, just start shouting. Retro's got the security laptop slaved, so he'll hear it even if we don't." She held up the thumb drive with the software Retro had built. "How long will this thing take?" Retro says 5 minutes. It's got a search algorithm embedded in it, so it won't be imaging a bunch of porn, but depending on how much data he has, it might be longer. It'll flash green when it's done." "What if it takes a lot longer?" "He'll be shitting for hours. You'll be fine." She squinted at me, and I smiled. "Hey, we don't pay you just to be eye candy." She said nothing, but I was sure I'd hear about that comment later. I went around the team and said, "Any more questions? We good?" Nobody said anything, and I looked at Jennifer. "On your command." A devious little grin slipped out, and she said, Showtime.
Chapter 7. Brett pulled the car into the drop-off lane at the Intercontinental Hotel, and Jennifer saw the doorman looking quizzically inside the town car, then gawking full-on at her. Brett jumped out from the driver's seat and engaged him. She felt Pike nudge her and heard, "You good? Ready?" She smiled, and it wasn't false confidence. "You just be ready to get in if this goes sideways." He gave her a reassuring grin and said, "I hear Buffalo, and I'm breaking the door down." Buffalo was the code word Jennifer would use if she needed help, chosen because the likelihood of it being used accidentally was non-existent. But she could slip it into a conversation without the other party knowing. It would be completely her call, and they would do nothing unless they heard it. Knuckles said, "Time to act a part." They passed through the lobby and reached the elevator, Brett pressing the penthouse level. The car began to move, and Jennifer leaned back. Behind her, Knuckles practically knocked her into the wall, exclaiming, "Watch what you're doing." She stutter-stepped in her Jimmy Choos, slapping her hand into the rail, glaring at him. He said, "You've got the damn ABS on your zipper. No way do I want that on me again." They'd created a layered approach to applying the compound, starting in with the zipper on her dress. If he didn't use that, she had condoms laced with the stuff, and a final chance with a lipstick tube holding a piece of red plastic that looked exactly like it should, but was coated with the chemical like poison from a dart frog. Pike said, Okay. Knuckles is a little sensitive to the effects. Shitting your pants will do that. Break out the camera for test." Brett pulled out what looked like a Samsung Galaxy S5 and turned it on. Pike said, "Retro, you getting feed?" "Yep, seeing all like intended." "Jennifer, where'd all your hair go?" She was wearing a black wig with a bob cut that ended just below her ears. Pike said, "Truthfully, I was wondering the same thing." Jennifer said, "Female secret." The elevator stopped, and Pike said, "Game on, no mistakes. We get in and out clean." Knuckles said, "All you, babe." Pike said, 6 on security, 2 outside and 4 in. We go hot, remember the numbers. Take them all out." Jennifer took a breath. He saw it and said, "Hey, it won't come to that. Just making sure for worst case." She said, "You guys had better be there if I call." Brett said, "You know it." She looked at him, saw the determination on his face, and became calm. They might make fun of her and even have qualms about a female being on the team, but she knew that all such issues were gone now. On the X, all that mattered was the team, and she was one of them. Worst case, she also had an ace in her back pocket. Pike, an inhuman wrecking machine that would break open the earth itself to protect her. The elevator's doors opened, and they saw 2 security goons outside Panda's suite. They got within 5 feet of the entrance before both men held up their hands. One was Caucasian, and when he spoke, they heard a strong Eastern European accent. "Please stop." They did. "I must search her." Pike said, "Yes, we understand. We've done this before." He did so, working professionally, patting the length of her body and massaging her breasts and groin, but taking no pleasure from it. He turned and nodded to his partner, who swiped the door. As planned, Brett took the lead. The European stopped him and said, "Only her." Brett said, "No way. That's not how it works. We go in with her." "Not here. You stay outside." "We can't do that. She's our commodity. We protect that. It's why we're paid." The European repeated, "Not here. Your company knows that. No harm will come to her. It's why I'm here as well." Jennifer said, "It's okay. I'm willing to go in alone. He's a repeat customer." Brett looked disgusted, then Knuckles said, "Take this if there's a problem," and the phone was passed. Pike said, "We stay out here. Right here." The European said, "If you want to do that, I must search you." She entered the suite, hearing Pike say, "Fine. We don't have any weapons." The room was large, even by penthouse standards, with a full-length dining table, a sectional sofa, and a gigantic widescreen TV tuned to an American sitcom. To the left was a bedroom, and deeper in she could see a small hallway leading to what was presumably the master suite, and her target. 3 men were on the couch, and a 4th met her at the door. She recognized him as the chief of security from the night before, a large Arab with a neatly groomed beard wearing a suit. He said, "Leave your things out here." That was easy. She put the phone down but kept her small clutch. He said, "Remove your jewelry." "What?" "No jewelry in the room. I'm sorry." She nodded and removed her earrings, a bracelet, and her necklace. Setting them next to the phone, he said, "Your Bluetooth as well." Uh-oh. "Why? That can't hurt anyone. I use it to talk to my security." "You don't need security. Please, remove it." She debated, then did as he asked. He said, "Thank you. Your purse as well." No way. Deal breaker. She opened it, saying, "This is for the client." Inside were a bottle of lubricant, a tube of lipstick, and several condoms. Hidden in the lining was the thumb drive. He poked his finger around the inside, pressing the lining and causing her to hold her breath. He nodded, "Is okay. Follow me." She felt the eyes of the other 3 men on her as she walked to the main bedroom, the large Arab leading the way. He stopped and knocked on the door, saying something in Arabic. There was a muffled reply, and he opened the door. She entered, seeing Panda lying on the bed in a bathrobe, the front open, exposing his erection, large folds of flab dripping onto the bedspread, about as disgusting a sight as she could imagine. He looked her up and down and said, "Beautiful as always." She scanned the room and saw a laptop on the desk by the bed. Bingo. She heard the door close behind her, then felt movement, startling her. The large Arab had remained in the room. Panda saw her reaction and said, "Don't worry. He only watches."
Chapter 8. I saw Jennifer enter the room, feeling a little like a pimp, disgusted with myself. As the door closed, I almost wished Panda had been gay. Then I would have sent in Knuckles without any qualms. Hippie hair and pretty boy face, he'd be perfect. As we backed away from the door, Knuckles saw my grin slip out. We moved a respectful distance down the hall away from the 2 security men, and Knuckles asked, "What's funny?" I said, "Nothing. Just thinking about the mission." Our earpieces came alive. "Pike, this is Retro. Cameras in place." But they made her remove their earpiece. I glanced at Knuckles. "Why?" "She had to remove all of her jewelry. Probably just a security precaution." Retro knew what I was going to ask next. "Don't worry. I'm getting good audio from the laptop in the den. I can hear well enough." "Even when she's in the bedroom with a closed door?" "Well, no. Not if she's not shouting." Knuckles saw my face and said, "Don't even think it. She made the call to go in. She could have aborted. Let her play it out." Retro came back on. Pike, the head of security went in with her, and he hasn't come back out." I took 1 step toward the door, and Knuckles grabbed my arm. "Don't. She can handle herself. Don't let your emotions get in the way here. She's just a teammate. Let her solve the problem." What he really meant was, I told you this fraternization would become an issue. Did I want to go in because a teammate was in trouble, or because it was Jennifer? I tried, but honestly couldn't separate the two. I locked eyes with him, and he slowly shook his head. I knew if I went in, he would question my judgment forever, just like I was questioning it right now. I keyed my Bluetooth and said, "Retro, Roger, keep eyes on."
Jennifer turned back around to the fat Panda and said, "I'd rather he didn't stay. This isn't a show. It's all about pleasing you, and you alone." Panda scowled and said, "He stays. I pay you well enough to do anything I want. In fact, when we're done, you can pleasure him as a reward." "Great," she thought. "Well, he's about to leave, you fat little Jabba the Hutt." She turned on the megawatt smile and said, "Okay," then motioned to the security chief. "Can you give me a hand with my dress?" She kept her eyes on Panda, watching his own widen as the dress slipped over her shoulders. She said, "You must wear protection, you know." He said, No, I paid extra. I'm not unclean." The dress pulled at her feet, and she saw his breathing increase. She twirled around, wearing nothing but her bra and panties, still dressed in her Jimmy Choos, and said, "You want this, you wear protection." He said, "I don't have any." She saw his lust and knew she held the cards. "I have one," she said. She pulled out the poison-laced condom packet and tossed it to him on the bed, wondering how long the ABS took to work and beginning to believe the security chief had missed getting it on him. Panda gave what he thought was a sultry smile and said, "You want me to wear it? You put it on." "You have got to be kidding," she thought. She winked at him, hiding the desperation building like a freight train picking up speed, and said, "I'm going to freshen up. You be ready when I get back." She started to move to the bathroom when the security chief doubled over, holding his stomach. He stood up and looked physically tortured, gritting his teeth so hard she thought she could hear the grind. He shouted something in Arabic and raced out of the room. Panda said, "Looks like you got your wish. Something he ate." She flashed the megawatt and sauntered into the bathroom, feeling his eyes boring into her bottom. She closed the door and sat on the toilet, breathing heavily. She waited for an eternity, fearing she would hear him call, ordering her to apply the condom. Just get it over with, she thought. How bad can it be? You still have on your gloves. They're sterile. She gathered her courage and stood up just as Panda came flying into the bathroom, robe trailing behind and limp penis flopping under his flabby belly, successfully encased in a condom. He screamed, "Get out! Get out!" And she did, closing the door behind her. She heard an explosion of gas and what sounded like someone pouring muddy water in the toilet, then a moan. She grinned, racing to her clutch. She dumped the contents, tore open the lining, and pulled out Retro's thumb drive. She leapt across the bed, jammed it into the port, and powered up the computer. According to Retro, passwords and other security were irrelevant. If it started blinking red, it was working. The computer beeped and blinked, a small hourglass turning in circles on the screen forever, and she wondered if it had some protection against their exploit. Come on, she thought. The thumb drive light blinked red, a rapid strobe. She smiled, and the door behind her burst open. She whirled around, seeing the 3 remaining security personnel. One shouted at her in Arabic, another ran to the bathroom. The third charged, a tall African with long, ropey braids. She screamed, "Buffalo! Buffalo! Buffalo! Buffalo!" The African reached her, and she raised her fists. She struck him once in the head, and he bodily threw her across the room, slamming her into the wall. She fell to her hands and knees next to the contents of her clutch. She snatched up the lipstick tube and stood. She kicked off her heels, ripped off the lid, and jabbed it forward, waving it back and forth like a knife. The man laughed at her and said something to his partner. The first man returned from the bathroom and rattled off something in Arabic. Their faces grew grim, and they advanced on her. "Keep them off you. Seconds. Only need seconds," she thought. The African darted forward, and she slashed his face with the lipstick. He batted her hand away, the lipstick tube flying across the room, and he slapped her cheek with a glancing blow. She tucked her head and tried to knee his groin. The second man reached her, and both began punching. She drove through them, holding her hands against her head for protection, trying to reach the door. The African grabbed her around the waist and threw her onto the bed. The other 2 dove on top of her. She shrieked the code word over and over. and for the first time felt genuine fear. Two things happened that restored her courage. One, the man on top of her explosively shit his pants. And two, she heard her name shouted from her personal wrecking machine.
Chapter 9. I paced in a tight circle, waiting on either Jennifer to call or Retro to tell me she was coming back out. Neither happened. Knuckles said, "Easy, Slayer, no news is good news." I know, but this is killing me. Retro came on the earpiece. "Security chief just came running out holding his stomach." Knuckles smiled. "See, told you. Let her go." The words brought great relief. Somehow Jennifer had managed to separate the two, and was driving on with the mission. I paced about for another 5 minutes, then heard Retro say, "One of the 3 remaining went to check on the security chief. The other 2 are getting antsy, standing up and pacing, staring at the door. They don't have the courage to go in yet, but it's building." I looked at Knuckles and said, "Get ready. Which one do you want?" "I'll take the Arab." Brett said, "I'll take the white boy, kick some cracker ass." I said, "Okay, this goes bad, and I'll jump in to help either one of you that's losing." Retro said, "He just came back out. He's shouting in Arabic. They're moving to the door." Knuckles understood the same thing I did. He said, "It just went bad." I flicked my eyes to the men outside and said, "Get to it." Brett and Knuckles started walking toward them, me falling in behind. They glanced our way, and Knuckles said, "Hey, we got a question about the timeline here. We got some boozing to do. How long does your boss take?" The Caucasian smiled and said, "He's quick, trust me. Even with the Viagra, he can't last more than 30 minutes. Your girl will be making easy money." Through the earpiece, Retro said, "They're in. Buffalo, Buffalo, Buffalo. She's calling Buffalo." I said, "Execute," and unleashed a little bit of hell. Brett darted inside the reach of his target and drove his knee into the man's groin before he could react. The European doubled over, and Brett grabbed his hair and redirected his knee to the man's face. He collapsed. Knuckles' man saw the movement and had a split second more time to react. His brain realized a threat, but his reaction time was nowhere near what was necessary. Knuckles came in full bore, foregoing any submission holds for total destruction. The man snarled and snapped out with a jab. Way too late to do any good. Knuckles blocked the ineffectual blow and slammed his fist forward like a pile driver. 1, 2, 3, 4, snapping the target's head back so hard it hit the wall and left a dent. I saw him slide to the floor, his face a bloody mess. Doesn't have the call sign Knuckles for nothing, I thought. I moved to the door and said, "Get their weapons. Give me an up. Hurry." I held the key card from Retro, ready to swipe. They ripped through the clothing and pulled out 2 SIG 226 pistols. They nodded, and I said, "No killing unless necessary. We can still get out clean." I swiped the card and nothing happened. I swiped again. Nothing. Retro said, "She's screaming. Get your ass in there. She's in trouble." I said, "You fuck, the card isn't working." Brett went back to a body and started ripping through pockets. I felt the fear grow, my imagination running wild. He found a card and tossed it to me. I swiped, and the door light went green. We flowed in. I entered on the run and saw the size of the room. A bedroom on the right. I said, "Brett, hit the bathroom with the security chief. Knuckles, on me." We ran to the back bedroom, exploding in and seeing Jennifer on the bed wearing nothing but a black lace bra and panties, 3 men on top of her. I lost my mind. I reached the first man before he realized I was there. I snatched him by the collar and the groin, hoisted him in the air over my head with rage alone, and threw him directly into the mirror on the wall, shattering it. I turned to the next man and saw Knuckles applying a submission hold, the man screaming in pain, bent over with his arm in the air, his wrist locked up. I took a hop, gaining speed, and kicked him in the face as violently as I could. His head snapped back, a spray of blood blooming. Knuckles dropped him, looking at me in shock. The mirror man was rolling around on the floor. I returned to him, giving out a little rage. He held up his hands, woozy from the impact with the wall, and I whipped my leg, catching him just behind the ear and laying him out. I whirled to the final man and saw that Jennifer had wriggled out and was now standing on the side of the bed, breathing heavily. The man rolled onto the floor, holding his stomach, groaning. Then I noticed the odor. The man farted, his bowels letting loose a wet sound. Jennifer said, "He's no threat." Knuckles said, "What the hell was that? Why Why didn't you just shoot my guy? Easier than beating him to death. I said, hey, like you said, she's a teammate. You fuck with my team, you get my heat. He shook his head and said, yeah, right. I turned to Jennifer. You okay? Brett entered the room, weapon at the ready. He nodded at me. Jennifer said, yeah, I'm good. Brett sized up the situation and lowered his weapon, saying, oh, you're better than good. All sweaty and wearing lace? Pike's not going to sleep tonight. I snapped my head to him, not believing what had come out of his mouth. He said, what, are you blind? Am I wrong? Knuckles gingerly picked up her dress and said, no, you're definitely not wrong. He handed it to her and said, I'm not touching the zipper, no offense. Brett moved to the laptop and said, I got green, we have it. Jennifer wriggled into her dress, using her gloves on the zipper, and I said, let's get the hell out of here. We started to the door, with Jennifer still rummaging around the room. I said, Jen, get a move on. What are you doing? She looked up at me, in between one body with significant damage and another rolling around on the floor voiding his bowels, the odor almost overpowering. She said, I'm not leaving my Jimmy Choos.
Chapter 10. Kurt stopped his Oversight Council briefing at Kerry Bostwick's outburst, not wanting to believe what the director of the CIA had just said. The room went quiet, and Kurt's triumphant update on the successful mission in Nairobi crashed against the very data that Pike had obtained. On the screen was a graphic, uncut video of the beheading of the CIA source known as Bobcat, found on the Saudi facilitator's computer. But that wasn't what had the room shocked. President Warren said, You're telling me that the man holding the knife is Leopard? Yes, I believe it is. But their faces are blurred out. How can you be sure? Before Leopard was inserted, he bought a shirt for the rock band AC/DC that said, Back in Black, just like the one that man is wearing. He thought it was funny, and Leopard had a tribal art tattoo on his forearm, just like that man. Kurt thought, that's not good. President Warren said, so a source who was recruited, trained, and vetted by the CIA was inserted into Syria and never reported. Instead, he ends up beheading the one CIA source that was reporting? Bobcat? Kerry swallowed and said, It appears so, and that's not the worst. He's an American citizen. The room broke into a buzz, cut short by President Warren waving his hand for silence. He said, Lose the crypt. You're not protecting a source anymore. Tell us the story. Kerry took a deep breath and said, We had no penetration of ISIS, no way to determine what was going on inside the organization. At the same time, we were scouring the Middle East and finding Bobcat and Cougar. Someone came up with the idea of inserting an American. We've had plenty of U.S. citizens go over and join the fight, so we decided to cloak an asset in that mantle. We conducted research and found Leopard in Florida. His real name is Ali Jafar Hussein, and he's basically a hood. His father is Jordanian and his mother is a crack addict. The father left the family when Hussein was only 4, going back to Jordan. Then his mother went to jail. He's been in and out of foster homes and reform schools ever since. He was perfect. No familial ties, and he had handed us leverage in the form of some charges he was facing for shoplifting. We offered to get them dropped, and he accepted. Jonathan Billings, the Secretary of State, said, And you thought this was a good idea? Kerry bristled. It was a good idea. Actually, a great idea. Intelligence work is never perfect. We couldn't predict this. Couldn't predict it? You sprung a guy from jail and expected him to become James Bond? Really? Kerry said, We knew the risk of him fleeing once he was in Turkey, and we were comfortable with that. Worst case, we figured he'd just disappear. But best case, he reported. And that far outweighed turning free a small-time hood in Europe. We never expected him to join the fight. He had no jihadist background. He knows more about Christianity than Islam. We conducted a thorough background on him. He was vetted. He had not a shred of anti-American sentiment. Or he hid it well, playing you much better than you played him. Did you hear what was said before he started carving?" "Yes," the Secretary of Defense said. "I didn't catch it. What was it?" Kurt pulled out a transcript from a folder and said, "The man known as Leopard appears to hesitate, and the man on the right says, 'For the White House. Do it for the White House.'" Kerry said nothing, knowing the evidence was damning. President Warren said, "Is he the leak, the reason that Bobcat was exposed?" "No, the two were completely separate. Leopard had no knowledge of Bobcat. None." "Well, with that statement, we have to assume he's doing the killing because of the U.S. government. And so is the man who spoke on the right. Any idea about him?" Kurt said, "All we know is he's Caucasian. He's not an Arab." Billings said, "And that he hates the United States. Great. The CIA just trained a terrorist to come back home and blow up the White House." Kerry said, "Leopard won't get 1 foot into the United States. As soon as I leave here, his passport information will be out to every government in the region." President Warren said, Okay. This isn't Taskforce business. We'll deal with the fallout later. Kerry, get ready for a blistering from the intelligence committees." Easton Bo Clute, the chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, said, "Yeah, I'll do what I can, but it's not going to be pretty." President Warren said, "Continue, Kurt. You were saying something about ISIS oil." "Yes, sir. We have enough evidence on Panda to convince anyone in the royal family that he's doing things antithetical to their interests. We pass it to the Saudis and he's a goner. Unfortunately, Panda wasn't just a financial facilitator. He was in Nairobi coordinating for actual expertise, manpower for ISIS in the form of technical experts in the oil industry." "He was smuggling men?" "Yes. ISIS has captured several oil fields in both Syria and Iraq. But they don't have the expertise to make them operate at full capacity, so they're losing money. They already sell the oil at a steep discount on the black market, and they need the income to maintain their hold on the terrain." "So we stopped that as well?" "Yes and no. We have a name on the far end, a guy in ISIS called Adnan al-Tayyib. We think he's some finance minister and the man coordinating for the technical skill. Panda is going to be gone, but not soon enough. He's arranged for the passage of 5 Nigerian Muslims who work the oil fields near Lagos. They're set to travel in 3 days, and the Saudis won't do anything to Panda until he returns to the kingdom. They aren't going to arrest him in Kenya, which means the men are going to make it into Syria." "So what do you recommend?" "Take them off the board, all 5. We can't remove Panda because of the repercussions it will cause, but these guys are nobodies." "How can you do that? We've never executed a problem set that large." "Pike's working the issue now. All he needs is the authority." Chapter 11. Jacob heard Ringo's familiar voice and thought, "Great. They had to bring that asshole here as well. Looky here, the little lost boys. They must need you to carry my luggage on this mission." Hussein gave a weak smile. Carlos and Devon hooted, as if it was the funniest joke in the world, not even understanding that they were the butt of it. Jacob said nothing. Ringo sidled up to Jacob and said, "Do you really think they're going to use a Jacob on this mission? This is the Islamic State, the Caliphate." Jacob bit back his words, remembering the warning the Chechen had given. Not so much the words, but the way they were delivered. Omar was not a man to trifle with, unlike Ringo. But not here, not now. After the killing of the snitches, the lost boys had been pulled out and loaded on a truck, Ringo laughing at their fate. They'd driven for hours in a convoy of 4 trucks out of Raqqa and into the desert. Jacob knew they were heading east, toward Iraq. They had passed the town of Al-Mayadin and had veered south. The rest of the convoy heading to Al-Qaim and the Iraq border. Now on their own, the dust and wind growing tiresome in the bed of the Toyota Hilux, Jacob had recognized the terrain. They were going back to the training camp where they'd learned to fight, where they'd also had to prove their fealty to the Islamic State. He questioned if it was more punishment or more training. They still had their weapons, so he was hopeful it was the latter. He saw Hussein trembling against the cab and began to wonder about the man. On some makeshift parole for good behavior, Hussein had been freed from the school in the punishment of the White House, and had, according to him, traveled to Syria, then spent 6 weeks in the embrace of the Islamic State. When he'd come home, he'd visited Jacob, Devon, and Carlos, still inside. He'd told wonderful stories about Syria and life in the Islamic State. He'd begged them to return with him, and looking back, Jacob wondered if he just didn't want to go alone, if he was afraid to go alone. Jacob had listened and had liked the idea. After Hussein's visit, he'd researched the Islamic State and seen what they were. Carlos and Devon had begun watching YouTube videos, consumed by the violence and the absolute law of the sword. In short order, they had converted to Islam, reading everything they found on jihadist websites, falling headlong into the siren call of the biggest gang on the planet. Forget about the Crips and Bloods. The Islamic State was taking the concept and making it span the globe. And they were doing it for a greater purpose than just money or drugs. The kicker for Jacob had been the total control over his own destiny. He knew life would be brutal and possibly short, but it would be his choice. No more dealing with authority. No more trips to the White House. When he died, it would be on his terms, for a cause, not for some sadistic guard's pleasure. Jacob had faked the interest in Islam well enough, and all three decided to make the trek. They'd set a plan in motion for escape. The reform school was, at its base, a prison, but it was privately run by a supposed Christian institution, and as such it fell outside of any federal oversight. A contract money mill that served the state as a dumping ground for malcontents who weren't worthy of flooding the real prison system, it wasn't very secure. Fear of the guards kept everyone in line. The white brick building in the center of the courtyard, a daily reminder of the beatings and molestation administered for any breach of protocol. When that fear ceased to exist, though, it was easy enough to escape, especially if, like Jacob, you were willing to kill to do so. He only wished the hated captain of the guards was on duty the night they had fled. He would have enjoyed beating him to death with the pipe legs he'd pulled from the dormitory bunk bed. As it was, he had to settle for a lesser guard, one who'd been somewhat kind, and had never taken him to the White House. As he slammed the pipe into his head over and over, the skull splitting open and the brain matter staining the concrete floor, he reflected on how the smallest bit of scheduling would define the guard's fate, and the fact that the guard had done nothing to stop the others from using the White House. They'd fled into the woods and met Hussein, waiting with a pickup. He had taken them to an abandoned hovel in the slums of Miami, and they'd waited for the door to be kicked in. It had not. The closest thing had been their names and faces spread across the news for a day and a half. After that, they were forgotten, at least by the slavering 24-hour cable channels. Even so, they lived like hermits, not daring to venture out except for the one risk they needed to attempt to leave, applying for passports. A scary prospect. They had ventured to 3 separate post offices and made the applications, the bored postal employee dutifully taking their information for a trip to the Cayman Islands. They'd lived in the dark, eating junk food delivered by Hussein for 4 weeks. Miraculously, the passports had arrived without the police delivering them in a SWAT van, and they had purchased tickets to Turkey, fleeing with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Hussein had said that IS was paying for the flights, and Jacob had believed him. But now, due to Hussein's behavior, he was having doubts. The 3 of them from the school had flown together, connecting through JFK in New York. Hussein had flown separately, going through Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C. He'd stated at the time that he'd already purchased his ticket, and it seemed to make sense as they linked up just fine in Istanbul. But watching Hussein tremble gave Jacob questions. He said, "Hussein, you all right?" "Yes, just tired." "Tired or scared?" Hussein huddled against the wind and said, "A little of both." "Why is it different to you now? Syria seems exactly what the news reports said it would be. What's changed from when you were here before?" Hussein said, "Nothing. I don't know." "Did you come here before? Did you really travel here?" Hussein's eyes slid to the desert for a moment, then came back. He started to say something, then thought better of it. He said, "Yes, of course. How do you think I got the money to pay your way here?" "Hussein, I don't know, but we're tighter than the Islamic State. We lived through the White House. There is nothing stronger than our brotherhood." Hussein said, "The Islamic State sent me. That's what happened." Jacob said, Okay. But if you want to run, I'll help you. We'll stay." Jacob glanced at the pair in the back of the pickup, the wind preventing them from hearing. He said, "Carlos and Devon have found a home, a reason to exist, and so have I. But I haven't forgotten what you did for me inside." Hussein said, "I can't run. I wouldn't make it back to Turkey. Have you seen what they do to anyone who turns their back on them? They'll torture me, kill me." Jacob looked out at the setting sun, the red rays scorching the desert sand. He said, "We're all going to die sometime. Better to do it on our feet." Hussein put his head into his hands and began to weep. Chapter 12. They had continued on the dirt road, seemingly driving straight into the desert, until Jacob could see the training camp in the distance. A collection of tents and crumbling buildings, it was some type of abandoned industrial facility. Maybe for oil, maybe for something else. It reminded Jacob of a scene out of The Road Warrior. Whatever it was, the compound provided the necessary infrastructure to house up to 200 men, and ample buildings to learn the art of urban fighting. The lone Hilux drove straight through the center, Jacob seeing armed men dressed in black scurrying about, and hearing shouted commands filling the air. But the triumphant black flags of the Islamic State were nowhere to be found. When Jacob had first arrived on the battlefield, it was all the rage to wave them about for internet videos and pure intimidation. Now they were hidden, an indication of the fear the leadership felt from American surveillance and the devastating airstrikes that followed. None of the men gave them a second glance. They drove past the collection of tents used as barracks to house the fighters, an area that Jacob knew well, and continued on to a 2-story concrete building on the outskirts of the compound. A much more hospitable residence than the tents, it was where the instructors stayed, and where the lost boy's motivation had been tested. Jacob tightened his grip on his AK-47, feeling his pulse increase. The driver, a thin Arab with a sharp nose and a spotty, mange-like beard, stopped the truck and waved them forward. They jumped out of the back, following him single file inside the building. They were led to the second floor, walking down a hallway of broken brick and buckled windows. The Arab stopped outside the one room with a functioning door and knocked. Something was shouted in Arabic, and he opened it. Jacob saw a dilapidated couch, 2 metal chairs, and a desk. Behind it was an imposing man with a ginger beard and a face made of cracked granite, creases like veins running through stone, and faded blue eyes that had seen more than enough to eradicate any notion of mercy. He said, "I am Omar al-Khatami." Jacob heard the name and wondered what was going on. Omar had been his upper-echelon commander in a fight for Mosul, a Chechen with the myth of invincibility surrounding him like a black shroud because of his battlefield prowess and his unrelenting cruelty. Something learned long before the Islamic State, in the bloodbath known as Grozny. "Take a seat." We have some things to discuss." The lost boys looked at one another for support, and he barked, "Sit down, now." They did so without further encouragement, cramming themselves into the broken couch. He went face to face, searing them with the absolute power he held over their fate. He settled on Jacob last. "Jacob, yes?" "Yes, sir. You came to us from the United States, swearing bay'ah to the Caliphate, to the Islamic State. Yet you still bear the name of the infidel. Why?" Jacob saw the heat coming from the Chechen's eyes and met it with his own. "That's the name I was given at birth. It's my identity. It is who I am." "Most, when they embrace the true path, also embrace Allah, dropping the false trappings of the hedonistic West. Yet you do not. It causes questions." Jacob felt the fear drop away, his soul moving again into the netherworld, just as when he'd sliced the traitor's neck, and every time he had crossed the threshold of the White House. He retreated to a numb place where pain existed but didn't control him. He looked the Chechen in the eye and said, "My commitment isn't held in my name. It's held in my actions." He waited on the outburst, waited to be led to the Islamic State version of the White House. He was surprised. Omar glared at him for a brief pause, then laughed and said, Yes, I guess that's true. You were a lion in Mosul. Can you be such a lion when there are no bullets shooting at you? Can you show the same commitment?" Jacob said, "Of course. Just tell us what you want. We'll execute." "What I want is for you to martyr yourself." The words hung in the air, Hussein hearing them and beginning to hitch his breathing. Carlos and Devon entranced, wide eyes staring at the Chechen. "Can you do that? Or is your name an indication of your commitment?" "My commitment was shown in the creation of the Caliphate, in the fight for Mosul." He maintained his eye contact with the Chechen, no longer caring about his fate, and said, "There was only one Iraqi army unit in Mosul that fought, while the other Iraqis ran away and the Islamic State claimed victory. I ensured that success. I killed them all. The Islamic State succeeded by terrorizing its enemies, using brutality to beat them into submission before a fight, which is exactly what happened in Mosul when the Iraqi army fled. All but one element. They apparently didn't get the word that their buddies were running through fields in half-dressed civilian clothes and getting gunned down by giddy Islamic State fighters driving in SUVs. So they fought. Jacob and the other Lost Boys were merely cannon fodder in the battle, as his element was composed of new recruits and had no real martial skill. When their leader had been killed, the discipline broke down and the recruits began to retreat. Jacob had rallied them, fighting like a demon, and had actually routed the Iraqi element force on force using will alone. Afterward, he had mopped up the survivors, shooting them in the back as they lay in a ditch pretending to be dead, or running down dark alleys, camouflaged pants under hastily stolen civilian shirts. Omar considered his words and said, "Yes, I have heard." He stood up. "I've done the same thing in Dagestan, fighting the Russians. It gives me a soft spot for you. But I promise it will disappear at the slightest indication you or your men are considering leaving. You're in it now, forever." Jacob nodded and said, "Remember, we volunteered to come here. We have nowhere to go now. The Islamic State is our home. You'll be leaving your home soon, going back to the West, where you'll conduct an attack that will leave you etched into the history of the Caliphate." "What is the target?" "All in good time. You have some Shaheed training first, along with other selected instructions. First, some rules. 1. Never, ever use any social media. Stay out of pictures being taken, and never tell anyone here you are on a mission. Nobody is to know. 2. There will be others arriving. They are on a mission as well, but they know nothing of yours. Do not let them know you are doing something different. Let them believe you are with them." The Lost Boys nodded, and Omar said, "Fine. Get settled. You stay here with the leadership. Your instruction will begin tomorrow." They had awoken the following morning, conducting prayers and wondering when they'd start learning the art of the suicide bomber, when Ringo had shown up with a band of about 20 men, all of Arabic descent, some from the West, like Ringo, but most from countries in the Gulf states. They filtered past, bringing in their makeshift luggage and weapons. The same men who had driven the Lost Boys directed them to their rooms. Jacob watched them disappear. Jordanians, Tunisians, Algerians, and others, all younger than 25. By this time, he'd learned to distinguish nationality by dress. Ringo saw Jacob following the men with his eyes and said, "That's right. Those are the chosen ones, like me. The only lost boy helping out this mission will be Hussein, a true member of the Islamic State, not some American surfer boy imposter." Hussein snapped his head to Ringo and said, "What? I'm American too." "Yes, I know." He gave his little arrogant smile and said, "If it were up to me, I'd leave you behind just because of your company, but your father's Jordanian, something that's apparently going to be useful." Jacob said, "He can't go with you. He's with us. We need him." "For what? Cleaning our weapons? Cooking our food?" Jacob saw his friend looking at him, Hussein's eyes betraying panic at the words. Realizing he was lost, Jacob said, For the mission." Ringo laughed and slapped Hussein's back, saying, "Exactly right, the mission. The one you won't be a part of." Jacob felt Hussein's gaze on him, begging for help. It was all Jacob could do to physically restrain himself from killing Ringo outright.
Chapter 13. Brett called, saying he was in position, but he was unclear how long he could remain. I looked at Knuckles, wearing a knit hat and a dreadlock wig, with his face, neck, and hands blacked out. I knew what he was thinking. If Brett is having trouble just standing around, how the hell am I going to last 5 seconds? I keyed my radio and said, "What's the issue?" "Nothing big. The air is just really rough, and the cockroaches are coming out now that the sun's down." I winked at Knuckles and said, "Want me to send in your partner?" "Hell no. I'd rather get beaten to death than be caught next to him in that ridiculous outfit. He looks like Dan Aykroyd on the train and Trading Places." Knuckles rolled his eyes. I studied him, and he did look a little like Aykroyd's character. Didn't matter. He wasn't going to talk to anyone. And the whole idea was to prevent a random shanty dweller from doing a double take at a white man wandering around the Kibera slums. It sounded stupid, but during the Rhodesian War, a special forces unit called the Selous Scouts, arguably one of the best the modern world has ever seen, had done this very thing, infiltrating terrorist strongholds wearing grease paint that made them look like the terrorists themselves. We'd sent all of our data taken from Panda back to the Taskforce for analysis, and learned that he was attempting to help the barbarians of ISIL increase their oil production, not with funds, but with actual expertise. I'd recommended taking them off the board, and that had caused some consternation within the Oversight Council, especially when I told them how I wanted to do it. Retro came on. "Panda's in position? Looks like the meeting's a go." I said, "You clean, no issues?" "No, we're outside the ring of security, and Jennifer looks nothing like she did." We'd scrubbed everything associated with Panda from our entry earlier, and due to his huge electronic tether, could now follow his every move with Taskforce assets. Right after Jennifer's little escapade in his room, we'd been forced to relocate to another hotel in the city center and stay as far away from Panda as possible, focusing on the 5 Nigerians. I'd come up with the plan to neutralize them. Then Panda had initiated a meeting with the group's leader. I'd halted our operations, going back to the task force and asking for a modification of the course of action. asking to interdict the leader of the Nigerians after the meeting instead of my original plan. Simply removing all 5 would have been easiest, but we would lose valuable intelligence against the Islamic State. We might get information from the Saudis after they interrogated Panda, but it wasn't a given, and even if we did, the information would always be suspect. The last time we'd wholeheartedly trusted our Arab counterparts had been in late 2009, when Jordan had fed us an asset from inside Al-Qaeda, who supposedly had a location to Osama bin Laden. The CIA had met him at a forward operating base in Afghanistan to debrief, eager to learn what he knew and never questioning his motivations for turning against his AQ masters. They completely relied on his vetting from Jordanian intelligence. He had other plans. He turned out to be a triple agent on a suicide mission. He exited his vehicle inside the perimeter of the base and detonated his vest, causing the largest single loss of CIA personnel in history. I preferred a little ground truth to second-hand KSA intelligence, and had convinced the task force to let me give it a try after this meeting. Panda might be a bigwig Saudi, preventing us from putting the screws to him, but the Nigerian was a nobody, and interrogating him could provide quality information. The problem was that only Retro remained clean. Everyone else on the team had been involved with the extraction of Jennifer. We mulled over options, and Jennifer had convinced me that she was good to go also, since she'd had on a wig and fancy clothes when they'd met, and Panda had spent most of the time in the toilet. Today, she was back to being a dirty blonde, with her hair let down and covering her face, and had dressed blandly, with a set of glasses to further alter her appearance. Retro's call was letting me know they weren't close to being burned. I clicked over to the command net, calling Lieutenant Colonel Blaine Alexander, currently staged in a warehouse 4 miles away with the support team. Showboat, this is Pike. Conditions are set. Do we have execute authority? It wasn't his official call sign, but the only time Blaine ever showed up for an operation was to control the endgame, so I liked poking him in the eye. In effect, he got all the glory without slogging through the work, something I always kidded him about. Pike, Showboat, stand by for Omega. The task force called every stage of an operation a different Greek letter, starting with Alpha for the introduction of forces. Omega, the last letter, meant we were at endgame. Ordinarily, we received Omega from the Oversight Council prior to an operation, and this was it. We executed how we saw fit, then told them the results. In this case, I had Omega for my plan of removing the 5, but given the size of the target, the fact that we just executed a separate Omega operation against Panda on Kenyan soil, and the curveball I'd thrown about taking the leader for interrogation, the Council had grown skittish. For the first time, they held execute authority in D.C. with Kurt, which was cutting things a little close, to say the least. Brett called. Trigger. The men are headed to dinner. The leader's on the move. We'd watched the group for 3 days, and they were extremely clannish. Everything they did together, which had been the genesis of my plan, right up until we'd gotten the intercept about a meeting. On the team net, I said, Leader's broken from the group? Yep. He's headed north, they're headed east. North was to the Adams Arcade shopping area on Nagang Road, and to the coffee shop where Panda was sitting. Phase 1's a go, I thought. I said, fall back. Meet us at the link-up. Dan Aykroyd here's got the package ready. I put the van in gear, seeing Knuckles grimace. I called Blaine and said, do we have Omega for the leader? He's on the move and Panda is set. Pike, they want to wait until after the meeting before giving you Omega on him. You report the situation and then they'll decide. Damn it, Blaine. You know we can't run an operation like that. I need execute authority before, so I can deal with any contingencies. Then you don't have it. Execute the original plan and let him go. Shit, I thought. I said, okay, I'll send a sit rep when I have it. We continued south, and the area began to get seedy as we approached the infamous Kibera slums. Thankfully, the Nigerians were staying in a decrepit building on the outskirts, and not in the shanty towns of the slum proper. If they had been, there was no way we could execute my plan. Kibera was no man's land of gangs, glue-sniffing youth, and splintered lives wreaking desperation. Comprised of a rat-warren maze of houses built out of plastic, scrounged wood, and tin cans, Kibera was one of the largest slums in the world, jam-packed with an incredibly dense population that had nothing better to do than sit around and stare at whoever was around. Probing it would be a non-starter. Luckily, the Nigerian safe house was in a courtyard of broken concrete structures just north. It prevented us from driving right up, but at least we could infiltrate it on foot. I saw a pen light flash and pulled over. Knuckles slid open the door, and Brett entered the van. He saw Knuckles and laughed, shaking his head. "You sure you don't want me to do this on my own? I've done it plenty of times in the past." Brett was an old-school ground branch operative from the CIA, and he conducted some seriously hairy singleton operations in his career. But there was no reason to do that here. I wanted one operator pulling security while another penetrated the house. I said, "He's going." "Okay, but he's also carrying the dope. We get held up, and I'm leaving him behind, dumbass disguise and all." Knuckles scowled, not liking the mission at all. He held up a bag of what looked like balloons filled with brown sand, about 30 of them, each a half-inch across. He said, "That's not the plan. You carry the dope, I break inside." And that was the operation in a nutshell. We were going to plant black tar heroin, ready for distribution, inside the shack the Nigerians were using, then alert the police. They'd be locked up indefinitely after the arrest, and no longer available to help the Islamic State. It seemed like a pretty simple plan to me, but man alive, trying to sell that to the Oversight Council was damn near impossible. I mean, it wasn't like we weren't walking outside the law anyway. You'd have thought I'd demanded to start selling heroin on the streets of D.C. to fund our own activities. Eventually, since there weren't a lot of options, and it solved the problem neatly, Kurt had convinced the council, and Blaine had flown over, illegally smuggling in heroin, so that we could illegally plant it, then illegally frame the Nigerians. Neat. At least I thought it was. Blaine, on the other hand, was decidedly piqued when I'd met him in the storage facility. He'd said, "You know how hard it was to get this, and how much trouble you've caused?" I said, "Don't blame me, blame the Islamic State." Chapter 14. Knuckles held out the bag, and Brett said, "Why me?" "Because you can run like a cheetah. I get caught, and I'm doing some serious explaining as it is with this pain on me. You get caught, and it's because you wanted to." He was right in that assessment. Brett was somewhat of a freak of nature on foot, running faster than anyone I'd ever met. I said, "Look at it this way. If you did this as a singleton, you'd be carrying it anyway." He took the bag, and our earpieces squelched. "Pike, Retro. Panda and the Nigerians have made link-up. Meeting ongoing, and he's already passed some sort of package across." All right, intel, I thought. I said, "Sounds good. Keep us abreast of what's happening. Drop team is on the way." I turned to the two break-in artists and said, "Get lost. You need to be in and out before the meeting breaks up. I need you for Phase 2. Brett slid the door open, saying, "See you on the backside." They disappeared into the darkness, and I began readying the kit necessary for the takedown. Tasers, drugs, and flex ties. I called Blaine, saying, "Meeting's ongoing. We've got a lock on to the target, as briefed. What's the status with Omega?" "What's the status with the product?" "Being executed now." He said, "Stand by." I sat in the van, listening to the cooling engine tick in the darkness, waiting, resisting the urge to contact Retro or Knuckles to see what was going on. I saw two men coming down the street, barely visible, and blending into the shadows. They stopped outside the van, whispering to each other. Great, just what I need, someone looking for some hubcaps, I thought. I leaned forward from the back, keeping to the shadows, and flashed the lights. They jumped like a firecracker had gone off behind them and scurried away, making me smile. I waited another 7 minutes, growing antsy. Finally, the command net came alive. "Pike, showboat. You got Omega with a caveat." "Roger, what's the caveat?" "Everything has to be perfect. You have the target and can get him without drama." "That's always the rule. Pike, don't push my buttons. This isn't my first rodeo with you. Straight from the Oversight Council, if it smells even a little bad, you let him go to get wrapped up with everyone else." "Okay, roger all. You set with the Nairobi cops?" "That was a little too quick. You understand the intent?" I heard the team radio squawk. I said, "Sir, I got it. Gotta go. Team's calling." I clicked off without waiting for him to reply and said, "Last calling station, this is Pike." Pike, Retro. Meeting's breaking up. Already? Yep. Leader's standing up. Shit, I thought. Does he have the package? Yeah. It was one of those padded envelopes. He opened it. I saw an old-school flip phone and a notebook. Keep eyes on. Break, Knuckles. This is Pike, status. We haven't gone in yet. Got some squatters drinking Chang'e. Chang'e was an ungodly home brew that was about 50% alcohol and 50% formaldehyde, battery acid, jet fuel, or some other liquid. I said, "How long have you been watching?" Knuckles said, "Since we got here. They're blitzed but conscious. Wait, one just fell over. Ignore them. Get in. They're too stoned to remember anything." It would make more sense to just sit them out. A few more minutes and they'll both be sleeping. I don't have that time. Panda's meeting's breaking up. Brett came on. If they intervene, what's the ROE? Prevent them from seeing Knuckles enter, period. Just get in, now. The leader's about to move, and I can't execute without you two. In a calm monotone, I heard, "Roger all." By all accounts, I should have aborted the second phase, letting the leader go. The situation had already exceeded Blaine's intent, but luckily, his idea of perfect and mine were two different things. I wanted the leader. Jennifer came on. "Pike, Coco. Leader's shaking hands. What's the call?" Coco was Jennifer's call sign, something she'd earned on a mission in Indonesia by annoying Knuckles with repeated stories about a talking gorilla. I said, "We have Omega. No change to the plan. You guys lock the back door." She said, "I monitored last transmission. You have an assault element?" "Not yet, but I will." I heard nothing for a moment, then a long, drawn-out, "Roger that." The problem with the two-phased operation was that I had to use the same team for both. I had planned it for a staggered execution, but now it had become simultaneous. Retro and Jennifer would do nothing but prevent the guy from escaping. Brett would drive the van, and Knuckles and I would do a rolling interdiction. But that was all dependent on having Brett and Knuckles. I couldn't very well drive the van and assault. Brett came on, breathing heavily. Inbound, fire up the van. We're dragging an anchor." I leapt into the driver's seat, saying, "Where are you?" All I heard was, "Coming out right where we entered," which was about a half-mile down the road. I started driving, saying, "What's up?" "Gang territory, Chang'e Brewery." "Knuckles?" He came on, sounding like he was breathing into a paper bag. "Can't talk." I saw movement ahead and recognized Brett in the headlights. I stomped the gas, reaching him just as Knuckles broke out of the close confines of the buildings. Brett jerked open the sliding door and both spilled inside. I looked to my right and saw a pack of shouting youths waving sticks and running up the alley. Brett slammed the door shut and shouted, "Go, go, go!" I did, hearing something slam into the back of the van. I went about a quarter mile, circling back toward Ungong Road, then stopped. I turned around and said, "What the hell did you two chuckleheads do?" Knuckles sat up, his dreadlock wig askew and his paint starting to run. He said, "I ought to kick your ass for making me wear this." I said, "Tell me you didn't compromise the operation." Brett said, "No, that was fine. Drugs are in place. In fact, everything went fine right up until we were walking back through the neighborhood. A couple of thugs stopped us, demanding to know what we were doing in their AO. Apparently, there's been some gang fighting between the various Chang'e brewers over turf. We just had the bad fortune to stumble into it." "And?" Brett grinned. "And everything was going perfectly, right up until they shoved Knuckles. It was too dark to tell he was a cracker white boy, but his dreadlocks slipped. They saw that just fine." Knuckles said, "Tell him the rest, you shit." "What?" Knuckles looked at me and said, "He took off running, leaving me behind." Brett held up his hand, saying, "Just following orders. You said no fighting, that would Spike." I laughed and said, all right, shake it off. Phase 2 is a go. We've got Omega, and the leader's on the move. Brett, take the wheel. Knuckles, get ready." Brett and I switched positions, and Knuckles growled. I ought to use the damn taser on him. I called Retro and Jennifer. "Coco, Retro, this is Pike. Assault element secure. Moving your way." Retro said, "Pike, we've got an issue. The target is being tailed by one of Panda's security. The black guy from inside the hotel that Jennifer swiped with ABS." Chapter 15. I heard the transmission and cursed. We were now moving out of what even I would call perfect conditions. Why? What happened? What did the target do to Spike's security? Nothing. I think Panda's actually providing him protection without him knowing. Is he moving on the projected route? Yeah, but we can't take him in view of the security. We had planned on assaulting the target just south of Adams Arcade. There was a road that ran east to west on the southern edge, acting as a border between the security of the mall and the flea market called Toy. Unlike Adams Arcade, Toy was a maze of vendors jam-packed together in makeshift huts, and was a local favorite for buying second-hand clothing. Most of the stalls would be closed at this hour, but not all. I looked at the map and said, "Okay, we're bumping the kill zone one road to the south. See Kinan Gap? See where it curves? He hits that, and he'll trail back to Kungeda and home, hopefully." I looked at Brett. "Start moving. Stage on Joseph Kangeda Road. Kinan Gap dead ends into it." Jennifer came on. "He just broke out of Adams Arcade. He's into the toy market and security's still following. What about him?" We had maybe 3 minutes. She repeated, "What about the security following him?" "Retro interdicts him. He's the only one that's clean. Retro, can you penetrate inside Toy?" "Yeah, I can get in. I'll stick out, but that's not the problem. I take out the security and everybody's going to see." I said, "Retro, don't take him out. Just stop him. Is he well dressed?" "Yeah, he's in a suit." "Okay, act like you're lost. Act like a tourist. Stop him as a nice-looking Kenyan and ask for directions. We only need seconds. Get a gap between him and the target." Jennifer said, "And me?" Brett stopped the van saying, "We're here." I said, "All elements were staged. Coco, penetrate into Toy with Retro. Split when he moves to the security man. Same profile. Prevent the target from running back the way he came." I didn't want to do that, because a single white female walking around out here was like dropping bloody chunks of meat into shark-infested water. I heard nothing for a moment, then Jennifer said, "Pike, target spotted security. He's getting skittish." Okay, stay with him. Nothing's changed." "He's speed-walking now. I say again, he's moving fast through the stalls. He's headed west, not south." My first thought was, abort. I looked at the map, seeing my plan of action was way off. I said, "He'll hit Suna Road, then go south. This is it. Retro interdicts security. Jennifer, stick with him. Brett, get up there. Get to the intersection of Suna and Kinan Gap." He goosed the engine, and we went flying past our projected kill zone. Knuckles said, "We're not going to make it in time. He'll be through the intersection before we get there." "Nothing I can do about possibilities. We'll deal with the situation when we get there." I keyed the radio. "Jennifer, Retro status." Jennifer said, "I lost him in the stalls. He's headed straight west." From Retro, I heard mumbled conversation. He couldn't talk, and had keyed the mic to let me know he was executing. Brett raced up Kinan Gap, luckily the only car on the road, the weak headlights from the van providing barely enough illumination for the speed we were going. Jennifer called, "I'm on Suna. I see him. He's running south now, and I mean running." Retro came on. "Security's broken contact. He got sick of me, and he's moving west." Blaine's orders flickered through my head. The drugs are set. I should really let him go, I thought. I saw the intersection of Suma and Kinan Gap just as Jennifer called, saying, "He's going east now. He's on your road, but I've got an issue. Some youths are following me, closing on me. No idea of their intentions." What else can happen? Where's my luck? I thought. "Retro, get to Coco now. Jennifer, we're 10 seconds out. Keep moving south. Call if you need help." She said nothing, but I could feel her wrath at my words. Knuckles said, "Pike, maybe we should—" Before he could finish his sentence, something flashed in front of our headlights like a bad horror movie strobe effect. There 1 second, gone the next. I strained my eyes outside the window, and finally saw my vaunted luck. It was a tall African, waving his arms to get us to stop. The leader. "You're kidding me. About time," I thought. "Brett, see if we can help that man out." He grinned and pulled over. Our target ran to the passenger window, shouting something in broken English. Knuckles slid open the side door and stepped out. The Nigerian glanced toward him, saw his wig and running black face paint. He drew back confused and alarmed. I followed Knuckles, and the man backed away, preparing to sprint. Knuckles hit him with the taser, dropping him like a sack of dirt. We heaved him into the back of the van, Knuckles keeping the juice going while I stabilized him. Knuckles slammed the door shut, and Brett called the dismounted team. "Retro, Coco status." Retro said, I got her. I'm with her. But the thugs are still following. They're blocking our ability to get back into Toy. You want me to escalate? Meaning, can I draw my weapon? I said, negative. Let's see if we can't get you out clean. Brett hit the gas while I flex-tied the leader, his head rolling left and right. I pulled out the manila envelope from under his shirt, a flip phone and notebook spilling to the floor of the van. Jackpot. Knuckles readied a syringe, and the target began flopping up and down like a fish trying to get back into the water. I used my weight to hold him down, and Knuckles hit him with the sedative. He thrashed a bit more, then his eyes rolled back into his head. Brett slammed through the intersection, ripping right hard enough to fling us into the side. He said, I got them! I got him! I leaned forward and saw Retro walking quickly with Jennifer, holding her hand like they were a couple. Behind them was a pack of men, following like wolves pacing a wounded deer. Lost tourists they planned on fleecing as soon as the hapless couple cleared the area of Toy and entered the outskirts of the slum. Retro said, Is that you to my front? Yeah, we're going to roll right up. Get to us and get in. If they start running with you, we'll handle it. Brett pulled abreast, the headlights on the group 30 meters away. Jennifer broke into a sprint, with Retro right behind her. The thugs were surprised for a split second, then began to give chase, two starting to catch up. Jennifer dove inside, followed by Retro. The doors slammed shut, and we were gone, hearing nothing but a couple of fists banging the quarter panel. Brett swerved into the main road in front of the mall, and I got smacked in the shoulder by Jennifer. Call if I'm in trouble? Call if I'm in trouble, really? That's why I called. I said, Hey, I knew Retro had your back. Knuckles said, Don't blame me, I tried to get him to help. I said, What? In the hotel, you said I was on the verge of compromising the mission because I thought Jennifer might be in trouble. Now I'm at fault for letting her work it out? She muttered something, and I turned to Brett, telling him to get rolling toward the support crew in the storage garage. I started to call Blaine, then paused, saying, Everyone listen. No matter what Blaine asks, this went perfectly, okay? Knuckles said, Why? Jennifer squinted and said, What are you hiding? All innocent, I said, Nothing. Just tell Blaine it went like clockwork, trust me. That would be for the best.
Chapter 16. Sitting at the long makeshift table, Jacob caught the Chechen and another man studying him. He ignored them, waiting on Ringo's team to arrive for dinner. In truth, he was growing tired of the constant blanket of Islamic State minions watching his every move, and tired of the so-called instruction they had received. Expecting to learn the art of the suicide bomber, they had done nothing of the sort. The mornings were spent working with the tools of the Shaheed, but it was nothing like Jacob had been expecting, like from the movies, with detonators and ticking red numbers. They mostly worked with chemicals, learning how to break a cylinder of glass inside a plastic container, then how to break the next one. Beyond that, they learned to hide and remove small wooden dowels inside the shell of a smartphone, then hook them to plastic tubing before inserting them into sleeves of clay. They were tested endlessly, and told their very lives depended on the training. But the chemicals they used were nothing more than colored water, and the wooden dowels made little sense. It grew boring. The afternoons were spent studying the Catholic faith, including all of the strange trappings of that religion, scripts, ceremonies, and arcane trivia that meant little beyond reminding him of the hated reform school he'd fled. Having had to absorb the multitude of Islamic strictures inherent in the Islamic State had been bad enough, but something he could tolerate because it was all forgotten on the battlefield. But he was disgusted at being forced to learn about Christianity and Catholicism. He'd had enough of that beaten into him at the school, and what he felt was an incredible show of hypocrisy. They preached tolerance and love on Sundays, forcing the boys to listen to one itinerant preacher after another, then tortured him and his friends the other 6 days of the week. In his mind, Christianity was nothing but a cloak for abuse, and if the world were just, he'd take every one of those hypocritical preachers with him in a blaze of glory. There was no such duplicitousness within the Islamic State. They proclaimed up front what would occur for any infractions, and adhered to that creed with brutal efficiency. While he didn't really care for all the Islamic diatribes, he found symmetry in his existence here. A life worth living, even if it meant death. Next to him, Carlos rubbed his chin, now shorn of its patchy juvenile beard, and said, "Rumor has it we're leaving soon, that we've done all we can here." Devon said, "We haven't done anything. Where's all the training like Muhammad Atta got? All we've done is break some glass and learn about an infidel religion." Jacob inwardly smiled at the statement, amazed at how deeply his two companions had embraced the propaganda. Wanting so badly to belong, to feel a sense of inclusion and purpose, they had absorbed the myth of the Islamic State like gauze on a gunshot wound, the blood soaking through and permanently staining whatever remained. Jacob saw Ringo's team enter and wave to Hussein. Watching him walk over, he recognized that the same hadn't happened to his other friend. If anything, Hussein's wound was too great, the blood of the Islamic State overwhelming his defenses. Instead of absorbing, Hussein was fighting it, and he was losing. He looked haggard, scared. "He's not going to make it," thought Jacob. Hussein fist-bumped Carlos and Devon and sat down. Devon said, "What do you hear? Yusuf says we're leaving soon." Jacob scowled and said, "What were you told about our names? You forget the Muslim one. Use our given names." Chagrined, Devon snuck a glance at the Chechen, hoping he hadn't heard. He whispered, "Carlos. Carlos says we're leaving." Hussein said, "I don't know about you guys, but I am. I'm leaving tomorrow." Jacob said, "So are we. Maybe not tomorrow, but soon." Carlos said, "How do you know?" "They had us shave. There's a reason for that. They want us to look American, and they want it now." Devon said, "I hope so. But we don't even know what we're doing. We haven't learned anything." Jacob said, "Maybe it's like the Karate Kid. Wax on, wax off. Maybe you've learned something without even knowing. Or maybe there's more training that can't be done here. Even Muhammad Atta had to learn to fly, and he couldn't do that in a cave." Carlos smiled, and like a kid discussing college applications, said, "I sure hope so. Hussein, what are you doing? Did they tell you?" Hussein nodded, his head bobbing over and over, as if he were trying to convince himself that what was occurring was real. Jacob thought he might start crying. He said, "Yes, we're going to Jordan. It's why they told me to keep my mustache. They want me to look like a local. Ringo's in charge, and he's taking the team to Ma'an in the south. I'm going to Amman to meet my father." "What's the target?" "I don't know, but my father works at a hotel, a fancy one." Chapter 17. Watching the Lost Boys eat, Adnan Al-Taib said, "My friend, I give you permission to train and lead our external operations, not break them up as you see fit. You had 2 tasks to accomplish, and I didn't give you the authority to use one of the untainted Americans for the false flag attack." Omar said, "You told me my mission, then said it was up to me to ensure success. I didn't realize there were restrictions. The boy Hussein is weak, and his name is Muslim. I considered him a threat for the primary mission. His heritage alone will raise eyes, even with an American passport. Don't listen when governments say they don't profile. They do. On the other hand, he's Jordanian, and his father still lives in Amman. He's perfect for the false flag. Don't make it a habit of such decisions without consulting me." Omar said, "I won't. I'm sorry if I seem to usurp your authority. But because of Hussein, I no longer think of the second attack as a deception. It may prove more instrumental than the primary operation." Adnan turned to him and saw he wasn't fabricating a story to cover his disobedience. "You truly believe this?" "Yes, especially since we control all of the assets. The city of Ma'an is ripe with recruits. Ever since the Jordanian pilot's death, they have been hounded by the authorities for their religious convictions. All they require is a catalyst, and we can give them that. It will provide a second front for the Crusaders to fight. One in the backyard of Jordan, their favorite Takfir ally. I'm more confident of it than the primary attack. Adnan said, "Come, let's not talk here among the men." They left the ramshackle two-story building, the clatter of dishes and eating utensils fading behind them, the desert air rapidly cooling from the day's heat. They walked in silence, Omar patiently waiting on his emir to start the conversation. They crossed the compound, little dust devils swirling in the gathering gloom, formed by the wind of the temperature inversion. Reaching the front stoop of a one-story brick building 100 meters away, Omar finally decided to break the silence. "I hope our accommodations are to your liking." Adnan opened the door, saying, "They're fine. Come in." Omar followed, waiting on the man to speak yet again. When Adnan remained mute, he broke the silence one more time but stayed away from the mission, not wanting to antagonize his emir. "How did your recruit of the oil field technicians go? Is all well with that endeavor?" Adnan adjusted several pillows and took a seat on the floor. He said, "Sit." Omar did. Adnan said, "The recruiting went fine. They're flying into Turkey as we speak. When they get here, they'll contact me and I'll put them to work." "How?" Adnan pulled out two Thuraya satellite cell phones. "On this. Both are clean, and the other one is for you." Omar said, "You know how I feel about phones, especially satellite ones. It's how Dzhokhar Dudayev was killed in Chechnya. It's how the Crusaders kill everyone, since they're too afraid to fight man to man." "I know, but sometimes we take risks. In this case, minimal. These phones have never been used. Once I get my recruits, I'll throw this one away. Once you get the material for the explosives, you can throw that one away." Omar studied the phone, then said, "Okay, this once. Who will be calling?" "A man named Rashid Al-Jazairi. He's giving us the explosives." "Al-Jazairi? As in the Algerian?" "Yes, the French intelligence officer. From Jabhat al-Nusra." Adnan took a date from a bowl, popped it into his mouth, and said, "Yes." Omar said, "Adnan, I don't think you know the history between us. He won't help the Islamic State. He and I have had some issues." Adnan laughed and said, "Issues? From what I hear, he would like nothing more than to skin you alive. But he's dealing with me. He doesn't know about you, and I intend to keep it that way." "Why would he help? We broke from Al-Qaeda, and when we did, we slaughtered al-Nusra in Aleppo. I know. I did the killing. I came close to beheading Rashid myself, but he got away, running through our checkpoints dressed as a woman in a niqab. They're nothing but pompous asses putting out tapes, but they've sworn vengeance. Tell me we haven't put the success of the attack in their hands." "They are pompous, spouting proclamations from hiding. But they also have much greater expertise in making improvised explosives. Expertise they intended to use to attack the Crusaders, but were prevented. They now want to give that expertise to us, courtesy of the United States." "What do you mean?" "Remember the initiation of the Crusader airstrikes after we threatened Erbil? When they bombed individual tanks and empty buildings all night in a great show of force?" "Yes." "Remember the Western press hysteria about the Khorasan group? How they were an Al-Qaeda offshoot and were on the verge of a spectacular attack, so they bombed them as well?" "Yes. What's the point?" Those stories were true. The Khorasan group has been perfecting non-metallic methods of explosives to be used in bringing down a multitude of aircraft in an attack that would span the globe. Methods which can defeat almost all detection capabilities. But the airstrikes wiped out most of the participants, but not the expertise. The explosives research was completed, and the attack was being planned. As always, the devil was in the delivery, not the device. The Crusaders drove al-Nusra to us. I reached out, and they agreed to pass the explosives. We will use them for our attack, courtesy of the Algerian. So the man who's been teaching them all of those strange things knows the weapon system? It's like nothing I've ever seen. Is he Jabhat al-Nusra as well? Yes. Omar stood, tossing the phone on a pillow and saying, "If you think the Algerian will help me, help us, you're wrong. He's using this as a means to attack, as a way to get inside." Omar, I was Jabhat al-Nusra before I joined the Islamic State. Even that arrogant British fighter you've chosen for the Jordanian mission was al-Nusra before. I still have contacts there, and so does he. He smiled. Contacts that don't want to kill me. If I am the intermediary, they'll do as they say. They want to harm the Crusaders much, much more than they do us. Maybe you. I doubt the fire has left their belly for me. Adnan picked up the phone and handed it back. It's already done. They're delivering the explosives to Albania. A man in that country who has no knowledge of you is the contact. He thinks he's dealing with me. You answer that phone and don't tell him otherwise. Omar took the phone, shaking his head. You just said Rashid would call. Rashid delivered the explosives to the contact. The contact is calling you. Omar sat in silence for a moment, then said, I'm sending my men to Jordan tomorrow. They will succeed. The lost boys are going to Istanbul. I have the tour schedule for the Americans and can interdict them. I can control all of that, but without your explosives, I can do nothing. I control nothing for that mission. And yet you tell me to succeed. You will succeed. We will succeed. Who stands in our way? The Syrians? The Americans? The Iranians? They all fight each other, handing us the caliphate. The Iranians are no problem. Their fighting in Iraq helps us forge the true Islamic world. The undecided despise them and fear the Shia militias enough to succumb to us. The Americans are a different story. They know nothing of Islam and blunder around like a drunken dog. But they should not be underestimated. Adnan waved his hand. What have they done but help us? They struck some tanks and killed the Khorasan group, giving us the means to attack. Omar opened the door, saying, Maybe, but remember, I didn't succeed in Mosul because I underestimated the enemy. Adnan laughed and said, Don't build yourself up into something you're not. The Islamic State won in Mosul. Our message won, not you. Omar felt his face grow red. He came close to a rebuttal, but nodded and slammed the door, walking swiftly away. It wasn't until he was across the compound, about to re-enter the training wing and inform the lost boys of their trip, before a buzz penetrated through his anger. The same faint noise he had heard multiple times. Drone. He stopped and scanned the sky, hoping to see the aircraft break the light of the stars. He saw nothing. He strained his ears to locate the noise, still staring hard. He caught a flash, then a sputtering of light streaking toward the emir's residence. Hellfire missile. He dove to the ground, and the missile sliced through a window looking deceptively small, like a bottle rocket spouting sparks. The earth split open, lighting up the night sky. The building torn from the inside out, masonry falling like devil's rain. Men began spilling from the teaching residence, shouting and pointing. He stood up, screaming at them for silence, trying to determine if the floating death still circled. He could not. He felt a lump in his pocket and realized he still held the phone. He ripped it out of his pocket and hurled it across the compound, then began running. Chapter 18. Sitting behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office, President Warren said, "So we hit something big, more than just a facilitator for the oil fields?" Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, said, "It appears so. The number the Taskforce found led us to an abandoned industrial facility. Flying just inside the Iraqi border, Rivet Joint picked up the phone signature, a lucky break for us, and a Reaper UAV delivered the surgical strike. We hit exactly what we aimed for. Then the chatter lit up across the board. Because the lead came from the task force, the meeting was restricted to what was colloquially called the Principals Committee of the Oversight Council. 5 of the 13 members had an overwhelming presence because of their past experiences and power, and President Warren had taken to bringing them together for discussions before engaging the entire council. Sitting in the office were the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, the Director of the CIA, and the President himself. Off to the left, in earshot, but not part of the official debate, sat Kurt Hale. President Warren said, "What else was there?" "A lot of personnel on the ground, but we couldn't determine their status. This area hasn't been on our intelligence picture before." President Warren said, "Why didn't we just line it up into the queue for a package of airstrikes? Smoke that place to the ground." Kerry looked at the Secretary of Defense, then back to the President. "Sir, it might be a training camp, but it might also be a place where refugees have fled. We just don't know. The only thing we had was the SIGINT of the Thuraya phone." The SecDef spoke up. "Sir, I agree with the surgical strike. You don't want a bunch of women and kids on the news tomorrow. We just don't have eyes on the ground to determine what's real." Jonathan Billings, the Secretary of State, said, "Because of that bastard Hussein. Could Bobcat have told us?" Kerry bristled and said, "You want to get into the blame game? I'll start with states ignoring Iraq 5 years ago." President Warren cut him off. "Enough. There's no reason to rehash what-ifs, only what-nows. So what now?" "We've got Rivet Joint trying to suck every bit of communications from the site and have it blanketed with UAVs, but they're not getting a whole lot. There's no GSM cell coverage in that area, only satellite, and we're not getting any radio traffic. The UAVs are seeing movement, but no black flags or technical vehicles, just people. But wouldn't they do that if we hit them? Hide, I mean? Haven't they done that everywhere else?" "Yes, they have. But that's not enough to blow it all up. An absence of evidence of ISIL isn't evidence of ISIL. We did strike a convoy north of the compound that made the mistake of trying to shoot down our drone. We had positive ID of a hostile force in that case. In the compound, all we had was a cellular signal and a bunch of movement. So I ask again, what now?" Kerry said, "Well, the SIGINT from across the entire area of operations outside of the target has pretty much confirmed that we killed the emir of northern Syria, Adnan al-Tayyib. We thought he was just facilitating the oil field workers, but it turns out he was much, much bigger. The Islamic State leadership is segmented into 4 operational areas, and we just killed 1. It's a pretty good day for the red, white, and blue." President Warren's face turned sour at the bravado. He said, "How do we capitalize on that? Can the task force do anything?" Kerry turned to Kurt Hale, and he said, "I've got Pike's team finishing up cover duties in Nigeria, doing the basic covering of their tracks. The Omega package and support team redeployed without any issues and are on standby. I've also got Johnny's team prepping for deployment to Turkey just in case. He's not ready to go yet, but I can flex Pike in a day or 2. The problem is we don't have anything to go on. There's no thread, and we still can't penetrate into Syria. The Islamic State itself is a granite wall. They need to come to a different playing field." President Warren tapped the desk with a finger, then said, "Isn't that what these lost boys are planning, leaving Syria and coming to the West? Jesus, we're just sitting here waiting to get punched." Kerry saw his frustration and said, "Sometimes you just wait it out. Let them make a mistake and give us the break. Forcing the issue leads to missed opportunities." President Warren took that in, then, in a slow, measured tone, said, "I don't want the break to be a bunch of dead bodies from some assholes holding American passports. Tracking them down after the fact plays well in the press, but preventing the attack is what matters." The room became quiet. After the silence grew uncomfortable, Kerry said, "Sir, I understand. I don't think I was clear. Usually we'll get something from the chatter. Someone will break operational security and ask for guidance or permission for something now that the chain of command is in disarray. The Lost Boys are a threat, but they won't solve the problem of the Islamic State. We killed a very big fish, and now we're looking for a specific name." "Who?" "A Chechen. Omar al-Khatami. Adnan obviously lived in the shadows, since we didn't know his importance. He had the ear of the senior leadership, but Omar is the reason they've succeeded as much as they have. He's an absolute killer, and a strategic genius who learned his talent fighting the Russians. Killing Adnan might cause spiritual and leadership issues, but he had no skill in the fight. Omar is the sword he wielded, and we've been trying to find him for a long time. So this targeting might lead us to him? Yes, with any luck. And that would be a good thing? Yes, he's the military commander who took all the terrain in Iraq. The man who swept through Mosul on his way to Erbil before we initiated airstrikes. Adnan may have been the emir, but Omar is the real target. We get him, and we knock them back on their heels. So you think he's more important than reporting these American Lost Boys? Oh yeah, much more. The Lost Boys are just stray voltage at this point. We don't even know if they're real." Kerry closed his briefing book. "The only way I'd lose sleep over them is if I heard Omar al-Khatami was in charge of their targets." Chapter 19. Feeling completely out of place, Ali Jafar Hussein waited for his father in the lobby of the five-star Grand Hyatt Hotel. He felt the stares of the hotel staff and knew they weren't misguided. He didn't belong here. He only hoped his father wouldn't throw him out. If that happened, if he had to report failure, he was sure he'd be beheaded by Omar, even here in Jordan. The trip out of Syria had been surreal, starting with the bombing of the VIP residence at the camp. The regular fighters had fled their tents in a convoy of Toyota pickup trucks, driving off into the darkness and leaving the men in the two-story building behind. Omar wouldn't allow his team to do the same. He'd forced everyone out of the building, marching them on foot into the desert, where they'd curled up into balls to ward off the nighttime chill. They saw airstrikes in the distance to the north, and Omar had said, "Idiots. They made themselves a target." When dawn broke and no further missiles had come down, he'd allowed them to return to the camp. Barking in sharp, clipped sentences, he'd instructed them to pack their belongings and load up the remaining Toyota Hiluxes. Hussein brought his meager possessions downstairs but didn't know which vehicle to board, Ringo's team or the Lost Boys. He was slated for Jordan with Ringo, but Ringo was driving to Al-Qaim, a town on the Iraqi border, and then south through the desert to slip across Jordan's border to Ma'an. Hussein was supposed to use his American passport to fly from Istanbul. He looked for Omar and saw him across the compound, digging in the dirt for something. Omar bent over, picked up an object, then came walking back. Hussein saw a phone in his hand. Omar said, "What are you waiting for?" "Which truck should I use, the one going to Jordan or yours?" "Mine." He turned and shouted into the building, "Come on! Time to go." The men gathered around, and he said, "We're leaving sooner than I wished, but the Americans have clearly found this place. They won't shoot individual trucks without positive proof of the Islamic State, so don't give them any." Ringo said, "How do they locate us? How do they know where the Emir was staying?" Omar held out his hand, showing the Thuraya phone Adnan had given him. "Through one of these." Ringo shuffled his feet, wanting to say something else, and Omar said, "Load up. The Jordan team in the last 2 trucks, the Lost Boys in the lead truck." Everyone began moving except Jacob. Omar said, "Load the truck." Jacob said, "Why did you retrieve the phone if the Americans are tracking it? We'll get killed on the move. You say don't give them a reason to attack, and yet you're holding the reason." Hussein saw Omar start to boil over, but Jacob stood his ground, unperturbed at any potential outcome, his eyes devoid of life, pale blue like the meat stamp on the haunch of rump steak. Amazingly, Hussein watched Omar back down. He said, "The attack last night was from a drone. It was surgical, directed to that one building. They could have used a flight of aircraft and obliterated this place. They did not. If they were going after this phone, it would have been struck last night, and I'm glad it wasn't. It is our contact for the explosives for your mission. A necessary risk." Hussein waited, feeling the greasy sweat of fear begin to sprout, praying that Jacob wouldn't push it any further. He was sure Omar's patience was at an end. After a moment, Jacob climbed into the back, settling next to him. Omar nodded, then moved to Ringo's vehicle. "We didn't get the chance to adequately prepare, but you know your mission. Find the contact in Ma'an. He is ready for his phase. When you do, call me on this." He held out the phone and read off a number, Ringo copying it down. He said, "You only call me. Understand?" "Yes, who else would I call?" Omar slitted his eyes and said, "The Al-Nusra front. Do you still have contacts there?" Ringo nodded and contradicted the action with his words. "I did, but I don't talk to them anymore. Only on Twitter and that sort of thing. We share stories." Omar snatched Ringo's chin with his right hand and said, "Do you feel allegiance to them?" "No, sir, no. I'm the Islamic State now." Omar let him go and said, "No more. I hear you're talking to them, and I'll cut your heart out." Ringo bobbed his head up and down, over and over like a child. Omar continued, "Hussein will be arriving in Jordan in 2 days. He'll provide access. You do the killing. I want at least 100. If you can make it to the convention center, you should get 3 times that. Videotape everything. If you can behead some, all the better. Once the news hits, the contact will turn the city of Ma'an into a river of blood for the Hashemite kingdom. He'll start the second front, but it rests on you." Hussein saw Ringo's eyes slide to him, and he looked away. Ringo said, "I don't like our mission relying on a lost boy. He's a weakling." Ringo said it loud enough for Hussein to hear, and he felt shame. Before Omar could respond, Jacob stood up, his hollow eyes on Ringo. He jumped over the side of the truck and walked to the man at a measured pace. Ringo was a few inches taller than Jacob, but the size difference mattered little. Jacob leaned into his face. No anger, no fear. Nothing but potential violence, like an axe hanging in a shed. Jacob said, "Ringo, you complain that I haven't learned the ways of Islam, but I have. I and my brother against my cousin. I and my cousin against the world." Omar stepped in between them, his face inches from Jacob's. "Do not test me, lost boy. Get in the truck." His face expressionless, Jacob backed up, then returned to the Hilux, saying, "Ringo, my tribe, my war. Remember that." Hussein could feel the tension in the air like static before a storm. The only one who was immune was Jacob. He'd sat down in the bed across from Hussein and had smiled. A wicked, twisted thing. Hussein had grinned weakly in return, and they'd set out, a single truck making the long trek to the Turkish border. Losing sight of the dust cloud made by Ringo's caravan headed east. After hours of bouncing in the back, they passed through Raqqa without stopping. Jacob said, "Looks like there's no going back now." Carlos and Devon grinned and fist-bumped. Hussein said nothing, studying Jacob, seeing the change that had occurred in his friend, like a virus that had invaded his soul and taken whatever humanity he had left. Chapter 20. Jacob had always been crazy, even on the inside of the boys' school, but he'd had a limit. You could push him only so far before he'd react, but even then, he'd just cause enough damage to solve the problem. Now those limits were gone, destroyed in the cauldron of the Islamic State. What remained was anybody's guess. Hussein knew Jacob would never be a Muslim. He was nothing like Carlos and Devon, two men who lacked both the intelligence and the self-esteem to even understand the cause they were being used to serve. Embracing the charnel house as a womb, they projected onto others the pain they'd felt their entire lives. For the first time, harnessing a power they'd never had by holding a blade in their fist. A blade that was not only sanctioned, but encouraged. Jacob was different, and had grown more distinct in the time they'd been inside Syria. He was like a pit bull that had been trained in a gladiator arena, punished again and again, then released into the wild, free to run among the other dogs, but holding a killer instinct that none of the others possessed. Hussein remembered cutting the head off of the other Kurd, remembered the revulsion and the absolute fear, remembered the man's life force leaving his body as his limbs vibrated in their binds, the tapping of his legs as he cut. The image seared into his consciousness like a physical branding, never allowing him to sleep again. But what he remembered most of all was Jacob yelling at him, Jacob ordering him to do it for the White House, Jacob's eyes boring into him, a visage completely devoid of emotion or empathy, a man who had crossed over. It scared him beyond belief, and he no longer knew if his greatest sin was killing the Kurd or turning Jacob loose. The truck bounced along, traveling ever north, and Jacob scooted over to him, leaning in close. He said, "You can leave once you get to Jordan. You know that, right?" Hussein said, "I won't do that. I know my duty." "Bullshit. You aren't cut out for this. Get to Jordan and get out. Anyone says anything about hunting you, and I'll deal with them." Hussein studied his friend, seeing the same compassion from after the White House, when he'd been thrown back into the barracks, after the atrocities, seeing the man that had helped him survive those days. Conflicted, he said, "Ringo told me what will happen if I flee. They'll kill my father." "What does that matter? That asshole left you when you were 4. You don't even know him. He's getting what he deserves. He wouldn't even be in this mess if he'd hung around." Hussein looked into Jacob's dead eyes and wished he had the same pitiless mindset. He did not. I know in my heart, but I don't know if I can do it." Jacob laughed and said, "You're always soft, even inside." Hussein had a wild fantasy flit through his head, a solution to all of their problems. He said, "My mission is easy. All I have to do is get a door open away from the security of the hotel." "So killing 100 people is worth the life of your father? A guy you've never known?" Hussein drew in, tucking his head like a turtle, wanting to get away from what his simple opening of a door would accomplish. He said, "What about you? You're going to be a shaheed, kill yourself. You want to go out like that?" Jacob got that distant look on his face and said, "I'll follow this a little bit further." He glanced at Hussein and said, "They made us study the Catholic faith. Remember when we used to talk about jamming broomsticks up the asses of those preachers, the same way the guards did to us? It looks like I might get that chance. Hussein said, "Our school wasn't Catholic?" "Fucking close enough." Hussein thought about telling Jacob his terrible secret, fantasized about recruiting Jacob, then turning himself in at the Jordanian border, explaining how he had to ditch all of the communication methods he'd been given for survival, instead of the truth that he'd simply crumbled under outright fear. They'd be pleased he'd survived and would want to know what was being planned, and he could tell them, about Jordan anyway. He had no idea what the rest of the Lost Boys were up to, but he could tell them he had a much stronger man on the inside. Jacob. The thoughts flitted through his head, and he realized he could not. He was trapped between the loyalty Jacob required and the insanity of the Islamic State. If he broached the hows and whys of his trip to Syria, laying bare his recruitment as a snitch, he would feel the wrath of Jacob, and he'd seen how his friend treated traitors. He said, "Maybe we should both flee. Maybe you could meet me in Jordan." Jacob said, "Maybe so." But Hussein knew it wouldn't happen, saw the divide growing ever larger between them. Hussein was still clinging to his self-preservation, still trying to find a way out of the maze of death he'd created. Jacob was embracing it. Chapter 21. For the first time in his career as commander of the Taskforce, Kurt Hale sat to the side as Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, took a pounding. While he would have enjoyed the respite, he couldn't help but feel sorry for the man, along with a hefty dose of skepticism as to why he was even in the room. Ali Jafar Hussein, a.k.a. Leopard, was turning into a disaster. But it wasn't a task force problem. This was a mess for the Congressional Intelligence Oversight Committees, not for the principals of the Oversight Council. President Warren shook his head in disgust. How in the hell did he get from Syria to Jordan? Kerry said, "He flew, some podunk airline from Ouzeli Airport in southern Turkey." The Secretary of Defense said, "How did that happen? I thought you were going to spread his name all over the place." Kerry said, I did. The point was to keep him from coming home. The no-fly list is for people traveling to or from the United States. I can't help it if a two-bit commuter airline still using paper tickets let him go." Billings, the Secretary of State, asked, "How did he get through immigration, if he told our allies his name?" Kerry rubbed his eyes and said, "Once again, that was to prevent him from attempting to come home, to conduct an attack here. Getting out of Turkey from that airport required only a stamp because he has an American passport. I doubt his name was even run. Getting into Jordan required a visa, which he bought at the airport. He was let into the country, but our liaison alerted me just as I asked. If he'd have tried to board an aircraft to the United States, he would have been stopped." President Warren said, "Why didn't they detain him in Jordan?" "Because I was afraid of the repercussions. They alerted me, and I thanked them. I couldn't tell them he was a rogue agent, and I certainly didn't want them interrogating him. After what happened in Afghanistan with the Jordanian triple agent, if Hussein had said one word about being a U.S. asset, then about beheading someone in Syria, it would be on the world stage. The Jordanians would leak it sure as shit, and we don't need those complications." President Warren said, "So what now?" Cynically, Kurt wondered if the conversation had been scripted between the president and Kerry, then realized why he was in the room, even if everyone else didn't. Kerry said, "Now we go get him." Billings said, "Inside Jordan?" "Yes, he never reported, but he has information. He can give that up willingly or unwillingly, but he's going to give it up." The SecDef said, "If you're going to roll him up in Jordan, why not just do it at the border?" Billings said, "He's already through the border, so getting him in Jordan is ridiculous anyway." "No, it's not," said Kerry. "We have an anchor. We know where his father works in Amman. That's the only reason he could be in Jordan. The SecDef said, then why not just have the Jordanians go get him? The same reasons I said before. I want a clandestine hit, a Taskforce hit. I don't want anyone even knowing he exists. I can't do that with CIA assets. We're too close to Jordanian liaison for an operation like this. Too many equities in play. I stand by my earlier words, but the fact is that we need to maintain our relationship with the Jordanians. They are a staunch ally, and we need their help in the fight. I want to separate this, keep it clean. Kurt heard the words, remaining silent, but already calculating the operational parameters. President Warren said, Kurt? He leaned forward and said, I can do that. It's pretty much a textbook operation, and Amman is an easy place to work. We've been there many times. As long as you guys are comfortable with me targeting a U.S. citizen, I'm okay with it. It's a gray line, though. I don't want to hear any yelling after it's done. President Warren looked around the room, then said, He cut off a man's head with a butcher knife. I don't think that'll be an issue. Kerry said, You mentioned a team in Istanbul. I was thinking you could redeploy them tonight or tomorrow, get them on the ground and start working. I'll give you all the intelligence you need. Kurt nodded, thinking, then said, Yeah, that would be quickest, but I'd like to keep them in Turkey. Their cover is working a natural gas pipeline contract, and that doesn't translate easily to Jordan. I break them free, and I can't get them back into Turkey. We might need to pull that trigger later. So you're saying you can't do it? No, I'm saying that Jordan has other unique cover opportunities. It's full of old stuff, all over the country. I already have an established UNESCO World Heritage Site cover there, and I want to use it. Like he was spitting out spoiled milk, Billings said, You mean Pike? Kurt smiled and said, Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why him? I thought he was tied up in Nairobi. Surely there's someone else. There are a lot of archaeological sites in Jordan. It's perfect for his team's cover. Get him and Jennifer in there, and they'll have free rein. Free rein to cause an international incident? Kurt bristled, and President Warren interrupted. Enough. We make the Omega call. Kurt decides the operational parameters. So is it Omega here? Kerry said, Yes, for me. I think it would be best. The quicker we get Hussein under controlled interrogation, the longer we'll have to determine the inside threats from the Islamic State. The President went around the room, and the Oversight Council raised their hands one by one, with Billings being the only dissenting vote. President Warren said, Looks like you've got your Omega. Get Pike moving. Chapter 22. After waiting much longer than he thought he would, Ali Hussein began to believe his father had decided to ignore him, which brought a sliver of fear. Ringo and his team were supposed to arrive from Ma'an tomorrow, and if he couldn't deliver, he was sure he'd be discarded, his throat cut, left to bleed out in an unnamed village in the desert. He glanced around the cavernous lobby of the Grand Hyatt, seeing a woman at the reception desk stealing furtive glances his way. Soon enough, one of the security guards manning the metal detectors at the door would ask him his business, then ask him to leave. He stood up, thinking he'd go to the restroom just to quell the heat of the glares, when he saw a man coming across the lobby. He stared, trying to remember, peeling back layers of vague recollections from a lifetime ago, trying to reconcile the person walking with a wrinkled, yellowed photo of his father taken 15 years earlier. The only one he'd ever seen. He thought it might be him. When the man looked him dead in the eyes, he knew it was. He waited, shifting from foot to foot, and running through in his head what he had come to call the speech. As he got closer, Hussein saw he was well-groomed and immaculately dressed, with a pair of crossed gold keys on his lapel. He's the concierge. He never mentioned that in our emails. Before they'd fled into the desert from the training camp in Syria, Omar had located his father and had had Hussein initiate contact. They had emailed back and forth twice, but beyond Omar knowing that he worked at the Grand Hyatt, because that was the email address Omar had found, he'd never mentioned being a concierge, which was both good and bad. Good in that it meant that his father had worked his way up from the bottom and was valued by the hotel management, but bad precisely because he would hold his reputation before anything else. The stranger stopped in front of him, and Hussein was at a loss for what to do. He tried a smile, which came out as a grimace, and his father said, "Ali." The stranger stared at Hussein for a moment, overcome by emotion. He said the name over and over again, as if to convince himself it was real. "Ali, Ali, Ali. I never thought I would see you again." Then his father embraced him. Hussein was shocked. He plumbed the depths of his memory, trying to remember anyone showing him true affection. He could not. Even the love he had experienced with women had all been paid, either in dollars or drugs. He was unsure what to do, his arms in the air looking for a place to go. His father drew back, holding both of Hussein's shoulders at arm's length. Hussein actually saw a tear in his eye. Unable to come up with anything else, Hussein said, "Hello, Father," which caused another round of embracing. The entire episode was confusing to Hussein. He had expected to cajole or beg, knowing that his father wanted nothing to do with him. After all, if he did, why did he leave so long ago? He had so many questions. His father said, "Come, come," leading him to a table in the foyer, away from the front door. "Sit, sit." Hussein did so. His father said, "How did you come here? How is your mother?" "She's in jail. Drugs. I haven't seen her almost as long as you." The smile faded from his father's face. "I'm sorry to hear that. I truly am." Hussein had a planned speech, a quick way to get what he wanted, the same act he'd used to get through most of his life, a plausible lie wrapped in a pit of treachery. What came out surprised him. "Why did you leave us? Why did you leave me?" His father glanced out the window, staring but not seeing the street beyond, reflecting. He said, "I always intended to come back. I never wanted to leave. I was on a visa when I met your mother. She became pregnant, and I began to apply for citizenship. Then she became hooked on drugs." His eyes teared up again, and Hussein felt his conviction falter. His mission began to dissolve. His father continued, "I was a taxi driver. I made no money, and she began to burn through it all. I tried to get her out, but failed. Then the terrorist attack in New York happened. The World Trade Center fell, and everything changed. She was arrested one more time, and my visa was revoked. They said I was involved in her crimes, then accused me of planning attacks against America. They threatened me with jail, and I saw the news about the detention centers in Cuba. They couldn't prove anything, but I was so scared. They just deported me as a non-desirable. There was nothing I could do. I didn't fight it." He began to cry, and Hussein rubbed his arm, reeling with the truth that obliterated all of his pent-up loathing. "It's all right, Father. It's okay." His father looked up and said, "I'm ashamed that it is you who had to find me, but I'm proud at the same time. You are what I would like to be." "You look good," Hussein laughed and said, "No, I don't." "That's true, you don't, but you look good to me." They sat in silence for a moment, his father drinking in the visit, and Hussein conflicted about why he'd come. Eventually his father said, "So what can I do for you?" Snapped out of his thoughts, Hussein gave his speech. "I'm only here for a month. I traveled a great distance to see you, and I've used up all of my funds. I have a place in East Amman. It's paid for, but I need work to live. I need a job." His father said, "Nonsense! You'll come live with me. Leave that place behind," which was the complete opposite of what Hussein had expected. He thought about it. Freedom, tantalizingly close. Then he remembered that Omar knew where his father worked, knew everything, including how to punish. There was no easy way out. No, I want to make my way. I want to work. I want to establish myself. Let me do this my way. All I ask of you is a job." His father leaned back and said, "I wish I could do that. I can give you my home, but I can't give you a job. You're probably too young to remember, but terrorists blew up this hotel in 2005. I was working, and it was horrible. Since then, they've become very, very strict about hires, background checks, and everything else. I'll do anything, clean rooms, maintenance, whatever. I'm not looking for a cush job, just one that lets me survive, and gives me a key to a door away from the security," he thought. He banished that thought as something to deal with later, when he could analyze where he was. His father said, "It's not a position. Everyone gets the same scrutiny. But I'm an American citizen with a well-respected father, right? Surely that counts." His father reflected for a moment, then said, "There's an opening in the kitchen. It's a cleaning position. You'll have to spend your time scrubbing ovens and hauling trash out of the building. But I think I can get through the red tape because of the unique circumstances." Hussein said, "I'll take it." His father patted his arm and said, "Let me get the applications, help you fill them out." He left to gather the paperwork, and Hussein wondered again at his father's love. Wondered if he had it in him to use that love to kill. Chapter 23. Rashid al-Jazairi said, "Play the tape again." The man to his front clicked the digital button on the computer, and the conversation came out anew. A voice discussing a meeting, and another voice agreeing. The second man on the recording was the one that intrigued him. He said, "That isn't Adnan." "I know. We believe that Adnan was killed in a Crusader airstrike. Everyone is talking about it. Much like happened to us." The man speaking was an emir of Jabhat al-Nusra, and the one who had bankrolled, sheltered, and championed the Khorasan group. He had a direct line to the heart of al-Qaeda, and wasn't someone to trifle with. Even so, Rashid, known as the Algerian, understood the respect he commanded. As one of the few remaining Khorasan members, and a man who'd served faithfully in both Afghanistan and Syria, Jabhat al-Nusra listened to what he had to say. He'd fought valiantly on all fronts, but that wasn't what made him special. Like many before him, he'd come from a European state. But unlike them, he brought with him some specific skills. He'd defected from French intelligence, the highest-ranking man in any country to ever do so. He'd served in the belly of the beast of the DGSE, Directorate General of External Security, learning the dark arts, and then had decided to use those skills in the fight for Allah. He hadn't been instructed in the ways of tradecraft and treachery at some camp serviced by camels. He'd been trained by the best, in a first-world country, and everyone knew it. A fact he could now use, even as he was talking to an emir in Jabhat al-Nusra. "So, this new man is the go-between to get the explosives we developed. He's the new contact." "Apparently so." Rashid hit the play button again, just to be sure. When the conversation ended, he said, "What exactly is the Islamic State planning?" "We don't know, only that it will be big. After our members were martyred, Adnan reached out, saying that he had an attack against the West and could succeed. Yes, I know all of that. I'm the one that agreed, when it was Adnan." At a loss, the emir settled for, "It's still Adnan. The mission was already put in motion, with some Amriki that are without scrutiny, completely clean. This man is the one who is leading them. Amriki. Americans. It sounds tempting, but I'm not so sure. He said it offhand, hiding his true feelings, hiding his hatred. He needed to be convincing. Adnan called them the Lost Boys. They are undetectable. In fact, one is in Jordan right this minute. He's planning an attack there with some of our members. That picked up Rashid's interest. What members? Remember Al-Britanni, the one who relishes being in the propaganda, delivering justice? Yes, I do. I used to lead him. He's not that impressive. He fights when he has to, but spent more time in front of the camera after the fact. He has half the world chasing him because of it. The Emir said, not this time. He's in Jordan right now, and he has one of the Lost Boys with him. They're planning a synchronized attack with the man you just heard, a significant blow that we can claim with the Islamic State. It will be our joining, showing the world that our fight from the past is done. Really? And why wasn't I told about this? Rashid saw the pique in the Emir's face and knew to back off, if only to get what he wanted. Because you were with the Khorasan group, tasked with the very attacks they're conducting. Yet you failed. Rashid heard the words and felt the sting. He wanted to lash out, but he was too close to getting his hands on the man who had humiliated him. 2 years before, in response to Al-Qaeda siding with Jabhat al-Nusra over a question of legitimacy, the Islamic State had declared them an enemy, slaughtering al-Nusra as easily as the regime's soldiers in a vicious bloodletting that rivaled the civil war itself. Al-Nusra should have mopped up the Islamic State in short order, would have beheaded all of them for their treachery, as they had the better men and skill, except for one soldier, Omar al-Khatami, the Chechen. Fighting for the Islamic State, he had proven to hold a battlefield prowess like none other, even the Syrian army, and had laid waste to huge swaths of the al-Nusra terrain. The culminating point for Rashid was a battle in the village outside of Aleppo. Terrain cut off, no supplies coming in, men beheaded or shot on sight. Al-Nusra had collapsed, and Rashid had fled, escaping dressed as a woman, his face hidden by a niqab veil, his body cloaked in black. He'd been stopped at a checkpoint and had known he was dead. The only question was how slow it would be. Omar had interrogated him, searing his voice into Rashid's brain. Omar had punctuated each statement with the blade of a knife, then, inexplicably, had left the room without killing him. Lying in a pool of spit and blood, Rashid had feigned weakness, lulling his captors. When he'd seen a fleeting opportunity, he'd seized it. Using his skills and a healthy dose of luck, Rashid had slaughtered the guards holding him with a steel spring torn from a mattress, fleeing into the dark, still dressed as a woman. A shameful woman. The rage that memory brought could never be calculated, and now he had the means to deliver retribution. If only he worked this right. He said, "Okay, let's give him the contact in Albania. But tell him the meeting is 24 hours later. Tell him we've had issues." "Why?" "I want to vet him. I want to be sure he's who he says he is. I know Adnan, but I don't know this man. I'm going to Albania personally." The Emir smiled and said, "That's not necessary. It is to me. I'm going, and I'm taking my men with me. I need support assets. I need passports and clean money, credit cards and cash." The Emir considered him, seeing the conviction, and said, "The fight is here. Now. If they succeed, they succeed. If they don't, nothing has been harmed. Let them continue." Rashid nodded and said, "I have the skill to blend into the population, the intelligence training to evade the Crusader net. I want to help him, and this is the best way." The Emir pursed his lips and sat back. "You feel this is necessary for success?" Rashid smiled, saying, "Yes." But he failed to articulate what he meant by success.
Chapter 24. I felt the heat start to rise inside the car, and wondered why the hell I'd decided to control the operation. I could have put Knuckles in charge and been inside with Jennifer. Dumbass, I thought. Truthfully, after the last operation, I wasn't looking forward to another follow-and-catch mission. I wanted some high adventure, not the boring slog of building a pattern of life, then a single takedown. Yeah, the final endgame had been a little fun, but the damn build-up was murder. But apparently this guy was somewhat important, made more unique because he was American. Kurt had called, redirecting us just as we were headed to Hyrax Hill in Kenya, the famed cradle of civilization discovered by the Leakeys back in the 1920s, and the reason we had supposedly come to the country, which aggravated the hell out of Jennifer. She could live with the guns and blood, but she did so primarily because we always got to do some digging around old pottery shards to maintain our cover. Although I secretly believe she was beginning to like the Jason Bourne stuff. This time, her expected trip was cut short. We were redirected to Jordan under some flimsy excuse of checking out the deterioration of el-Jamal, some Byzantine relic full of archaic bricks. Ostensibly, we were under contract for UNESCO, the UN organization charged with preserving culturally significant sites around the world. Before Jennifer got to drag me to that place, though, she had to build a pattern of life on our target, and this one had some peculiarities. Kurt had given us a complete data dump, and the history of this guy really made me wonder what the hell we were doing in the grand old US of A. The target was an asset recruited, trained, and inserted into Syria by the CIA, only to end up killing other CIA assets. Made me shake my head. The second head-scratcher was why we were chosen for the mission. When we were used, it was precisely to evade the prying eyes of the host nation, which sort of defeated the whole coalition of the willing thing. But then again, given the sensitivities with Jordanian politics, I could at least buy that. Anyway, it was going to be an in and out. The detail we'd gotten from the CIA was spot on, with potential locations, current photographs, and biodata. We deployed with Omega Authority in hand, and had found the guy yesterday right where they'd said he'd be, at his father's hotel. And now we were doing the necessary boring work of developing his habits so we could pick a kill zone. Easy stuff, except for the heat in my car. My earpiece crackled and I heard, "Trigger, got hipster. He's headed out. This time with a uniform in hand." Looks like he got the job, I thought. His name was Hussein, but we didn't use that on the radio. He had a wispy mustache thing, and was skinny, wearing tight jeans and looking like some 20-something that frequented Brooklyn coffee shops, arguing sections of Proust, which is where Retro had come up with the code name Hipster. From what we could tell, he'd been interviewing for a position inside the hotel, I guess trying to build a new life for himself. I hated to crush that aspiration, but it was my job. Okay, I didn't at all. Seeing an asshole cut off someone's head does that to me. I said, "Roger, loose follow. Just confirm the same route and residence." Amman, Jordan, was a unique city, in that the entire place was split right down the middle, with the haves and the have-nots clearly separated, much like all of the small towns you read about in old stories of America, with a right side of the tracks and a wrong side of the tracks. In this case, the entire section of West Amman was the right side, with high-end shopping, expensive cars, leafy parks, and spas. The east was the wrong side, the claustrophobically close stone buildings, dripping pipes, and refugee camps from the spillover of wars from the formation of Israel to the invasion of Iraq and the current Syrian fight. The Grand Hyatt Hotel, where Hussein's father worked, was right in the center, and from it, Hussein had routinely walked the 4 kilometers home, winding his way through the narrow streets until he reached the famed Citadel, an old Roman ruin in the heart of the city. From there, he entered the packed confines of the east, leaving the glow of West Amman behind, and slinking his way past the cloistered buildings, scattered clotheslines, and open markets to a concrete apartment complex that was ubiquitous in East Amman. Really, the same type of thing you saw all over the Middle East. Parked within view of the hotel entrance, I saw the target exit with a smile on his face, and I wondered how long he'd hold it. I said, "I got him. Retro, he's on the same track. You ready? Roger. From there was a boring leapfrog, with me manipulating teams. Something I could have done in my sleep. The only hard part had been following his route on day one, since it appeared that every street in Jordan had multiple names, depending on who was doing the talking or who had made the street sign. We created our own surveillance maps, with our own codes for the major arteries, so everyone was on the same sheet of music. And if he followed his pattern, we'd be set on that piece of the puzzle. What I really wanted to know was where he actually stayed at night. We had the building, but we might want to take him down right in his room, and so after triggering, Jennifer got the job of rushing ahead to pick him up at the end game, while everyone else continued to confirm his route. Jennifer and I had scoped out the area beforehand, and had found a coffee shop that afforded her a view of his apartment complex. While East Amman was rustic, to say the least, the city had tourists traveling all over, with many wanting to see the old-world charms of the East. So she would blend in just fine. Actually, better than fine. She'd gone in for tea earlier just to check it out, and they'd fawned all over her, amazed that a Westerner would want to see them. Of course, true to form, she'd had her head covered in a scarf, learned enough Arabic to say hello, and had done research to be able to tell the servers the history of the area. She was perfect that way. I'm sure if I'd gone in, they would have spit in my cup, mainly because I would have ordered a beer. The apartment building had 2 entrances, and her sole function today was to see which door he used, then trigger Brett to penetrate so he could get atmospherics inside. Possible stairwells, mailboxes, or anything else we could use to neck down the location of his apartment. Building a pattern of life was like building Lego blocks, 1 brick at a time. Since there was no rush on this, we had a handle on him. I would take all the time necessary to get it perfect. I got the calls saying he was continuing on his route, plotting each one on my computer for historical reference and growing bored, wishing we had a more interesting target. I realized I hadn't heard from Jennifer after her jump from the hotel to the coffee shop. I broke squelch. Coco, this is Pike, status. I heard nothing. I sat up, now more alert, not concerned but anticipating. I got a call from Retro. Hipster's 1 block out. I'm off. Coco, you set? Nothing. I waited, then came on again. Coco, I'm about to call an abort and redirect to your location with all assets. Answer if you're on the net. She did. Pike, stand by. What the hell? I thought. I broke in again, something I hated doing as surveillance chief. In my mind, the more the SC talked, the more screwed up he was. The team should be running the show, as had happened up until this point. Coco, the target is a block out. Are you set or not? No, I'm not set, Pike. There's someone in the coffee shop. I can't get in without compromise. Now things were getting downright strange. What do you mean? Someone in the coffee shop how? Someone you know? Which would be impossible. Yes. She's dressed like an Arab, but I recognize her. She's focused on our target building. She's conducting surveillance. The words ran through my head, but even after review they made no sense. I said, she, who? Shoshana. Shoshana is operating on our target set.
Chapter 25. Hussein bounded up the steps to his apartment, running through all of the things he needed to do before his first day of work tomorrow. He wanted to make a good first impression, showing the hotel he was his father's son, forgetting for the moment the reason he'd really come. He opened the door to his small 2-room apartment, and that purpose came crashing back, slamming into his conscious brain like a wave tossing him onto the rocks. Ringo was sitting at his makeshift kitchen table, typing on a laptop. Hussein kicked the door closed, then stood silently. Ringo said, "Lost boy, you're home, and I say you have a uniform. So we are ready, good little man." Hussein said, "How did you get in here?" Ringo's condescending grin leaked out, and he said, "Did you think Omar would let you loose on your own? I'm on the lease documents. I only had to pick up a key." Dumbly, Hussein remained at the door. Ringo said, "Come inside. Cook me some food. I saw you've been shopping, and I'm hungry. It was a long trip." Hussein thought about his past, then his future. He remembered his father's touch and realized he could get out right now. Kill Ringo and flee. Ringo saw the slice of emotion on his face and stood up, pulling out a thick knife with a blackened blade, menacing. He said, "I'm staying here with you, lost boy, unless you have a problem with that." Hussein said, No, of course not. Where are the others? The team? I don't have room for them all." "Don't worry about them. They're here, and they're ready. We're all waiting on you. Did you meet your father, get the key?" Hussein circled around him, entering the small kitchen area. He said, Yes, I did, but I don't start work until tomorrow." "Well, that's no problem. We aren't attacking for 48 hours. You'll have a full day of work to figure things out. Just don't give any indication of what's going to happen." Now, within view of the laptop's computer screen, Hussein saw Ringo was on Twitter, going back and forth with direct messaging. The site provided something to knock Ringo back and gain the initiative. He said, "Why are you on Twitter? Why are you still using social media after we were told not to?" Ringo abruptly sat down, putting the knife on the table and closing the web browser, his fear of disobeying the Chechen clearly evident. He said, "I'm not. All I did was check my Twitter feed." "No, that's not all you did. I saw the feed. I saw the direct message app. Who were you talking to?" "None of your damn business. I'm in charge here." He picked up the knife, tapped the table with the blade, then used it to point at Hussein. He said, "You need to remember that." Hussein leaned into a door jamb and crossed his arms. "I understand my place. I don't understand what the Islamic State is planning. What is it?" "You don't need to know. You open the door, and we'll do the rest." "I want to know. My father told me what happened at this hotel in 2005. Are you going to repeat that?" Ringo scoffed and said, "Hell no, I'm no Shaheed. My life is worth much, much more." Hussein took that in, wondering what else it could be. He said, "I need to understand so I can help. I'm working in a vacuum." Ringo said, "The plan is mine. You just provide the entrance. Can you do that?" "Yes, I can now. My father gave me a job." "Dumbass. Hope he stays away from work in 2 days." The words reminded Hussein of the threat that would affect someone other than himself, a thought that gave him an unfamiliar sense of apprehension. He said, "Ringo, you can't kill my father. He's the concierge. Make sure the men know. There will be plenty of other people to make a statement. My father is just a worker, understand?" Ringo said, "Don't tell me who I can and can't martyr. The mission is all that matters here, and we'll be moving fast. He gets in the way, he's dead." Hussein shuffled his feet, wanting to push the issue, but afraid of the repercussions. Ringo saw the doubt and realized Hussein could cause the failure of the entire undertaking. He said, "Look, okay. I'll tell the team to leave him alone." Hussein smiled with relief, and Ringo said, "What can they use to identify him?" "He's the concierge. He'll have 2 badges of crossed keys on each lapel, big gold things, you can't miss them." Ringo slowly nodded, then said, "All right, lost boy. We'll keep your father out of this, but if you fail to deliver, if we can't get in, I'll personally hunt him down and kill him. Do you understand?" Hussein rapidly jerked his head up and down. Ringo said, "Where's the door? How do we get in?" "I work at 32 North, a fancy restaurant on the lobby level. It has a kitchen in the back that also facilitates 2 other restaurants. One of my duties is taking out the trash. There's a loading dock there with the dumpsters. It's in the back of the hotel, in between it and the convention center, away from all security." "No metal detectors or guards?" "No. You get in and you'll be facing some secondary cooks, maybe a waiter or 2, but no security. There's a camera, but I'm assuming you don't care about that." "No, I don't. And the waiters or cooks can be the first to die." "So you have a key to this door? You can get in?" "Not yet. The door has an electronic entry. They say I'll have a badge by tomorrow, my first day." You can bring that to me." "No, I can't. I needed to get into work." Ringo ignored that and said, "Can we park next to the door and get in?" Hussein thought, then said, "I don't believe so. They have barriers to prevent someone from parking a car bomb. You'll have to stop outside of the perimeter and walk up. The only way to drive is to go through security. Is that a problem?" He hoped it was, prayed it would prevent the attack. He'd done what he could. And if the kitchen door wouldn't work, it wasn't his fault. Ringo said, "I won't know without seeing it. Take me there." "Can we walk from here?" Hussein nodded, saying, "Unless you brought one of your trucks, I walk everywhere I go."
Chapter 26. I slammed my car into drive and entered the nut house known as I'm on traffic, heading east to the Citadel and yelling into my earpiece. "Knuckles, status. Still staged to pick up Jennifer. Dropped her off and found a place to spell. So no visual on the target? Nope, I'm a block away." I tried Brett, using his call sign on the radio. "Blood, you have a visual of Hipster?" Negative, negative. I was waiting on Jennifer's trigger to go in. I never saw him. You want me to go in now?" Shit, I thought. No, we're in no rush. We'll just repeat tomorrow. And I don't want to burn you. Break, Jennifer. How sure are you it's Shoshana? Positive, I mean 100%. What the hell is she doing here? It was a rhetorical question, and Jennifer knew it, not even bothering to respond. Shoshana. Just what I fucking need, I thought. She was an Israeli assassin who worked for Mossad. She belonged to a hit team called Samson that had grown out of the fabled Wrath of God missions against Black September during the 1970s. She was very, very good at her job, and if she was here, somebody was going to die. There was no way it was a coincidence. If she was sitting in the exact same coffee shop we'd chosen, she'd picked it for the same reasons we had. She was looking at the same building we were. I just prayed she wasn't looking at the same target. Shoshana and I had originally bumped heads on another mission in Istanbul, crossing paths much like this one, only I hadn't known her then and had come close to killing her, believing she was the enemy. I'm glad I didn't, because she ended up saving a lot of lives. I cleared the road around the Citadel and said, all elements, listen up. Box the apartment, put a net on it, and let me know if the target leaves. Keep an eye out for the rest of the Samson team. I know they're here, and odds are they've already seen you." I got a roger from all elements but Jennifer. She said, "You want me to disengage or keep eyes on Shoshana?" "Keep eyes on. I'm 3 minutes out." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to brace her ass." Knuckles said, "I want to be there. This is going to be fun." I didn't reply, but I had to admit he was right. This mission had just gotten interesting, and I couldn't help but feel a little adrenaline rush at the fact Shoshana was here. I genuinely liked her, and was looking forward to burning her little operation. If I had half a brain, I'd be afraid of what she'd do, because she was positively lethal. But I had an ace up my sleeve. She was sweet on me. I jammed my Land Rover up onto a curb in a small alley and jumped out, pretty sure that there wouldn't be any tow trucks coming. I jogged toward the coffee shop saying, "I'm 30 seconds out. Jennifer, location." "At the corner on the hill. The one to the south." I knew where she meant. It was the same corner we'd used on our reconnaissance earlier. I held up short in an alley full of trash and running slimy water. "I'm here." "Where?" "About to pop out. Alley to your west." I kept walking and saw Jennifer turn the corner. She jogged up to me and said, "It's her, Pike, I'm sure. Maybe we should let her leave instead of interfering with whatever operation she's doing." Meaning, she might go nuts. I didn't think she would, but with Shoshana you never knew. She was impossible to predict, working on a gut instinct that sometimes bordered on clairvoyance. Actually, I hadn't told anyone, because it sounded nuts, but I believed she was clairvoyant. There had been times in the past when she seemed to be able to read my thoughts, scaring me. I grabbed Jennifer's hand, dragging her with me, saying, "She just busted up our operation. Turnabout's fair play. What if she reacts?" We reached the road for the apartment complex and the coffee shop, and I saw Shoshana, sitting by herself on the outside patio. She was dressed like a local, wearing a hijab and drinking tea, but it was her. I'd done enough operations side by side with her that I could sniff her out even if she was wearing a Darth Vader costume. I have to admit, seeing her brought a little nostalgia. I said, "Come on, She won't go nuts. She's smitten with me. You jealous? Jennifer jerked her hand out of mine and said, Have you lost your mind? She's a cold-blooded killer, and she's a lesbian. You know that. Which was true, but didn't alter the facts. Our relationship was a little complicated, but it was a relationship. I said, I know, but she's still smitten with me. Or maybe it's you. Jennifer glared at me. I started walking down the hill, and she pulled my sleeve. She said, I think you're smitten with her, and it's clouding your judgment. The comment took me aback. I stopped and turned to her. I knew she hadn't said it out of jealousy. Jennifer was way beyond that. She instinctively knew that I'd follow her into hell just to smell the sulfur if she asked. Truth be told, we'd already been through the fire, and she understood me more than anyone else on Earth. More than myself at times, like now. Maybe she had a point. Maybe I was forgetting Shoshana's less than stellar edges. I looked at her, seeing nothing but concern. I said, Okay, I won't do anything stupid. Let's just see what she's about. She squinted at me and I said, I promise, no antics. But we can't let her walk, and there's no way we can follow her if she's working with a Samson team. She shook her head to let me know she thought it was a mistake, but said, Okay. I turned and strode down the hill, reaching the small rope that marked the deck of the outside patio. I stepped over it and got within 10 feet of her table before Shoshana shifted, sensing my approach. She looked up and I saw her eyes widen. She showed no other outward sign, maintaining her nonchalant tea-drinking attitude. I sat down at her table, then looked at Jennifer standing behind me. I said, See? Told you. Shoshana shook her head, a bemused grin on her face. Nephilim Logan. I suppose this is some prophecy coming to life. Shoshana had always had a strange attraction to my given name, thinking it meant something more than the hippie purpose my parents chose in giving it to me. She said, Should I draw my weapon? Do you have one? She laughed and said, No, actually I don't. Where's Aaron, the rest of your team? Aaron's around. In fact, he's listening to you right now. She glanced to the ground, and I realized she had in an earpiece. She said, No problems. Don't break position. She paused, then said, Yes, you heard right. Believe it or not. I'm sitting with Pike and Jennifer. I don't know why. I'll call in a second. She looked at Jennifer and said, Might as well have a seat. As Pike would say, this has turned into a circus. Jennifer did so, and Shoshana said, You're looking good. I have to say I missed you. Only it wasn't to me. I said, Don't start that shit. You can't push my buttons like that anymore, not after Brazil. She laughed, a genuine thing, and said, Okay, I missed you too. She picked up her small glass of tea, saying nothing, waiting on me. I said, What are you doing here? I mean, we're here to look at some UNESCO heritage sites, check on their deterioration, that sort of thing. You know, for my company. We were walking around this little enclave, and holy shit, Jennifer saw you. She said, You guys want something to drink? No. I want to know what you're doing in the same damn coffee shop I was going to plant Jennifer in. She looked at Jennifer and said, So this heritage site is probably inside that apartment building across the street. She is on our target set, I thought. But maybe the apartment complex was just a jihadist hotbed. It could still be a coincidence. I said, Yeah, it is. And you're becoming like Uncle Cracker at a Kenny Chesney concert. She scrunched up her eyebrows. What does this mean? It means people are paying to see me in concert, and you keep popping up in the middle of it. Jennifer rolled her eyes, realizing my clever response was lost on an Israeli. She said, It means we're on a mission here as well, and we're wondering if you're chasing the same guy, like last time. So you are Uncle Cracker? I said, No, damn it, I'm Kenny Chesney. Never mind. What are you doing here? What is Mossad doing here? I'm no longer in government service. Aaron retired, and we're on our own. It's just you and him? Yes. So you're a gun for hire now? Who are you working for? She said, It's complicated. Of course, I thought. My earpiece came alive. Pike, trigger. Target just left the apartment complex. He's walking with an unknown. Shoshana's eyes narrowed, but she couldn't have heard the call. I followed her gaze. She was looking at Hussein and the unknown walking up the street and retracing the route Hussein had taken earlier. She was tracking our target. Her eyes still on them, she stood, saying, "I have to go." I grabbed her wrist, drawing a flash of anger, a deep well that I had seen in action before. Jennifer clamped her hand on my arm and said, "Let it go, Pike." I looked into Shoshana's eyes and saw she was begging me not to push the issue, begging for me to back down. But I also saw she was willing to push it to the limit, and I'd seen what that entailed. I released her, saying, "You've only got 2. We can help here. Let's work together." She threw some money on the table and said, "Like old times?" "Yes, but we get the target. He comes with us." She said, "He's not going anywhere but into a pine box." At those words I stood, saying, "I don't know how you got on this target, or who's pulling your strings, but I can't let you kill an American, friends or no friends." She whipped her head to me and said, "American? What are you talking about?"
Chapter 27. Omar al-Khatami stared into the mirror, the steam from the hot water fogging the glass. A stranger stared back. His hair now cut short into stubble. He'd finished the transformation by shaving his beard. The first time he'd done so he couldn't even remember. The only thing that remained were the eyes, something that could pose a problem. Even he saw it, staring into the hotel mirror. He'd never be mistaken as a church group leader, no matter what he did. His eyes had seen too much, and had filled up with the death, like a blood bucket in a slaughterhouse. The carnage of his past now leaked out, no matter what he looked like. He pulled a towel from the rack and blotted his face, putting the thought aside. It was something to worry about later. First, he had to get the instruments of destruction from Albania, and he wondered if he was walking into a trap. The contact call had gone fine. He had answered with the correct responses, even as he feared using the traitorous satellite phone. He'd been given a clean email address, and he'd demanded that the phone only be used for emergencies, and the man on the other end had agreed. There was nothing outward that gave Omar pause. The man hadn't said anything wrong, but he'd sounded tinny, as if he were talking through a pipe, or talking through some technology that was recording what Omar said. Maybe I'm paranoid, he thought. But it wasn't the first time, and wouldn't be the last, especially given the email. Omar had received the message tonight on his new account. He'd been told it would simply be a test to ensure they could talk. He was just to reply, letting them know he'd gotten it. But the email had more than innocuous test words. It said the meeting in Albania had been bumped 24 hours, a change that raised the hair on his neck. The excuse given was some problem with the Albanians, which very well might be true, but the delay made him wary for reasons more than just his skin. The mission had a myriad of different links, all which, if broken, would guarantee failure. But the biggest one was the elimination of the church group. It was the most important element, and he needed to be there for that. Needed to control the event and make sure the killing achieved its objectives. Death alone was nothing. They needed to assume the identities of the boys they killed, and he wasn't sure the Lost Boys could do that on their own. He had no doubt they'd slaughter on command, but wasn't convinced they had the vision to understand the delicate nature of the task. He scrubbed his face with the towel and tossed it aside, thinking, Jacob knows. Jacob can do that. But he has no real identity with the Islamic State. And the other Lost Boys are children looking for a home. It was a problem he'd seen over and over while trying to build a true Islamic army. Foreign fighters flocked to the Islamic State, but most for the wrong reasons. They professed allegiance, but not for the true love of Islam. Instead of Islam drawing them in, it was their own sorry existence in whatever country they came from, pushing them out, like a mother bird getting rid of a weakling. Unlike the true visionaries of Afghanistan, Chechnya, and Iraq, these men came without devotion to Islam. They came with a void to fill, and used Islam to satisfy the emptiness. They came to become something they were not. It worked well on the battlegrounds of Iraq, where cannon fodder was needed, but was not something he trusted here, where the attack was built on the intelligence and commitment of the men. In this, he understood the slow fight of Al-Qaeda, understood the reasons of the Khorasan group, even as he fought them on the plains of Syria. He also recognized his own limitations. Omar wasn't the man for this mission. His skill was the seizure of terrain, the overt crushing of towns, cities, and provinces. He'd proven that first in Dagestan, then in Mosul. He wasn't Mohammed Atta, and wished fervently for such an iron commitment from the Lost Boys. That man understood this type of mission. When Atta looked out of the window of American Airlines Flight 11, seeing the New York skyline, he knew what it meant to be a martyr, unlike the foreign fighters Omar sent into battle. Those men, like the Brit he'd sent to Jordan, were at most losers looking to kill just to prove their worth, cutting off heads on camera, as if that made him worthy. Omar had heard Jacob call him Ringo, and while he should have put a stop to it, he'd actually thought it funny. Jacob was a different animal. Omar wasn't sure what drove him forward, but he was made of the same steel as Mohammed Atta, and he'd proved it on the border crossing into Turkey. They'd driven through the desert only at night, the Lost Boys in the back and him at the wheel. During the day, they'd hidden in enclaves held by sympathizers of the Islamic State, or at least people who were afraid of feeling the Islamic State's wrath. The black flags of the state were harder to find now because of the unrelenting airstrikes, but at least he knew they wouldn't kill a solitary vehicle. He kept going, feeling the press of time. They reached the border of Turkey at a sympathetic crossing, one that had been reliably used as a veritable fountain of men flocked to their cause. There, Omar had learned that the state of play had shifted. Before, Turkey had allowed anyone willing to fight the hated regime of Bashar al-Assad free passage, no matter their allegiance or group, had allowed anyone who wanted to kill into the cauldron. But during the time Omar had been fighting in Iraq, something had changed. Now the passage was blocked. He'd rolled into the checkpoint, moving slowly, seeing the barrels burning and the men standing around with AK-47s. One held out his hand. He'd stopped. The man said, "Who are you, and where are you going?" As he had in the past, he held out the bribe and said, "Who I am is of no concern. I'm going where I'm going." The man took the money, then looked in the back. Omar sensed something was amiss. He could see it in the attitude of the men manning the checkpoint. The sentry, his face completely covered in a keffiyeh, had said, "Show me identification. Are you a Kurd? PKK?" Omar had breathed a silent relief. They were more concerned with the Kurdistan Workers' Party flowing through here fighting the Islamic State than any attempt at catching him. As strange as it was, they cared more about the slow insurgency in their own country than the raging bonfire just south of the border. Something he could use. "No, I'm not PKK or YPG or anything Kurdish. I'm Chechen, and I'm just trying to get home." The man's eyes had hardened and the rifle brought to bear. "Chechen, how? What have you been doing in Syria?" Omar realized too late the man cared about more than just Turkish interests. The Crusaders had managed to actually get something done, had managed to make the Turks look for the danger in their midst, and now he was in trouble. He looked at the men around the fire barrel, all alert and pointing weapons. Not yet hostile, but he could sense the potential violence from them. Chapter 28. Omar had thought about running the man over and fleeing, turning back into the heart of Syria, when Jacob had shouted from the bed of the truck, "What the fuck is going on? Can we not pass? Get me the hell out of this place!" The man with the weapon snapped up at the words, and in halting English said, "Who are you?" "Braden Smith, American journalist, trying to get the fuck out of this hellhole." I made the mistake of coming here and barely escaped with my life. Let us through. I'll pay you. Just let us through. I'm done with this shit." The man had paused, then said, "Who is back there with you?" "My camera crew." While Omar sat still, the man had walked to the back of the pickup, seeing nothing. He said, "Where are the cameras?" Jacob had leaned out of the bed and shouted, "They were taken from us right before they threatened to cut our heads off. Jesus Christ! We're American citizens. Let us through." Omar had seen the emotion on his face and was amazed. He really was a reporter in that moment. The man had said, Okay, no problem. Follow me. We need to record your passports." "Why?" "It's a new rule. Blame America. They want to track people like you. We record your passports with your phone, and you get to leave. Unless there's a reason you don't want to." No, I'm fine with that. What about my driver?" "He must remain. He saved our lives. He wants to leave as well." "He can't. He can. No, he can't. Get out." At that moment, Omar had known the mission was done. If they couldn't even cross out of Syria, they had no chance of penetrating Rome. Jacob had lightly jumped down and said, "Where do we go?" The man had pointed to a small shack made of scrounged plywood and tin. "There. We'll take your information, then you walk." Jacob said, "Fine. Devin, Carlos, get out." Both men jumped down, looking confused, but saying nothing. Jacob said, "How can we get our truck through?" "You can't. You need a pass, and there's no way to get one from south of the border." "But you have them in that building?" Now relaxed, the man laughed and said, "Yes, but your man isn't getting one. If you want to spend the night here, I suppose you can." Omar had sat with the engine ticking, wondering what he was going to do. Jacob had walked to his window and said, "I'll be back in a minute. Get ready to drive." Omar said, "They can't take a recording of your passport. That can't get into the system." Jacob had looked at him with his flat eyes and said, "They won't." Nothing else. Omar had watched him walk away, the other lost boys in tow. They had entered the shack, and he'd focused intently on the light spilling out from the seams in the wood, trying to ascertain what was happening, but seeing nothing but shadows dance back and forth. 4 minutes later, the door had opened, and the group had emerged. The man at the fire barrel had glanced their way, curious but not concerned. The other lost boys had jumped in the back, and Jacob had approached his window. "I'm riding shotgun. Here's your pass." For the first time, Omar had seen the blood on his shirt. They had gone through the checkpoint without issue, then driven the remainder of the way to Istanbul in silence. Omar wanted to ask what had occurred, but decided it was better not to. Not out of fear, but because he already knew. Now he had to decide if Jacob's commitment was enough to execute in his absence. Jacob had done so once before, but could he succeed outside of Syria, when his life wasn't in play? He left the small room of the TAV Hotel, a cheap postmodern building attached to the Istanbul airport. All metal and pressed wood. With the rooms so close, it looked more like military barracks than a place for business travelers. He went down to the lounge, really more of a cafeteria with harsh fluorescent lights overhead and cheap metal chairs, and saw Jacob sitting with Devin and Carlos. He sat across from them, seeing Jacob drinking a beer. He frowned and said, "I got an email today. It's not good news." "What?" "The link-up with the supplier has been delayed. I must wait for a day, which means I cannot be there for the substitution." Jacob said, "Why is that a problem?" Omar pointed at the beer bottle and said, "Because I won't be there to make sure you do it right." Devin and Carlos looked concerned. Jacob showed nothing but confidence. He said, "The target hasn't changed. A church group from Florida?" "Yes, that's the target." "And the ultimate target, is it the same? Or are you just tricking us?" Omar felt the vibration of hatred and decided to press. Why are you here? What does that mean? Omar looked at Devon and Carlos and said, Leave us. Now. They did, scurrying away like children scolded by a parent. Omar watched them go and said, I know why they fight. I know what motivates them, but not what motivates you. Why does that matter? Omar settled back and said, Because I can't trust them to wear a suicide vest correctly. I need someone to ensure they do so. Someone like you. But I don't know what motivates you. I don't believe you care about the Islamic State. I do what I do for my own reasons. What does it matter? I'll get you what you want. I'm willing. That should be enough. Why should I trust you? Jacob leaned forward, getting his face inches away. Omar felt the heat of his anger and knew he was dealing with something beyond a wish to see Allah. Something stronger. Jacob said, You trust me because you see in me what you see in yourself. Omar reached forward slowly, placing his hand on Jacob's neck, not squeezing, but showing the threat. He said, Don't test me, boy. I trust believers, and you are not one. Jacob stretched his neck out, looking to the ceiling and giving Omar full ability to harm him. He said, Not a believer in what? Life or my death? Taken aback, Omar said, You think I will spare you? Jacob turned his flat eyes on Omar and said, Yes, my death matters little to me, but it means a great deal to you, and therein lies my strength. Omar pulled his hand away, a ghost of a smile on his face. He said, You will do.
Chapter 29. Jennifer was sitting on the edge of the couch like she was balancing on a spring-loaded booby trap. She watched Shoshana pace the room, I guess waiting on her to explode and try to kill us both. I knew she wouldn't, as much as she might want to. After a bit of a verbal debate at the coffee shop, she'd reluctantly agreed that my men were on the target, and maybe she didn't know everything that was happening, which was par for the course for me as well. We'd gone back to the Intercontinental Hotel, where she and Aaron were staying, and now we were waiting for him to show up. She said, They'd better not lose his ass. I said, That depends on the definition of his, I suppose. At the coffee shop, she'd refused to tell me what was going on, or who her target was, but she had at least stopped her operation. I understood that, because I would expect the same silence from my men. Her team leader, Aaron, would be the only one with the authority to spill the beans, if he would even do it. Shoshana turned from the window, no longer wearing her Arab garb, and now regretting her decision, stomping back and forth with her quick pace. She was fairly tall, about 5'9", with a tomboyish body made of muscle, no breasts, no ass, and hair cut short. You had to look at her twice to see if she was female. When you did, you saw a face like a porcelain doll, seemingly full of innocence. She looked fragile and weak, while being anything but. There was no way you would fear her, right up until she put a blade to your throat. She wasn't conventionally pretty, but she was attractive, at least to me. But that may be because I envied her skills. I heard the lock of the hotel door snick, and Aaron Bergman entered the room, looking at me with as much interest as if he'd found a bowl of fruit delivered to his room. He had always been cool under pressure, but this was a bit much. I'd expected at least a little reaction. I stood and said, Hey, Aaron, looks like you're playing Uncle Cracker again. That finally brought some confusion. He said, What? Seeing I was going the smart-ass route, Jennifer stood up, giving me a palm and saying, Pike, stop that, sit down. I did, and Shoshana's eyes shot open. She said, What button did you push to get that? I want it. Jennifer ignored her and said, Sorry for interfering with your operation. I don't want to dance around, which is what Pike will do. I said, Jennifer. She held her hand up again, which was really, really embarrassing. I remained quiet. To me, Shoshana said, Okay, what's up with her? How does she do that? I would have used it in the coffee shop. Aaron removed his coat without a word, draping it over a chair. He sat down and said, Shoshana, save it. You brought them here. If you wanted to fight, you would have. He turned to me and said, So, to what do I owe your incredible presence, Nephilim? I leaned forward and stuck out my hand, saying, I didn't mean to wreck what you were doing. He shook it and said, You never mean to, but you always do. I laughed and said, Not this time. I think we can help each other out. Last time we helped each other, one of my men was killed. My face grew hard. I said, Right after your actions caused the death of one of mine. He said, Okay, fair enough. Let's hear it. I leaned back into the couch and said, Unfortunately, I'm not cleared to talk to you unless I know who you're working for. Shoshana said you're no longer with Mossad. It's complicated. So she said, How complicated? Counter to me. He smiled and said, Well, if you mean I'm going to compete against you for a contract to protect some archaeological dig, no. Meaning, I was as full of shit as he was. He still had no idea who I worked for, but also knew if the web was run back, it ended at the United States government, which was at least something. I didn't know if he was working for a Russian oligarch. I said, That's not what I mean, and you know it. I'll cut the crap. We're here on a target, and you guys are chasing the same target. Well, at least the same target set. I want to know why. He said, I left Mossad. Too much bureaucracy to get anything done. Too many small-time operations and too much focus on overt war. Hamas, the Gaza Strip, and Hezbollah consume them. It took away from what I want to do, which is to remove terrorists. He glanced at Shoshana and said, She agreed to help. We have our own business. I knew that Aaron loved Shoshana, even as he knew that love would never be returned, at least not physically. She cared greatly for him, and it didn't surprise me that when he'd decided to leave, she'd followed. They were a team, in more ways than simply operations. I said, So, who do you work for now? He looked at Shoshana, and she glanced at me. She turned back to him and nodded, surprising me. He said, Can I trust you? I squinted at the insult and said, Of course. Who do you work for? Taken aback, I said my cover statement. I work for myself, Grolier Recovery Services. Jennifer and I both do. He gave me a sour smile and said, See what I mean? I shuffled my feet, looking at Jennifer. She nodded at me. I paused a moment, then said, Okay, look. I work for the United States government. Is that what you want? He smiled and said, Yes. Thank you for the trust. I work for an oil magnate in Indonesia. My mouth fell open, and I heard Shoshana laugh. I felt a split second of fear, then relief. He was kidding. He said, Pike, I work for Israel. I'm no longer in the government, but I still work for Israeli interests. What does that mean? It means there are times when my skills are necessary, but my government cannot intervene, like here. Do you know anything about the attempt to kill the Hamas chief, Khalid Mashal, in 1997? Yeah, a little. You guys poisoned him and got caught, here in Amman. Aaron grimaced and said, Blunt but fairly close. Nobody could point to us, but the King of Jordan brought so much pressure to bear we caved and admitted to it, flying in an antidote. Either way, it was a huge embarrassment and a diplomatic mess. So much so that Mossad is afraid of working in Jordan. But such work is needed. Someone must fill the gap, and we can't upset the Jordanian government. They are a reluctant ally. He paused a moment, then said, I expect this is the same reason you are here. I considered his words, trying to determine what to say, reflecting on what he already knew. This game was borderline stupid, since everyone in the arena suspected what you were doing, but they really didn't know. You stating it was the only way to confirm. And while that confirmation might look simplistic and like a foregone conclusion, it wasn't. Half the time, the story ended up being some jerk working for U.S. aid, trying to get laid by acting like a secret agent, or some asshole with 4 years inside Special Forces, inflating his resume, convincing everyone he was on the inside, spilling James Bond stories for the fanboys. The real truth nobody knew unless you told them. I tossed the ball into the middle, ignoring whom we both worked for and focusing on the target. Aaron, I'm here for a man, like you. My target is an American who's working for the Islamic State. We want him back, and we're going to get him. From what little Shoshana has said, I'm assuming he's not your target. I want to know what you're going to do and why. Aaron smiled. Our work is complementary. I'm operating against the Islamic State as well. You know Stephen Sotloff? The American journalist. The one those assholes beheaded? Yes. We're tracking his killer. He's here in Amman. He's a British foreign fighter that goes by the nom de guerre Al-Britanni. He was walking with your target today. Shoshana has a date with him. I looked at her, seeing the same determination from past operations, the same willingness to kill anyone who crossed Israeli interests. She had a personal history with the Munich Olympic massacre in 1972, where her grandfather had been killed, and now brought that wrath to anyone who would attack the state of Israel, which begged the question, why here? I said, what does Sotloff have to do with Israel? It was kept fairly close, but he was a dual citizen. He had ties to Israel. He was one of us. But because he wasn't officially one of us, Mossad has stepped away. I nodded, now understanding, but not stepped completely away. He smiled. No, not completely. They've hired a bumbling crew to help out. And the man who was walking with our target is your target? Yes. You hit him and get away. You make a statement for Israel. You screw up, and you and Shoshana are hung out to dry. Am I right? Pretty much. Well, today's your lucky day. I think I can keep your bumbling crew from getting caught. Shoshana agreed to meet with us here, but my team has kept eyes on your target. You help me with my target, and I'll get you yours. He leaned back and smiled. I saw the relief on his face, and realized he was operating under extreme pressure, not the least because of the size of his team. He said, You can do this? Yes, I can. It'll have to be 2 separate hits, but we can make it work. Jennifer said, Pike, we don't have sanction for that. I said, Jennifer, he cut off an American head. Nobody's going to deny us Omega. Anyway, it won't be Omega. Aaron here will execute. Shoshana said, How can we trust you? How do we know you won't just run when you've got your man? I said, Really? That hurts. You can't trust me. No, we can't. That British fuck is going to die, and if you trick us into helping you and fail to follow through, you'll pay the price, understand? The comment brought a smile from both Aaron and me. He said, I guess your goodwill with her is gone. Understanding that at least he trusted me, and liking the change of position, where I could twerk Shoshana a little bit for a change, I said, Well, she's a pain in the ass anyway. Put her on ice, and let's get this done. I've got the manpower. I glanced at Shoshana, mightily trying not to let the smugness seep through. I waited on the outburst, and instead, Shoshana was nothing but calm. She said, Aaron, he might be right. All you guys can get his target. Then we use his men to get ours. I raised my eyebrows, confused at her passive response. She sat down next to Jennifer and rubbed her thigh, moving ever closer to her crotch. She said, Us women will stay here, in our place, in our room. My jaw dropped of its own volition, and I leapt up. Jennifer slapped Shoshana's arm away, then put her hand to her forehead, rubbing it like she had a migraine. Shoshana saw my reaction and grinned. I realized too late that I just failed in my play, and I was the one burned.
Chapter 30. Hussein's father kissed him on the cheek and waved him away, a large smile splitting his face. Hussein returned the joy with a grin of his own, twirling his newly issued badge and bouncing out the front door of the opulent Grand Hyatt Hotel, his first day of work completed. Truthfully, his first day in more ways than one. Hussein had never held a job for more than a couple of months, always quitting or getting fired, the sole purpose having been to gather enough money for a few nights of blissful sedation, never solely for the pleasure of the job itself. Today had been different. Today he had been respected, valued, and in turn he'd worked harder than he ever had, for the first time not wanting to let anyone down. He barely noticed the people he went past as he pulled off his apron and folded it in his hands. Walking in the shadow of the citadel, he placed the cloth reverently in his backpack, then laid his badge on top of it. The sight of his newly earned credentials brought him crashing back to earth. the badge reminding him why he was really in Jordan, what his real work would entail. He sat heavily on a stone park bench and squeezed his eyes shut. There has to be a way out of this, he thought. Something to prevent the killing. He cursed the CIA for bringing him into this cauldron, cursed his mother for never having told him about his father. He could have avoided the boys' school. He could never have met Jacob, and the CIA would never have come calling. He could have had the life he dreamed about late at night, after his visits to the White House, when the pain ceased to control his mind. He rubbed his face, staring at the ground, struggling for a solution. He could tell Ringo that they hadn't given him a key, that he hadn't been entrusted with a badge. But Ringo will only tell you to force someone to open the door, he thought. Failure isn't an excuse. He could disappear, taking the badge with him, move in with his father and hide. But Ringo will still execute the mission, and he'll kill Father in the process, he thought. Maybe he should go to the U.S. Embassy, throw himself at the damn CIA and tell them everything, turn himself in. But you killed a man, you carved his head off, and you brought in Jacob. You recruited and turned loose the Lost Boys. How could he tell them that? They'd torture him in a secret prison for the rest of his life, and Ringo would still kill his father. The flopping of the Kurd he'd slaughtered flashed in his mind, the body bucking underneath him, the knife handle becoming slippery in his hands from the fountain of blood. He curled up on the bench and began to cry.
He's doing what? Crying. Shoshana said he's sitting on a bench bawling his head off. What the hell, I thought. We'd tracked Hussein since leaving work, and he'd taken the same path he had since we'd started chasing him. Humans are naturally creatures of habit, and Hussein was no different. I had half the team waiting on him at the end of a narrow alley, a route he always took when heading back to his apartment, a trash-strewn footpath not unlike the one I'd met Jennifer in earlier. They would block his escape. Shoshana, having the ability to blend in better than anyone on my team, had been given the mission for a loose follow. The other half of the team was with me, the end game for the traitorous bastard. Crying about what? Did something happen? Jennifer, who'd acted as the trigger for the surveillance, but was now in my vehicle, said, "Not that I saw. He was smiling and almost skipping when he left the hotel." Well, maybe we ought to just pull up to him and throw him in the van while he's still blubbering. Aaron spoke into his phone, then said, "Too many people around." That was a joke. We stick with the plan. Aaron smiled. Good. I won't have to tell you what Shoshana actually said. I grimaced and said, "What, did that little empath decide he's a nice guy now?" Shoshana marched to her own drummer, relying on some primordial instinct she could sense in front of her instead of the reams of paper handed to her from some intel analyst. And more often than not, she was proven right. Seeing Hussein cry may have altered her calculus. No. She could care less about him if it leads to our target. She wants Al-Brittani planted in the ground. Your man means nothing to her. Then again, like a vampire craving a feeding, she was also a little bloodthirsty. Aaron looked at me, phone to his ear. He nodded and said, "Hipster's moving. Same line of march as predicted."
Hussein wiped his eyes, the last of the hitches subsiding, and wearily stood. He trudged forward, his emotional state as raw as skin scraped on concrete. He mindlessly continued moving, blotting out the persistent image of the Kurd, blotting out all thoughts of where his path was leading, even as he continued walking it. There was one solution left. He could kill himself. It would be nothing less than he deserved, and would free him from all of the pain. But that murdering sociopath, Ringo, would still kill his father. For the first time in his pointless existence, he cared about something other than his own skin. And if killing himself would solve the problem, he would have gladly done so. But it would not. He continued walking robotically, head down, lost in his despair. He turned into the shortcut alley next to his apartment, barely 2 arms wide, knowing his fortune was upon him. but not realizing the route it would take. Kicking cans and plodding forward, he didn't hear the van block the entrance he'd just used, didn't hear the footsteps behind him, didn't even register anyone was in the alley with him until he felt a caress on his shoulder. He turned, seeing a woman wearing a hijab. Her eyes were cold steel, looking into his soul and seeing the damage he'd wrought. He stumbled back a step, confused, trying to assimilate how she knew, when a man appeared behind her. A big man, with a wicked scar tracking through his razor stubble, and hard eyes expressing the same knowledge. No mercy, no sympathy for his plight. And he was holding a gun. Chapter 31. Omar leaned into the window as the aircraft crested the mountains, the low clouds finally breaking to show the valley below. They began to lower into the bowl, and Omar saw the concrete of Tirana spilling out, threading into the fingers and ridges in the distance. The international airport grew larger and larger, and he recognized a string of old Soviet fighters on the tarmac, rusting and stoic, proud defenders of a system that no longer existed. His plane hit the runway fairly roughly, jarring open two overhead bins far past their service prime on the Alitalia 737. The pilot applied the brakes, the engines reversing with a whine, and Omar wondered if they were going to drive off the edge. He began squeezing his armrest, exposing his anxiety as he stared out the window at the land racing by. Truth be told, he didn't like flying, actually hated the idea. But it might be because the only aircraft he'd ever been on were ones that allowed goats in the aisles, flights where the passengers clapped at the landing, amazed they were alive, as they did now. Omar didn't join them, but he wanted to. They taxied to the terminal, and his thoughts turned to his bigger worry, getting into Albania. He had no idea how strict the immigration process was, or even if his cursory internet search would be proven true. Unlike the Lost Boys, he had no United States citizenship to hide behind. His passport was Russian, albeit with a Schengen visa. Created for the travel of citizens within 26 countries in Europe, the so-called Schengen zone, it allowed them to cross borders hassle-free. Albania was not a member, but in the strange world of international diplomacy, they recognized the visa for entry into the country. At least the Internet said they did. He hoped it was true, as this city had been chosen for a reason. A majority Muslim country, Albania had been part of the mammoth Soviet Union, and like all countries behind the Iron Curtain, had banished religion when the communist overlords secured control. After the wall fell and the country gained independence, the Islamic faith once again flourished. And like just about anywhere a sizable Muslim population exists, sympathizers could be found. Unlike other countries with security services clamping down on the immigrant population, Albania had yet to draw the eye of the Crusaders, making it a good location for the transfer of weaponry. Omar remained seated until the flow of people allowed him to exit the plane. He followed the passengers to a waiting bus, then entered the immigration hall and got in line. One of the few times where his queue, as a visitor, was shorter than the one for citizens. He presented his passport, hiding the trepidation as he had many times before. After a brief exchange, where he explained he was seeing friends, his passport was stamped and he was through. He hadn't even had to provide a hotel or show any other proof of his intentions, which gave him comfort that Albania had been the right choice. 20 minutes later, in a cab where he'd given up trying to understand the driver's limited English, he entered the city center. Surrounded on all sides by concrete buildings with a depressing utilitarian bent, it reminded him of Grozny. Well, at least before Grozny had been leveled by the Russians. The driver pulled over at a traffic circle and pointed across the street, muttering something unintelligible. Above a store selling luggage, he saw the small sign of his hotel. He paid the cab and made his way across the street. The hotel was a 10-room, threadbare affair with a faint, musty odor, complete with actual metal keys and a communal bathroom at the end of the hall. He cared not a whit about comfort, only that it was inconspicuous. He paid in cash, thanked the clerk, and climbed the narrow stairs to his room. He dropped his bag on the floor, then sat on the bed studying a tourist map of Tirana he'd found at an airport kiosk. He memorized his location, then found the restaurant where he was to meet his men. It looked a short walk away, maybe 10 minutes, in an area called The Block. 20 minutes later, he was standing on a narrow street called Pashkovasa, trying to locate an address, and having no luck. It had seemed easy on the map, but the buildings were all jammed together with no obvious numbering on the doors or windows. He could at least read the corner signs. He knew he was on the correct street, and he thought he was at the right location, because his instructions had told him to stop at an all-pet petrol station, which was to his front. He did a slow circle, eyeing the buildings, then heard his name called. He glanced up and saw someone waving from a second-floor window. He recognized Anzor, his friend, then saw the name painted below the window, feeling like a fool. The restaurant was on the second floor, above other businesses. No wonder you couldn't find it, he thought. He waved back, then jogged across the street to a stairwell below, seeing a small sign proclaiming, "Cheers for Beers." He followed footsteps painted on the tile, going up one flight and entering the restaurant. An expansive open area clad in warm wood, with 2 full-length bars lined with beer taps. The room was empty at this early hour, with only the bartender washing glasses. The far wall had large windows, all swung open to the street below. Anzor and 2 other men were sitting at a high-top table in the corner near the windows. Omar nodded at the bartender, then walked to the table, the men standing and smiling. In Russian, Anzor said, "We were wondering if the famous Omar had lost his navigation skills." Omar hugged him, then the other 2, pointing at the table, where 3 pints of beer rested. He said, "Where I come from, that would get you lashed at the very least." Anzor laughed and said, "Not from what I remember in South Ossetia." In 2008, Russia invaded the country of Georgia, ostensibly to support the breakaway independence of the province of South Ossetia, a Russian supporter. Still in Chechnya at the time, Omar had seen the water begin to boil before the invasion. He'd traveled into Georgia through the Pankisi Gorge, joining a paramilitary unit. He'd fought the Russians in a short, sharp war, at one point risking his own life to attack a prisoner convoy of captured paramilitaries destined for a torturous death. In so doing, he'd saved the 3 men in the room. It had nothing to do with Georgian politics. He simply hated the Russians. Omar laughed and sat down, saying, "Georgia was a long time ago, and a world away from where I am now." Anzor said, "I know. We hear the stories about the famous Chechen taking over Iraq, and we laugh about how we knew him when he was but a foot soldier. But we never heard anything about taking over Albania. Why are you here?" Omar said, "I should ask the same of you." Anzor glanced at the 2 other men and said, "We have business here. Not all of us yearned to fight forever." Omar knew not to press, understanding the business was illicit, either human trafficking or drugs, neither of which mattered to him. He said, "Does this business have the ability to procure arms? Do you require protection?" Anzor glanced at his 2 friends for confirmation. One nodded. He said, "Yes. David can provide the necessary things. Understand, sometimes the police are more trouble than the criminals. Protection is required if you want to survive." Omar smiled. "Of course, as always." The one who had nodded, David, said, "How much protection? What are you doing here?" "I'm here simply for a business transaction, but I'm not at all sure about the integrity of the meeting. It was supposed to occur tomorrow, but the man coordinating the transaction was killed in a Crusader airstrike. Now the meeting has been postponed to the following day by people I have never met. It makes me skittish. All I want is the same thing you do for your business. Protection while I'm here." Omar saw all three visibly relax. He said, "What? Did you think I was enlisting your help for something offensive?" Anzor laughed and pointed to the third man. "Levan thought you were planning an attack and wanted our help." Omar looked at him, and Levan raised his hands. "You have to admit, with your reputation, it would cross my mind." Anzor said, "We're businessmen now, and we can't get entangled in your politics. We were chased out of the Pankisi because every intelligence organization in the world was hunting men like you. Nobody looks at us here in Albania, but an attack based from this area would change that. It would definitely hurt our business." Omar said, "Are you not Muslim? Do you not feel a duty to help your fellow Ummah? Do you not remember the Pankisi?" Anzor said, "Yes, and we do our part, contributing money to charities that help the cause. In your world, your religion trumps everything. In mine, it's business. We are opposite sides of the same coin. The Ummah needs your sword, but the edge is kept sharp with money. My money." Omar nodded slowly, then said, "It's just protection for a transaction, I promise. All I need is for you to prevent something from happening that will interfere." David said, "We haven't forgotten what you did for us. We all bear the scars. That's why we answered your call. It's just—" Omar waved a hand, telling him without speaking he didn't care about the debt. He opened his knapsack, pulling out his map. He pointed to a huge expanse of green south of the city center and said, "Do you know this area?" Anzor said, "Yes, of course. It's Tirana Park." He smiled and said, "We've conducted business there as well." "Do you know the amphitheater?" Anzor nodded. Omar said, "That's the meeting site." "Can it be protected?" "Yes, it will be hard, but it's not impossible. There are many ways to escape from that area, and I've had to use most at one time or another." Omar grinned. "Your business doesn't sound that different from mine." Anzor laughed, bumping Omar's knapsack at the table and causing a book to slip halfway out. David saw the black and yellow cover, then read the title, "Catholicism for Dummies." He said, "What on earth is that?" The other two men focused on it, their brows furrowed in confusion. Omar shoved the book back into his bag and said, "Knowing the enemy. Nothing more." He stood, slinging the bag over his shoulder. He saw their faces and said, "My business is none of your concern. That ends with protecting my meeting, the same way I protected your lives in Georgia."
Chapter 32. I jammed the barrel of my Glock into Hussein's face, seeing his mouth open in surprise, then clench into a grimace of pain as Shoshana torqued his arm behind his back. She swiped his legs from under him and slammed him face first into the pavement, then cinched his arms together with plastic flex ties and put a knee into his back, leaning forward and using her weight. She looked up at me expectantly. I have to admit I was impressed. I told her that she had the responsibility for the takedown, but it was only to put her on edge for her slights against me earlier. Give her a little worry about screwing up. I figured I'd be doing the slam dance either way, and I was looking forward to it. But I hadn't even gotten the chance before she sprang into action. I glanced down the far end of the alley, seeing Retro and Brett with eyes out toward the street, pistols held low but ready. Brett gave me a thumbs up, and I leaned down into Hussein's ear and said, "Welcome home, shithead." I yanked him to his feet, expecting to see fear and waiting on him to try to fight, giving me the authority to lump him up some before turning him over to the support team. Instead, I saw wonderment. "You're American." It wasn't a question. I grabbed his flex ties, whirled him around toward our waiting van and said, "What nationality I am is of no concern to you, I promise. What I'm going to do to you, if you resist, is a whole different world you should be worried about. I began driving him forward, causing him to stumble in the debris of the alley. I kept him up by forcefully hoisting his arms in the air. He yelped and said, No, I was trying to find you, trying to make contact. We reached the van, and I shoved him through the door, saying, Shut the fuck up, you murdering little toad. He sank into a ball, tucking his head into his chest. I leapt into the back, Shoshana following and closing the door. I put my knee into his chest and said into my earpiece, Hipster secure, meet us on our street, away from the target building. You lead to the support team. Any trouble, you provide blocker and deal with it. I heard Knuckles say, Roger, all moving. I looked at Jennifer. Dope him. Aaron put the van in drive and we began rolling. Jennifer withdrew a syringe, flicking the air bubbles out of it like a doctor on TV. Hussein saw the move and began to squirm. He said, Wait, don't drug me, I have to talk to you. I have to tell you what's going on. They're going to kill my father. Please, you have to stop them. I leaned into him and put my thumb against the base of his ear, smashing a tangle of nerves for compliance. His jaw snapped wide in silent pain, and his eyes rolled back. I looked at Jennifer and said, Hit him. She leaned forward and he rasped, Attack! They're going to attack! I pulled my thumb back and waved Jennifer off. She sat on her heels, expectantly holding the needle. I said, What was that? From the front, Aaron said, Got the lead van 5 minutes out. Breathing heavily, sweat rolling off of his head, Hussein said, The Islamic State, the ones you sent me against, they're here. They're going to attack tomorrow, and they expect me to help. I said, That's great. You can tell us all about it under interrogation. I nodded to Jennifer, and he screeched, No, they expect me to show up right now. If I don't, they'll know something's wrong. They'll think I double-crossed them. There's no telling what they'll do then. My information will be useless. He sagged and said, They'll kill my father. I leaned back at the words, knowing if I chose to believe them, I was taking a detour off the reservation, where I would be forced to disobey the orders I'd been given, a choice I didn't want to make, given my past history and past punishment. I looked at Jennifer for an answer. She slowly shook her head, telling me she couldn't parse the truth. I turned to Shoshana and raised an eyebrow, letting her know I wanted her opinion, her instinct. Her eyes narrowed, understanding that what she said was going to change the entire course of the operation, but not believing that I trusted her, not believing I would want the answer she gave. I bored back. She turned away and studied Hussein. He flopped his head back and forth between us, wondering what the hell was going on. She raised her head and locked eyes with mine, and nodded. Still watching her, I keyed my radio. Knuckles, pull over. We're going back. Stage at the back side of the alley, where I plucked the target. Shoshana gave me a grim smile, and I heard, What the hell are you talking about? Did you drop your weapon? I said, No time to talk. I need to coordinate with Showboat, and he's not going to be happy. Chapter 33. What the fuck do you mean you're going back? You have jackpot. Mission success. We're not deployed here to do exploratory surgery, no alpha mission. We have Omega for Hussein, and you've achieved that. Get your ass back here with the precious cargo. Blaine Alexander was yelling so loud into the microphone it caused me to flinch. I said, Sir, listen to me. I'm not making this up. Remember all the chatter about an Islamic State external operation? Remember that? I think it's here, and we're in the middle of it, right now. Hussein says the target is the Grand Hyatt Hotel, a Mumbai-style attack where they run around killing the hell out of everything that moves. In 2008, a Pakistani terrorist group called Lashkar-e-Taiba had invaded Mumbai, India, and set about slaughtering civilians in shooting attacks lasting 4 days in multiple hotels. Pike, I don't want to hear this. I don't want a repeat of Ireland. Just get the PC back here. That's what we get paid for. We get a mission, we accomplish the mission. If there's something here, we'll interrogate, then deal with it after the appropriate consultation with higher. I gritted my teeth. Sir, we get paid to protect lives, period. Let me flesh this out. Hussein is just the entry guy. He doesn't know exactly what they're going to do. Hell, they might have already planted bombs inside. We need to find that out, and he's no help. If it's nothing, it's nothing. I still have PC, but he's going to be worthless in an hour. They'll consider him compromised. We don't have time for a sit-down interrogation. I heard nothing, but having seen it many times before, I knew what was happening. Blaine was running his hands through his thick hair, pulling at the roots in frustration. Finally, he came back on. So you can maintain control of PC and still get the information. Now I paused, trying to coax an appropriate answer. I glanced back into the van, seeing Knuckles and Jennifer rigging up a scared Hussein with an audio microphone that would transmit to our van. Yes, I'll have enough coercive control to guarantee physical rendition. What does that mean? I blew the air out of my cheeks and said, Sir, I have to let him go back into the apartment, but I'm telling you, he's on our side now. He's worried about his father, and he seems to be in over his head. He wants to resolve this as much as we do. He's not going to run. He only heard one thing. You're going to let him out of your control? Yes, I have to. I have to. Sir, come on. You mentioned Ireland, but you forget the end state of that operation. We saved everyone, because of your call. Do the same thing here. Which was a little bit of a stretch, but not much. He'd made a hard call that had saved the husband of the governor of Texas, but then had balked at saving the one hostage that mattered to me. I'd had to take matters into my own hands then, and I didn't want to here. The personal stakes then had been much higher, and if he told me to back off here, I would. People might die, but they would be faceless strangers. The thought came unbidden to my mind, and I was a little shocked at it. I never would have considered walking away from a threat like this in the past, and wondered if I wasn't becoming part of the bureaucracy. Or maybe I'd been slapped down enough times that I was afraid of the repercussions, like a puppy spanked for something it doesn't understand. Crusty old warriors in the army tell a story that there are plenty of soldiers who would jump on a grenade in a valiant act of heroism in battle, but very few would sacrifice their careers for what they knew was right. And I was disturbed to learn I was now falling out of that very few. Take away what a man values most, and he'll heal. They'd taken my ability to operate within the Taskforce once before, and it had scared me to the core of my being. I didn't like the thought, but I knew I'd comply. My actions in Nigeria had been pushing the edge, but I'd had the authority, and known I could spin the results, no matter the outcome. Here, I'd be disobeying a direct order. Blaine said, How sure are you of the information? How do you know he's not stringing you for release? I looked at Shoshana, wanting to believe, because I wasn't sure at all. She caught my eye and knew the stakes in play. She'd heard my end of the conversation. She studied me for a moment, then nodded her head again, telling me she knew it was true. And after what I'd seen from her in the past, I believed it. Sir, I have a trained interrogator here who says it's accurate. Trained interrogator who? Shit. I'd failed to mention the Mossad participation in our mission planning earlier, knowing he'd blow a gasket. Of course, I duly reported the busted surveillance, and the presence of the ex-Samson team, but only as it pertained to that specific mission. I conveniently left out that I was going to use them today, figuring I could cover it with them chasing their target and me chasing mine. Whereupon we had to deconflict the battle space and coordinate for operational reasons. Nothing official. They just happened to be here. It seems contradictory, since I was unwilling to continue without official task force sanction from Blaine. But I've always had a healthy talent for stretching the orders I'm given. Before, that extended to outright disobedience if I deemed it necessary, but no longer. I wondered if that trait would continue shrinking like a balloon letting out air, until I was nothing more than a robot, rigidly executing actions dictated by a plan that no longer applied. I fumbled for a bit, grasping for an answer, and Showboat put two and two together. He knew Shoshana's skills, and he'd always been smart. We'd just done too many operations together. He said, Are the Israelis with you? Is that who's doing the interrogating, Shoshana? I'd wanted to control the release of that information, but the cat was out of the bag now. I said, Sir, Al-Brittani is their target. I'm not using them. More like an intersection of events. I heard nothing for a moment, but saw Shoshana grinning from ear to ear. I scowled at her, and she puckered her lips in an air kiss, which didn't help. I heard, Okay, Pike, we'll deal with your little subterfuge later. What's your course of action? How is letting him out going to do anything? Whew, I thought. All I'm trying to do at this stage is keep their plan in motion. Apparently, the ringleader is staying with him, keeping him in check. Hussein's not fully trusted and doesn't even know where the rest of the terrorists are located. First is to just get him home on time. From there, Hussein will learn what he can, then meet us at a predetermined location. We'll get a debrief and go from there. I heard silence on the line for a moment, then, he's meeting the ringleader? Yes, that's the guy who doesn't trust him. Can he get him to dinner or something? Do they eat out? His words sank in, and my first thought was, holy shit, he can't be serious. The adrenaline started to rise as my mind began creating a plan of its own volition. But before jumping that hurdle, I needed to make sure we were thinking the same thing. Sir, we have no Omega for a second takedown. If what you say is true, this falls into in extremis authority. I have the ability to make the call. Do you have the ability to execute? Yes, I can execute. Same template, same location. We'll just stage exactly like we did. If he can't get him down, then we'll follow through with what I said earlier. Get Jordanian liaison involved through CIA after a debrief. Let them clean up the mess. I got another moment of silence and slammed my fist into my thigh, wishing I hadn't said those words. Jennifer gave me a quizzical look, and I just shook my head at her. But I knew what was going to come out of Blaine's mouth next. And sure enough, it did. Maybe we should just do that anyway. Go with your plan. I'll go through the task force to get the CIA operational. They can talk to the Jords, and we let them handle the assault. We go away with our guy, they get theirs. Sir, no. Way too many links in the chain. Getting them on alert with extra security for the Grand Hyatt is one thing, but spurring them into conducting a tactical hit is something else entirely. They'll never action the target without the corresponding credible intelligence, and we don't have it without giving them Hussein, which is the damn reason I'm here in the first place, to keep them from knowing about Hussein. And Shoshana will kill me if I let her target escape into the hands of the Jordanians. Of course, I left that unsaid. I could almost hear the hair being pulled out by the roots 3 miles away. I heard, "Okay, Pike. My call. Let Hussein go inside, and I'll start prepping the battlefield for the fallout. I'll start working the liaison services. Get them oriented on the hotel. You snag the leader, and we'll have the intelligence that we can provide the Jords. But we're going to let them handle the attack. You fucking bring me hipster, you got that?" I said, "Roger all, sir. Thanks."
Chapter 34. Hussein felt the transmitter in the small of his back like a hot coal, something he desperately wanted to rip out and throw away. The line to the miniature microphone traced under his arm, and he felt it against his skin, rubbing back and forth as he walked, making him wonder if it could be seen through his shirt, reminding him at every step of what would happen if it was discovered. He saw the end of the alley, feeling a cold drip of sweat run down his back. He wasn't cut out for this. He should have told the CIA from the beginning that he could never do something like this. Even as a child, he was the one who always crumbled. Only 1 short year ago, Devon had made a fake ID for him, Jacob having said he looked the oldest because of his wispy mustache. Jacob had sent him into a store to buy beer, and Hussein had walked woodenly through the door, mumbling all of the data on the ID over and over to set it in his mind. At the counter, with the cashier staring intently first at him, then the false driver's license, he'd panicked. When the man had asked for his address, he'd raced out of the store, leaving the beer and the ID behind. Jacob had laughed about it, but Hussein knew his weakness, and this time he wasn't buying alcohol. There would be no door to race out of. "Remember your father," he thought. "This is the way out." Hussein had never been religious, and in fact hadn't ever once prayed as far as he could remember. But he was convinced getting jerked into the back of that van was a message. Divine intervention from Allah, or Yahweh, or something else. Walking stoically down the alley, he prayed for the first time. To a God belonging to no religion, or all religions. He didn't care, as long as his prayer was heard. He exited the alley, glanced furtively left and right, begging for a vehicle to allow him 1 more second of delay. The street was empty. He started to cross and heard his name shouted. He looked up and saw Ringo leaning on the concrete balcony outside their little apartment. "We good?" Hussein nodded, and Ringo said, "Come on up. I want to see." Ringo disappeared inside, and Hussein jogged across the street, just one more young man in the sea of them, on the east bank of Amman. Hussein took the stairs one at a time, almost stutter-stepping, with each leg stopping on an individual step. He reached the apartment and knocked, then remembered he lived there. He put his hand on the knob, and the door was yanked open. Ringo standing inside. "Well, did you get the access badge?" Hussein dug through his knapsack and pulled it out. A long lanyard with a plastic card at the end. It was electronically mated to a receiver in the door of the kitchen. Ringo snatched the badge out of his hand, saying, "Perfect." He studied it, then said, "You don't take good driver's license photos, do you? You look like you're going to throw up in this one." Hussein smiled weakly and said, "They don't care what you look like, only that you match the picture." Ringo tossed the badge onto their small table and moved into the kitchen, pulling out a microwave snack from the cabinet. Hussein saw what he was about to do and began to panic, just as he had in the grocery store a year ago. "Ringo, I thought we'd go out to eat tonight. One last meal. Back to that place we ate at last night?" Ringo popped the microwave dish into the oven and said, "You thought wrong. The last thing we need to do tonight is be on the street." He waved a spoon and said, "With your luck, we'll get arrested for jaywalking." Hussein stuttered, his mind spinning for an excuse to leave the building. He spit out, "I found something you should see at the hotel. We can eat at the restaurant on the way." "What?" "A camera. I think it's a camera. I wanted you to see it just in case." "Why in bloody hell would I care about a camera? I have half the world chasing me for my executions of the infidels. One more won't matter." Okay. I just thought you'd want to see it." Hussein gave up trying to get Ringo to leave, focusing now on the secondary plan he'd been given, trying to glean any information he could. Getting away from Ringo to rejoin the predator in the van was a problem he didn't want to contemplate just yet. "One step at a time," he thought. He asked, "When are you going to attack?" "I'll call." "I think I should know. Get used to disappointment." Hussein laid his pack on the chair, his back to Ringo, pretending to dig through it. As nonchalant as he could, he said, "Are the men ready?" "Yes, more than ready. And the cell in Ma'an is watching the news. As soon as we make the broadcast, they execute, spreading the fire in Jordan. A double blow." "Where are our men staying? Is it around here? Do you have to drive them, or will they walk?" "You mean to the hotel? Of course we're driving. You think we can walk with our weapons in our hands?" "Why all the questions?" Hussein turned around and said, "No reason. I just think I should know. I'm part of this, too." Ringo stopped his fork halfway to his mouth, squinting. "Why are you sweating so much?" Hussein wiped his forehead and said, "It's hot in here." Ringo stood. "Not that hot. Why haven't you mentioned your dad? Yesterday, that was all you cared about. Today, all you care about is how I'm doing the mission." Hussein's lip quivered, but he said nothing. Ringo advanced on him. "Did you tell your father something about the mission? Did you warn him?" Hussein started backing up, holding his hands in the air. No, of course not, Ringo. I didn't say anything to my father." Ringo grabbed both of his shoulders and shook him violently. "Tell me the truth. Tell me what you did." "Nothing. I swear I've done nothing. I got the badge like I promised, that's all." Ringo pulled out his knife, the dull black of the steel contrasting with the shiny edge of the blade. Hussein panicked, jerking out of Ringo's grasp and tearing his shirt down the front. The tiny microphone flopped out, a traitorous piece of metal attached to a black wire. Time stood still for a brief second, Hussein panting, unaware, and Ringo staring. Ringo said, "What the fuck is that?" Hussein looked down and felt his world crumble. He stumbled back and said, "My iPod. It's for my iPod." Ringo jammed him against the wall and brought the knife forward. "You fucking liar!" He brought his face within inches of Hussein's and said, "Know this, lost boy. Your father is dead." He jammed the knife deep into Hussein's chest, and Hussein screamed. Ringo brought the blade up again, and Hussein sagged against the wall. He began laughing, a crazy hitch that echoed off the cinder blocks. Hussein said, "Kill me. Do it. Send me home." When Ringo hesitated, Hussein grabbed the back of his head with both hands, feeling a strength he had never known. He said, "They're coming for you. They're going to slaughter you. They're on the way." Ringo's eyes went wide, and he threw Hussein aside. He fell to the floor, his blood pumping freely from the puncture in his chest. Ringo ran to the table and slammed his laptop closed, then dialed a phone. Hussein shouted, "Ringo, look at me." Sell to his ear, Ringo did. "You've taken the lives of many people, and now you will pay." Hussein coughed and sagged, then regained his strength. "I know who will extract that payment. I've met her. She's a Jew, and she's a greater killer than you. She's going to carve you up like all the men you murdered." Hussein saw the fear in Ringo's eyes and felt victory. He had won. He lay back onto the floor, his life force draining, and thought of his father. He prayed that the predator in the van wasn't tricking him like so many others had in his life. Prayed that this one time someone would honor what he said. He heard Ringo shouting into the phone in Arabic, then saw him run to the balcony, laptop case flapping against his back. He heard distant footsteps on the stairs outside. He closed his eyes, dreaming of his mother and father, lovingly together, in a world that didn't exist. Chapter 35. Jennifer heard the British terrorist say, "Why are you sweating so much?" Then the scrape of the chair. She glanced at Pike, but he was already moving, prepping his weapon, and talking on the net to the other van. "Knuckles, get up. Things are going south. We going in hard?" "No, same plan. The Brit is getting antsy, and I just want to close the distance. All weapons concealed. Stage on the 3rd floor. Brett leads, Retro takes the rear." The conversation continued in the room, accusations of Hussein having betrayed the plan to his father filling the air. Pike slid open the door, telling Jennifer, "Let me know when to enter, but don't pull the trigger too soon. Worst case, we assault, and Hipster could have handled it." He nodded at Aaron, and they both stepped out, linking up with the men from the other van. Jennifer watched them jog across the street and enter the apartment building. They were gone no more than 5 seconds when the sound of scuffling filled the van. Panting, breathing, a fabric tear, then the words that would alter Hussein's destiny. "What the fuck is that?" Jennifer knew the worst had happened. "He's burned," she thought. Pike, this is Coco. Execute, I say again, execute." No questions came her way. All she heard was Roger. She knew the team was now moving as quickly as possible, completely trusting her call. She saw Shoshana reflexively squeezing her fist open and closed, her eyes rigidly fixed on the speaker. She heard Hussein scream then, "Kill me, do it, send me home." She felt as if she'd been punched. "We did this. We sent him to his death." She shouted into the radio, "Go, go, go, he's killing Hussein." She heard a body hit the floor and thought they were too late. She put her head into her hands, ignoring the noise, until she heard, "I've met her. She's a Jew, and she's a greater killer than you. She's going to carve you up like all the men you murdered." She looked at Shoshana, seeing her visage change into that of a dark angel, her knuckles white as she squeezed her fists. Arabic filled the van, and Shoshana stiffened. She looked out the windshield and said, "He's leaving by the balcony. He's running." Jennifer leaned forward and saw a figure leap from the 3rd-floor balcony to the one on the apartment complex next door. She heard a racket in the room from the microphone, then Pike on the radio. "We're in. Hussein's been stabbed. He's alive but bleeding out. Room is clear." The sound echoed through the speaker in the van, Pike's voice picked up by the microphone on Hussein. She said, "Pike, Al-Brittani jumped to the north building. He's in the wind." Shoshana said, "He was telling the team they were attacking today. Now." Jennifer snapped her head to Shoshana and she said, "I speak Arabic. That's what he was yelling, probably into a cell phone." Jennifer heard shouted instructions, the rustling of cloth, then Hussein. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Someone said, "Shh, you're going to be okay. Lie still." Hussein, "It's because of the White House. I never wanted to go there. Nobody wanted to go there. They did this. Ask Jacob. He'll tell you about the White House." Jennifer cut in. Pike, Al-Brittani is attacking now. He's on the run to attack. Shoshana heard him tell the team before he fled." She heard Pike go robotically calm and knew they were in deep trouble. The worse the situation, the more relaxed Pike's voice became, and he sounded like he was ordering pizza now. No yelling, no stumbling over words or hasty statements. "Roger all. We need to stabilize Hussein, then get him out of here. I'm leaving Brett and Knuckles. Aaron, Retro, and I will be at your van shortly. Get a fix on his last known location, determine the avenues of egress, and come up with a search plan. I'll contact Showboat for an update, and get him synchronized with Jordanian liaison services." Shoshana said, "There he is, up the street." Jennifer leaned forward and saw a figure running north, a laptop case bouncing against his back. He skipped through the smattering of people, knocking aside those who weren't quick enough to move out of the way. Shoshana slid into the driver's seat, fired up the engine, put the van in drive, and punched out of the alley, turning the wheel and going fast enough to make the tires squeal in protest. Flung to the side, Jennifer grabbed the passenger seat for support, shouting, "What are you doing?" Shoshana tossed her an indigenous hijab, saying, "Put that on. Cover your hair. Nobody will look twice at us." Jennifer climbed into the passenger seat and said, "We should have waited on Pike, on Aaron." Shoshana faced her, and Jennifer saw the Dark Angel again, the killer she'd seen once before in Germany. Right before she'd slit a man's throat, she said, "He's not going to escape his destiny."
Exiting the building, still talking to Lieutenant Colonel Alexander, I saw only one van in the alley. Empty. What the hell, I thought. "Sir, I have to get back on the team net. I've got a developing situation. Keep me abreast of the Jords. I don't want a gunfight to go bad." "Gunfight? You're out of it. Let the Jords handle it." I will. At least I hope I will, I thought. I manipulated my smartphone, getting back on the team internal. Coco, this is Pike. What's your status?" "We've got Al-Brittani in sight. We're tracking him. He's running north, about half a mile from you. He just went east, deeper into the neighborhood." "Damn it, Coco, I told you to sit tight. Showboat's spinning up the CIA. This neighborhood is going to be locked down in about 30 minutes with Jordanian security. He's not going anywhere. Our job is done." "You need to tell that to Shoshana. She's driving." I turned to Aaron. "Call Shoshana, pull her off before she does something stupid." He began dialing, and Brett came on. "Pike, Hussein's KIA." "What?" "He bled out. The knife wound must have nicked an artery. Nothing I could do." I closed my eyes and took a breath. For all practical purposes, I'd killed him. By all accounts, he deserved it. But on this operation, he was my asset, my responsibility. And I couldn't shake the feeling that he'd really wanted to help. Something to think about later, I thought. As I had many times in the past, I compartmentalized the damage and continued the mission. All right, sanitize the body and sterilize the room. Get anything related to him, then leave it for the Jords to sort out. Get down here ASAP. What's going on? Shoshana's on the warpath.
Chapter 36. Jennifer heard Shoshana say, "I got it, Aaron. I'll just track him, then feed his location to you. I won't do anything rash." There was silence. Shoshana said, Aaron, you still there?" Then, "Who is this?" Jennifer saw Shoshana's face grow rigid. She said, "Pike, don't tell me what to do. The mission takes priority." Pike said something, and Shoshana glanced her way, saying, "I won't get her killed." Jennifer could hear Pike's voice from across the cab of the van. shouting into the phone. Shoshana hung up on him, tossing the cell in the back. She said, "Your little lover boy seems to have a soft spot for you." Jennifer glanced at the phone and could only imagine the rage Pike was experiencing now. She said, "It's not just for me. He has a soft spot for anyone on his team, especially when unnecessary risk is taken." Shoshana smirked and said, "Oh no, it's you. He reeks of it. So much so he's willing to put the mission behind your safety." Jennifer thought of past operations when she'd come within a hairbreadth of dying, all on Pike's orders. Then of Aaron, how he reacted to Shoshana. "He's no different from your team leader." Shoshana scoffed, saying, "There's a big difference. Aaron doesn't control me." She gazed out the windshield, then sat upright. "That fucking Pike. I lost the target while talking to him. Where is he?" Jennifer leaned forward, as if getting closer to the windshield would help. They'd entered a street lined with vendors selling fruits, vegetables, and other things, the going slow. She caught a glimpse of the laptop bag and said, "He's no longer running. He's just up ahead. See the rainbow awning? Look left. He's pretending to shop." Shoshana did and said, "He's close to the hive. He's thinking of the operation. He's making a plan before he meets the team." She pulled into an alley and put the vehicle in park. "Time to go. Keep your head covered. Walk steadily and don't make eye contact." "No, we go nowhere. We've necked down the location enough for the Jordanians. They'll handle it." Her radio came alive with an exasperated Pike. Coco, status." She said, "I'm here. We think we're within a block radius of the terrorist team. The Brit is still on the move, but he's no longer running." Pike said, "I've got your location on my phone. Sit tight. No action. Keep eyes on, and we'll relay location to the Jords." Jennifer looked at Shoshana and said, "Roger all. Sounds good to me." "Jennifer, don't let that nutcase Shoshana do something. She wants a scalp, but we've gone beyond that. Our mission is done. She gets caught, and it might unravel us. She won't listen to Aaron. She might to you." Trying to talk without giving anything away to Shoshana, Jennifer said, "Okay, but if they attempt to execute and I'm still here, what do you want me to do?" "Take her down." Shoshana opened the vehicle door and said, "Come on, we're going to lose him." In one fluid motion, Jennifer dropped the phone and withdrew her Glock 30, the long tube of the suppressor making it unwieldy in the close confines of the van. She pointed it in a two-handed grip and said, "We wait, as Aaron ordered." Shoshana's face grew dark. She slammed the door closed and said, "You fucking Americans. It's all about the orders, never about the true mission." Jennifer said, "Shoshana, just sit back, trust me. It makes me sick to do this to you. We have equities in play." Shoshana said, "That terrorist you're letting go cut the head off a man, of many men. You're happy with him in a Jordanian prison? Do you know who else was in a Jordanian prison? Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the fucking spawn of the Islamic State, the man who cut the head off of Daniel Pearl and murdered more American soldiers than anyone else." Jennifer said nothing, watching the dark angel appear. For the first time she felt real fear, knowing that Shoshana was going to push, force her to shoot, and she knew she couldn't. She wasn't so sure about Shoshana. Without warning, Shoshana lashed out, slapping one hand on the weapon and whipping an elbow at Jennifer's head. Instead of fighting for control of the pistol, as Shoshana expected, Jennifer dropped the Glock, ducked her head forward, and wrapped up Shoshana's arms. The fight was short but brutal. Shoshana landed two well-placed elbows against Jennifer's head, wanting to strike, to maim, something that was the anchor of Krav Maga. Jennifer was all about control, and this she did. She launched her legs against the footwell and drove Shoshana into the back of the van. They hit together, and Jennifer wrapped up her thighs with her legs, then scrambled for an armbar that would rip out Shoshana's shoulder socket. Shoshana went berserk, raining down blows on Jennifer's head with her free arm until Jennifer saw stars and started to black out. She fought through the pain, ignoring the punches, and methodically working her position just as Pike had taught her. She saw the opening, felt an elbow tear into her scalp, slamming her head into the floor of the van, and then she had the bar. She twisted her body, hunching her hips and bringing Shoshana forward into her deadly embrace, and she felt the joint lock set deep, perfectly positioned. Shoshana slammed a fist into Jennifer's skull one more time, and she stretched out, dragging the arm with her, stressing the socket to the point of irreversible damage. Shoshana screamed, slapping the back of Jennifer's thigh. Jennifer let up slightly, breathing heavily. She blew bloody snot from her nose and said, "We go nowhere." Chapter 37. Knowing she was trapped, Shoshana went rigid and let out a keening wail, sounding like a wounded animal, then went limp, sagging into the floor of the van and giving Jennifer complete control. She closed her eyes and said, "You're letting him get away. You're going to allow that murderer to go free. Why did you care about catching the American so much, but not Al-Brittani? Why do you fight me?" Maintaining her position, not relaxing at all, Jennifer saw an actual tear in Shoshana's eye. She said, "Why do you strive so hard to butcher like them?" Shoshana wiped her eye with her free arm, no longer fighting. She said, "Because they're evil. They aren't human. They tossed aside all humanity when they embraced the ideology, then set about killing. I'm no more like them than a hog farmer is. Yes, I butcher, but like the farmer, it's for a greater good. We're both killing a beast, but the hog is a much greater sacrifice." Jennifer felt her hands slipping in Shoshana's sweat. She regained her hold and said, "You can't kill them all." Shoshana scoffed. "You are so naive. I hate that philosophy. Of course I can't kill them all. When a policeman arrests a rapist, do you say, 'You can't arrest them all'? I can only kill the ones I can reach, and I'll gladly do so just like the policeman." Jennifer let that settle, then said, "Tell me the truth. Would you have killed me to get to him?" Shoshana looked at the ceiling of the van for a moment. She said, "No. No, I wouldn't. I couldn't." She gave a bitter laugh and said, "It's a weakness, I suppose." "Weakness? How?" Shoshana waited a beat, then said, "You call me a butcher, but some in the Mossad would say differently. I was discarded to the Samson team because I refused to take out a Palestinian. He wasn't a terrorist, and our information was wrong." Now genuinely interested, having had moments of doubt while working with the Taskforce, Jennifer said, "If I let you up, are you going to fight?" Shoshana turned her head in surprise. She said, "No." Jennifer released her. Shoshana sat up, rubbing her shoulder. Staring intently at her, Jennifer asked, "How did you know? How are you so positive the intelligence was wrong?" "I'm honestly not sure. I just feel it. I can tell. On that mission, I slept with him." She looked to see a reaction from Jennifer. When none appeared, she said, "It was a honeypot operation. He was designated a target, and I allowed him to go free." "How, though? How did you know?" Jennifer felt her weird, penetrating gaze for a moment, and Shoshana said, "You're afraid of harming someone innocent." Jennifer hesitantly nodded, and Shoshana said, "I just do. I saw that Hussein had blackness in him, but it wasn't of his choosing. I saw he was telling the truth. I see you for what you are, you and Pike. I know he thinks I'm some crazy assassin, but I don't kill what doesn't need to be destroyed." She faced Jennifer. "And Al-Brittani needs to be destroyed. Don't listen to your boss 1,000 miles away. Listen to your heart." Jennifer said, "It's not that simple. There are rules, complications with the operation." "It is that simple. You make it complicated. This man beheaded at least 4 people, cut off their heads with a knife. It doesn't get any simpler than that. Our world is gray, but this is black and white." "What if your intelligence is wrong?" Shoshana smiled. I don't need to sleep with this one. I felt it as soon as he appeared on the balcony. I know. She became agitated, saying, "He kills without any remorse, and he's going to kill again right now. We can stop it. The Jordanians won't have this place under control before they're gone." Jennifer felt her conviction wavering. Shoshana pressed. "Did you see what was on his back? A laptop. There could be enormous information in that thing." Shoshana's eyes were boring into her, and she thought, "Jesus, she's reading me right now." Shoshana scrambled to the front of the van and began surveying the street, saying, "We've wasted 5 minutes beating each other up. Maybe he's still here." Jennifer said, "Shoshana, no. We wait on Aaron and Pike." "He's still there. He's meeting with someone. He's talking to another man." Jennifer crowded forward and saw Albertani in close conversation with a young man wearing a faded nylon jacket, stabbing his hand in the air to punctuate a statement. The man clapped Albertani on the shoulder, and they turned to walk down the street. Shoshana said, "Let's find the bed down. Just locate them. Then we can decide. But sitting here is letting them get away." Jennifer decided to punt. She keyed her radio. "Pike, this is Coco. What's your status? Load it up now. We're about 4 minutes out." Jennifer relayed the information, and Shoshana said, 4 minutes is an eternity." Jennifer felt the pressure like never before, now understanding what Pike went through on operations. The Lost Boys video popped into her head, the grisly, obscene killings. She watched the back of Albertani walking away, glimpses growing smaller as he faded between people in the crowd. She felt Shoshana's hand on her arm. She turned and saw pain etched in Shoshana's face. A physical thing, making her wonder what had happened in the past. "Please, don't let him get away, please." She realized that Shoshana was waiting on her decision. "Because I voluntarily released her," she thought. "She promised she wouldn't fight. And she could. She could leave right now." Teetering on the brink, Shoshana's words pushed Jennifer over the lethal edge of a decision. The fact that Shoshana valued her promise over the incredible desire to deliver justice to Albertani meant more to Jennifer than anything she had said before. It was enough. Jennifer said, "Okay, but no killing. Location only, right?" Like a time-lapse video, Jennifer watched the Dark Angel blossom, spreading throughout Shoshana's body. She pulled a suppressor out of her bag and screwed it onto an old 9mm Browning high power. She lifted her shirt, exposing a belly holster. She stowed the weapon and opened the door. Alarmed, wondering if she'd made a mistake, Jennifer said, "Shoshana, no killing." The Dark Angel stepped out, her earlier promise met. She said, "That'll all depend on him."
Chapter 38. We were closing in on the location of the van when I saw it start to move again, or at least I saw the ping on Jennifer's phone move. I called, "Coco, what's your status?" I got nothing. Coco, status, acknowledge." I heard the dumbest damn thing imaginable. "Pike, the target has linked up with someone and has started to move. We couldn't maintain eyes on from the van. We're on foot and tracking." What the fuck, I thought. Aaron was driving our van, with a team in the back. I knew I couldn't go all ballistic in front of him, but I sure as shit wanted to. I went the team leader measured response route. "Coco, stand down. I say again, stand down. Showboat says the George will be rolling in 15. We've done our work. Pike, these guys are going to attack before that time. They're going to evade the net. Let us find the bed down. Get a physical grid location so the Jordanians don't have to search the neighborhood." I forgot about the cool, calm team leader route. "Damn it, listen to me. Stand the fuck down now. If Shoshana wants to wreck things, then get the fuck out of the blast radius. You read me?" She didn't respond. I looked at Aaron and said, "This is your damn fault. It's just like Brazil all over again. Shoshana's some kind of witch doctor. Jennifer never does this shit, but every time she's with Shoshana, she goes off the reservation." Aaron turned into an alley, and I saw the van, empty. He said, "Pike, trust me, I feel your pain. I've had to live with it since she was assigned to me. Shoshana's a handful, But if she's working the problem, there's a reason. Yeah, she wants to cut Albertani's head off, and she's going to put Jennifer in the line of fire in the process. Bloodthirsty little bitch doesn't care who she hurts. Aaron put the van in park and said, "You are wrong. Shoshana is special in more ways than one. She wouldn't do this if she didn't think it necessary." I slapped the dash and said, "Bullshit! She'd sell her mother if it meant a kill." No, she wouldn't. You don't see it, but Jennifer does.
Head covered in a hijab and sunglasses on her face, Jennifer walked slightly behind Shoshana, letting her take the lead. Shoshana tracked the target expertly, stopping and perusing at the markets without ever losing sight. Shoshana was dressed like a local, but Jennifer was wearing cargo pants and a loose-fitting cotton shirt, man clothes. She felt the stares and wondered if she was going to burn the operation. She said, "Shoshana, I don't look Arab." Shoshana took her hand and handed her a melon, as if they were shopping. She said, "I'm your guide. Westerners come here all the time. Your hijab shows respect. You think everyone is staring, but they're not. You blend in just fine." They continued their little shopping tour about 50 meters back from the target. As she watched him walking with his friend, she could see him talking at a frenetic pace. He was wired and on edge, waving his arms around and slapping the friend on the back, but not running anymore. They stopped at each stand for a moment, but didn't do any real shopping, making Jennifer wonder what they were doing. Albertani had just found a microphone on a man he perceived as a traitor, and had to know he was set up, had to understand that someone was chasing him. But after escaping the building a mile away and ordering the attack, he was now stalling. Why? She thought. Albertani talked to a merchant, and suddenly Jennifer understood. It was an act. They were making sure people saw them, making sure the store vendors knew who they were. They were creating a reality for the future investigation. And she realized it wasn't a suicide attack. He thinks he's going to get away, and the time he's wasting will be his undoing, she thought. She looked at her watch and saw they had less than 7 minutes before the deadline Pike had given. The Jordanians would be here soon, and he'd be caught. But there was no Jordanian security on the street, no activity at all. Where are they? She thought. Pike's call from earlier had said they'd be here, locking down the block. In between his shouting, he'd led her to believe it would be some sort of Katrina hurricane response, the area flooded with police. But that wasn't happening. She wondered if he knew more than her, wondered if ignoring him was the right course of action, for reasons greater than the tongue-lashing she knew she'd get. She could handle Pike. He was full of bluster, but he understood operational success and had done the same thing she was doing on multiple occasions. She was convinced she was right, and she was sure Pike would agree after the operation. The only thing she was unsure of was Shoshana. The two men turned left into an alley, and Shoshana cursed. No way to follow them there. No reason for us to be in that alley. They'll look back as soon as we enter. Jennifer pulled out her smartphone and said, "Let's figure out where they could be going." "What, with Google Earth?" "Won't work. Too many unmarked alleys. They'll be gone. Google Earth doesn't have the resolution." Jennifer smiled. "Yeah, I agree, but I'm not using Google Earth. I can see the depth of a pothole with this phone." In the last 10 years, U.S. reconnaissance satellites had gotten exponentially better, gaining the ability of resolution down to the centimeter, an astronomical feat that bordered on science fiction. In the Cold War, the older generation of satellites were called talent keyhole and treated as the crown jewels of U.S. intelligence collection. With the ever-increasing technological capability, the old satellites were overshadowed, and this brought a decision that was about as astronomically bad as the new satellites were good. The U.S. government, having the new capability, decided to profit on the old. After all, the aging satellites were still up in space and still working. Why just let them fly around if they weren't going to be used? Like a man looking at his outdated car in the yard and thinking of a quick buck, The U.S. sold the talent keyhole constellation to Google, and now terrorists all over the world leverage the Cold War architecture to plan their attacks, using nothing more than a computer with a web browser. But Google Earth couldn't see into the rat maze of alleys. That required the next generation, and Jennifer had it. She manipulated the security settings on her phone, working through the laborious, multi-layered process of access, and finally achieved the feed she needed. She swiped the satellite app to her left, accessing the GPS feature of her phone and marking her location. She copied the grid, then swiped right, bringing back the satellite feed. She pasted the grid, then waited as the small processor in her phone went into overdrive, trying to compute the massive instructions it had been given. The screen slowly resolved, and she was looking at an overhead view that appeared to have been taken from a balloon hovering just above the rooftops. It wasn't real time. The image had been taken 4 days ago, but it was certainly good enough to plan a surveillance route. Shoshana saw the image form and said, "That's amazing." Jennifer realized she was showing a classified capability to someone uncleared and tilted the phone away. Shoshana scowled, and Jennifer said, "Sorry, it's no foreign." "What the hell does that mean?" "The capability is top secret, no foreign. No foreigners can see it." Shoshana just looked at her, deadpan. Sheepishly, Jennifer tilted the phone back and said, "Yeah, I guess that's stupid. Don't tell Pike." Shoshana studied the photo, saying, "That alley goes for a ways. Pull it right." Jennifer did. She said, "Go left." The screen moved, and Shoshana said, "Stop. Right there." Jennifer looked at the screen and said, "Yeah, no other exit out of the alley. We can parallel them and intersect at that point. Let's go." "What if they stop before? What if the bed down is in the alley? We'll miss them." "We neck it down enough to help. We'll miss them regardless. We can't go into the alley behind them. This either plays out or it doesn't." Jennifer nodded, and Shoshana smiled. "It's going to play out, trust me. I've done these hunts many times. You ready?" "Ready for what?" "Ready for what destiny is bringing." "What are you talking about? All we're doing is finding the bed down, right?" Shoshana rubbed her waist, feeling the gun, and said, "Right, but destiny has a way of altering plans." Chapter 39. Ringo walked down the alley, thinking about the door to the hotel. He had the badge, but he wasn't sure how to use it. He assumed there was an access panel outside, and all he had to do was place the badge against it. But what if there was a code? What if he waved the badge and the screen blinked, telling him to start typing? They wouldn't get in, and the plan would fail. The man he'd met, a Shaheed trained by Omar, held no such fear. All he wanted to do was get into the fight. He didn't care one way or the other if his actions accomplished anything. He knew he was going to die, and that thought permeated everything. He wasn't going to wear a bomb, but he was going to die. He could do so shooting outside of the hotel at random strangers, or inside the hotel, killing members of the Gulf states at a conference designed to deal with the very organization to which he belonged. The man was a simpleton, a robotic killer. He had none of the responsibility that Ringo held. The planned attack had to have maximum impact, and strangers killed on the street wouldn't do it. But the men in the hotel conference center would. The Gulf Cooperation Council was meeting in Jordan to discuss a plan to counter the Islamic State. Composed only of members of Sunni-controlled countries, such as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, they were trying to find a path for eradicating the scourge, even as some in their population actively supported it. By holding the conference in the Grand Hyatt Hotel, they had become the perfect target. Ringo and the Shaheed turned the corner, moving down a small, trash-strewn connector alley no wider than a hallway. They broke out onto a larger thoroughfare right next to an outdoor cafe, patrons sipping espresso or tea and paying them no mind. Ringo studied the surroundings for a moment, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. The rhythms of the street were natural. but he couldn't assume it would remain that way. He had no idea how far out his pursuers would toss the net, but was fairly sure, since nobody had chased him from the apartment, that he was secure for the time being. But that time was fleeting. They needed to attack. Now. He had no illusions about what was occurring in the apartment he'd fled. It was probably full of CIA spies and Jordanian special forces, all trying to piece together the plan of attack. Praise be to Allah, I never trusted Hussein, he thought. They didn't know who Ringo was, but they probably knew the target. They would be increasing security, eventually. He had the magic key, away from the security of the main entrances, and was positive he wouldn't need to fight to get in. Even so, the increase of firepower could cut their mission short. He needed to beat their decision cycle, and he thought he could. Jordan authorities wouldn't want to interrupt the meetings. The last thing they would do was tell the GCC that the Islamic State might be attacking and shut them down, and that was only if they knew, which wasn't a given. If it was a United States operation against him using Hussein, the morass of stovepipes would be much slower filtering the information. He did wonder if the badge would work. It was a choke point over which he had no control. At the end of the day, he was walking out of this mission alive. Period. He had a team who would die, but he would not. He told himself he had a greater calling than the Shaheed, and even believed it. He wasn't going to martyr himself, and if the badge didn't work, the mission was done. He turned left, moving down a lane flowing in between the pedestrians milling about. He passed a small table, the farthest one out from the cafe, dismissing the two women engrossed in conversation. He jogged across the street with his partner, entering one of the ubiquitous, concrete, hostile apartment buildings that dotted the landscape. But this one had been specifically chosen. Jam-packed into the cloistered area of East Amman, it was built next to a hill, and was 1 story taller than the building next to it, so close that the concrete balcony was only 5 feet from the adjacent roof. Unlike his frantic run earlier, this had been planned. He needed a way to enter his building, ensuring the clerk at the bottom saw him, then exit without being seen. He'd initiate the assault, letting his team do their deadly tango, then return without ever having exited the front. All the desk would know, and would provide the police, should that become necessary, was that he'd entered, then stayed in his room for the duration of the attack. Thus, he couldn't be complicit. That, coupled with his stall shopping a moment ago, should be enough to escape scrutiny. The name he'd used in this building wasn't in a passport. All they knew was what he looked like, and the fact that he had entered, then never exited. He walked inside the tiny anteroom, a thin piece of wood to the right making a counter, worn smooth by years of use. Behind it was the custodian. Ringo had no idea what he was paid for, because every request since he'd first rented the suite of rooms had fallen on deaf ears. He walked over and, speaking in Arabic, said, "Did you get the shower on the 3rd floor to function?" "No, not yet. I'm working on it." "And the sink?" "No." "And the toilet? Does it flush now?" "No. No. I'm not a miracle worker." Ringo smiled and said, "You're pretty much nothing at all, aren't you?" The clerk, a gnarled older gentleman, stood up and said, "This isn't London, you little shit. I do what I can. If you don't like it, leave. Find another place with running water. If you can." The man who'd met Ringo outside laughed at the slur against his English accent. Ringo bristled and said, "Maybe I will. Maybe I will." He walked away, aggravated but confident the clerk would remember the conversation. Remember him walking up the stairs. Chapter 40. Jennifer watched Shoshana enter the broken-down brick structure and wondered if she was just going to start slaying. She didn't think so, but her opinion meant little in determining what the Israeli killer would do. Put bluntly, she was regretting her decision to allow the operation to continue. regretting how she'd ceded control to Shoshana. As soon as the men had entered the makeshift apartment building, Shoshana had said, "I'm going in. I'll provide early warning if they leave from another exit." Jennifer had said, "No, you're not. We have the building." Jeez. Do you want to pin his location to a bathroom or something? This is enough. No, it's not. All we know is they've entered. We don't know if they'll stay. We don't know if this is the bed down. Maybe they're just getting explosives or weapons here, and they might exit out of another door. Shoshana had stood without another word, leaving Jennifer alone at the cafe table. And then Pike had called. He'd found her van empty, and wasn't just a little aggravated. "What the hell is going on?" "We've got the site. I'm at a cafe outside. You have my location?" "Yeah, I see it. We can't get there in a vehicle. We'll have to go on foot, depending on how accurate this sat photo is." "It's good. Where are you?" "Next to your van, where you're supposed to fucking be." She ignored that little jab. "Continue up the street, through the markets. You'll see a narrow alley on the left. Really just a garbage lane. Bypass that one and take the next. It's bigger with some outdoor cafes. Take that to the north, and you'll get to me." He said, "Got it. Don't move. You understand?" Yeah, I'm going nowhere. You have situational awareness of the Jordanians?" "No. They should be rolling now, but I have no contact." "How will you pass the location?" "Showboat. He's talking to the Taskforce." "And they'll feed it to the CIA, who will then feed it to the Jordanians? Seriously? That'll take forever." She heard, "Best I can do. Don't let Shoshana convince you to do anything stupid. Or anything more stupid." He hung up and she waited, thinking of Hussein, wondering if anyone would tell his father what had happened to him. Did the CIA do that sort of thing? Or would they let the Jordanians attempt to figure it out, not caring if they ever did? Hussein's last conversation replayed in her head, the panic in his voice, then the despair, ending with quiet resignation at his own death. It made her queasy. Outside of his father, he probably had no family. His mother was more than likely dead from AIDS in prison, and he'd given no indication about brothers and sisters. The thought of siblings made a piece of conversation snap into her head, about friends he did have. Ringo had called Hussein a name, an innocuous one on the surface, but hiding a much greater danger below. Hussein was a lost boy. The realization made her head swim. It held such gross implications on so many levels. She had trouble acknowledging the impact. They'd been told that Hussein had killed a CIA source reporting on an insider threat involving Americans. Unknown, non-Arabic Americans planning an attack against the White House, called the Lost Boys. Hussein was a CIA source himself, recruited, vetted, and inserted into Syria, and he'd just been called a lost boy. Beyond the CIA web of lies or incompetence, there was one concrete fact. Her team had used Hussein to stop this attack in Jordan. But in so doing, they'd given up their ability to penetrate an attack by American citizens against her very own seat of government. The one reason the Taskforce had been created. They'd killed the only lead they had. She felt sick. She saw movement on the third-floor balcony of the target building and recognized al-Brittani standing with another man. The sight of him crystallized the death of Hussein, and another critical realization. He knew Hussein was a lost boy, she thought, which means he knows who the others are, knows what they're planning. She saw al-Brittani gazing across the rooftops to the north, pointing. She leaned forward, trying to determine what he was doing. She studied his building and saw that it was 1 story taller than the adjacent structure across from him. Only 3 stories tall, it was followed by 2 more buildings going up the side of the hill, each a story smaller than the one before, with the last one a single story in height and built right into the hillside. If Albertani were to move across the roofs, he'd have an easy path to the hilltop. He'd be on foot, racing down the backside without ever having reached the street. And she realized what he was going to do, how they were going to leave. But now she couldn't let that happen. Facilitating the Jordanians to stop the attack had become a secondary consideration. Capturing Albertani took precedence. Torn, knowing she was making a call based on intuition alone, she clicked her earpiece. Pike, this is Coco. I have a prairie fire here. I need you to call off the Jordanians." Prairie fire was the code word for a team about to be overrun, a call that would cease all operations to protect those who made it. She knew she was misusing the command, but also knew it would snap Pike into attention. And it did. Pike came on immediately. "What's your status? What's going on? You have shots fired?" She said, No, I'm fine, but the mission has changed. You need to call off the Jords. We need to take down Albertani. We need to conduct an Omega on him, and get him out like we were going to do with Hussein." "Why?" She saw Albertani come out on the roof again, this time with 3 people. All were carrying duffel bags. They stacked them against the balcony railing, then went back inside. Prepping to move, she thought. She stood up, looking up the street for Pike. She said, "I can't explain it now. I need you to trust me. What's your ETA?" "We're 5 minutes out on clandestine foot, 2.5 to 3 minutes if you want me to break cover." Meaning he would start running roughshod over anyone in his path with the guns drawn. She said, No, don't break cover. But I do need you quickly. Target's about to move." "Where's Shoshana?" Jennifer studied the adjacent building, looking for entry. If she could get inside and go to a stairwell, she could access the roof. She could bottle them up right there. Sandwich them between their balcony and Pike coming in from below. She saw an iron gate. She stood and jogged down the street toward the secondary housing structure. She said, "Shoshana's inside the target building. I'll have her go out into the street so you can link up." "Pike, they're going to exit using the roof of another building. I need you here now." "Jennifer, back off. Let the Jordanians handle this. The attack doesn't stand a chance. They can't reach the hotel and execute even if they leave the building. Don't let Shoshana push you into something. Albertani is their target, not ours." She reached the building, stopping at the wrought iron gate, blocking the alcove to the main door. She tried to enter. It was locked from the inside. She said, "Pike, he's our target now. He knows the Lost Boys." Chapter 41. Pike said, "The Lost Boys? What the hell do they have to do with this?" Jennifer backed up, looking skyward at the side of the building. What she saw pleased her. Rough-hewn brick and balconies. She glanced back up the street, seeing the crowds and realizing there was no way she could do what she wanted out front. Knowing Pike hadn't heard the final words between Albertani and Hussein, she said, "Pike, I can't explain right now. I need you to trust me. Albertani knows who the Lost Boys are. He said so while you were assaulting. It didn't click before, but he said it. Get Showboat ready to receive. He was waiting on Hussein, so it shouldn't be any trouble." She jogged around the brick to the alley separating the target building from hers. She entered, running swiftly, glancing upward. She saw a metal ladder being maneuvered above her, bridging the gap between the balcony of the target building and the roof of hers. She kept going, reaching the back of the building in a narrow, fetid alley. She scanned for a matter of seconds, planning her route, and repositioning her purse to her rear. She pulled her cell and dialed Shoshana's number, knowing Shoshana, not having a specially modified Taskforce phone, was unaware of what had transpired. She answered, and Jennifer said, "Target's in the corner room, northeast, 3rd floor. He's preparing to escape across the rooftops. Pike's on the way. I need you to meet him out front." The suspicion leaking through the phone, Shoshana said, "Why?" "We're going to take him down." The suspicion evaporated. "Us? No Jordanians?" "No. Listen. We aren't working with a lot of time. I have to get to the roof. We need Albertani alive. You understand?" When she didn't reply, Jennifer said, "Shoshana, do you understand? Capture only." Shoshana said, "I've already told you. That'll depend on him." Then she hung up. Jennifer cursed under her breath, sliding the phone into her back pocket. She grasped the brick in her hands and pulled herself off the ground, feeling the clock ticking, wondering if they weren't already too late. She began climbing the rough cinder blocks, using the cracks, seams, and window ledges to go ever higher, having no more difficulty than a gecko on a plate of glass. She reached the top, cinched her hands on the small parapet, and raised herself slowly, peeking over the edge toward the balcony. She saw one of the men throwing a duffel bag across, and noticed that 2 other bags were already on the rooftop. She looked for cover and saw the outbuilding that held the stairway to the floors below. She waited until the man returned to the apartment, then pulled herself over the side and scampered behind the cinder blocks. She keyed her radio. "Pike, Pike, I'm on the roof, and they're about to cross. Where are you?" "Just met Shoshana. We're on the way up. 3rd floor, northeast corner, right?" She slid her head around and saw one man walking across the metal ladder, hands outstretched for balance. She whipped back around, getting out of sight and drawing her pistol. She said, "Shit, they're starting to cross over. What do I do?" "Seriously? This is your damn plan. But if it were me, I'd get a barrel in their face before they're all on your side of the roof. Just past the 2nd floor, about 10 seconds out." She rolled away from the outbuilding, seeing 2 men had reached her side, with another on the bridge. One was digging in a duffel bag. The other saw her and shouted. She stood up and sprinted straight at them, holding the pistol in a 2-handed grip. She skidded to a crouch 15 meters away and, feeling ridiculous, screamed, "Freeze! Stop right there!" She heard gunfire inside the apartment and knew Pike had entered. The man on the ground whirled around, pulling an AK-47 from the bag. She placed 2 rounds into his head, controlling the recoil of her weapon even as the standing man charged her unarmed. She saw the 3rd man leap to her roof and a 4th jump on the bridge, firing into the apartment with a pistol. The charging Arab was on her in an instant, leaping at her and screaming. She backpedaled, pulling her weapon into her chest and breaking the trigger 3 times. He landed on her, knocking her to the ground with literal dead weight. She rolled him off just as the 3rd man reached her. From her back, she popped 2 rounds into his head and rolled out of the way of his falling body. She heard a bullet gouge into the brick next to her, spraying her with slivers of masonry. She brought her weapon up, refocusing on the man on the bridge. She saw it was Al-Brittani. He fired again, missing, and she snapped 2 rounds past his head, knowing at least he spoke English and understood surrender. The shots caused him to duck and lose his balance. He began windmilling his arms, and she held her breath. He fell sideways, slapping his hands through the gaps in the metal ladder. She cocked her ears to the apartment, hearing no further gunfire. She heard, "Coco, Pike, status." She exhaled in relief and said, "I'm okay. 3 down out here." "Yeah, you could have told me there were 8 of them. We busted into a hornet's nest, but no jackpot. Doing site exploitation now. Got a laptop, but not much else." "I have precious cargo out here." "You got him? Alive?" "Not yet. He's on the metal bridge, hanging on for dear life." She saw Shoshana come out onto the balcony. Jennifer smiled and walked to the parapet of the roof, weapon held high. She shouted, "Careful! He's still got a pistol." Shoshana nodded, but kept walking forward. She reached the balcony railing and looked out at Al-Brittani. He saw her, but made no move, holding onto the metal ladder with a death grip. She leaned forward and spoke to him. Jennifer heard Arabic and wondered what she was saying. She saw Al-Brittani's face go white. Shoshana spoke again, and he released one arm, trying to raise the pistol while still holding on. Shoshana gave a wicked smile, and Jennifer saw the dark angel appear. She knew what was coming next. She shouted, "No!" just as Shoshana pushed the edge of the ladder off the railing. Al-Brittani screamed all the way down. The noise cut abruptly as he hammered into the concrete 4 stories below. She saw Pike come flying out of the apartment. He glanced down into the alley, then across at her. Jennifer was shocked, standing with her hands gripping the parapet until her knuckles were white. He turned to Shoshana, glaring at her, knowing what she'd done. All innocent, the dark angel long gone, she said, "What? I told him to give up, and he pointed his weapon at me. It was self-defense." Chapter 42. Yes, it didn't end like we intended. Kurt inwardly winced at his own words. He was becoming more and more like the politicians he hated, now parsing his statements like the best of spin doctors. To his front were 8 of the 13 members of the Oversight Council, including President Warren. To his back was a damaging PowerPoint slide outlining the failed attempt to capture both Hussein and al-Brittani. Didn't end like you intended? Seriously? It sounds to me like it ended on the opposite side of the universe from what you intended. That comment is like Noah saying, "We had a little rain." This from the Secretary of Defense, usually an ally in Oversight Council meetings. If Kurt had lost him, he was in serious trouble. Kurt said, "Sir, you know you can't predict what will happen in an operation. The enemy gets a vote. This time, Secretary of State Jonathan Billings said, 'That's absolutely right. You can't predict where every operation will go, but you can predict which operations you'll do because we give you that authority. You had none here, and I, for one, would never have given authority. You've just proven why this body exists, along with why Pike Logan can't be trusted. I knew bringing him back in was a mistake. We're looking at a major international incident." Kurt said, "It wasn't Pike's call. It was Lieutenant Colonel Blaine Alexander's, the Omega Ground Force commander, and he made the call based on inherent in extremis authority in our charter. We had strong indications of an imminent attack, and he decided to intervene. That's what we pay him to do. He was within his authority." Alexander Palmer, the National Security Advisor, said, "The attack wasn't imminent until you intervened. And what the hell were you thinking by using the Israeli Mossad?" Not wanting to derail his next steps with a debate on the Mossad, Kurt stuck with Pike's excuse. Al-Brittani was their target. It wasn't a question of using them. They were in the heart of the mission, and they were a known quantity. He turned to President Warren. "Sir, you personally gave both of them awards for their help in our operation in Brazil last year. We've worked with them before." He'd deal with Pike's little team-building exercise later, but he needed, to get a favorable opinion on Aaron and Shoshana, because they were crucial to what he wanted to do next. To that end, he'd left out Pike's suspicions about Shoshana's culpability in the death of al-Brittani, calling it self-defense. President Warren said, "I have no issue with using those two specifically, but I do have a concern with the Mossad. What's their stance? How is this left?" "The team isn't working directly for the Mossad anymore. They are more freelancers now. Basically, they both retired, and now get hired through whatever shell companies and cutouts Mossad owns to do missions that are deniable. In this case, to operate in Jordan without the repercussions they've had in the past with active agents." "Sounds familiar." Kurt smiled and said, "Maybe on the surface, but there's a distinct difference. We use the Taskforce because it's offensively the best way to go about the mission, not defensively because we're afraid of using something else. Pike thinks it's simply a way for the Israeli government to cut them away if they get caught, unlike the Taskforce." Kurt wanted to ensure that nobody in the room confused the Taskforce operational limits with the Israelis, and was gently reminding the Council that their teams weren't throwaway, no matter what happened with Mossad. President Warren smiled at the mild rebuke. "Point noted, but you didn't answer the question. What's the damage with Israel? What do they know?" "Nothing. They had a one-off contract, and the contract was fulfilled. Actually, capturing al-Brittani would have caused bigger issues with Israel than his death. Aaron and Shoshana reported success, and are off the leash. Mentioning us would have just caused complications they don't need. You know what happens when intel organizations get stray voltage. They start spinning. and that might have impacted payment to the team. He glanced at Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, and said, "No offense." Kerry said, "None taken, as long as you don't hide similar things from me." "What about the Jordanians?" "Nothing spiked from my guys at the station. All they're reporting is a terrorist shootout with police and a roll-up of a bunch of thugs in Ma'an, apparently part of the Islamic State plot. What's Pike seeing from the ground?" "The same. Your liaison connection was a little slow, but they conveniently arrived right after the shootout. The only thing it impacted was the site exploitation. We got a computer, but had to leave before fully exploiting the apartment. Anyway, we should be clean. No compromise." Palmer said, "So where do we go from here? Anything that can help us with the Lost Boys?" "We do have a new threat, but it's not from the Lost Boys. We are no longer confident they are a cohesive group." President Warren said, "That contradicts the CIA assessment. What leads you to that conclusion?" Kurt said, "Actually, Kerry and I have talked, and I'll defer to his judgment. He's leaning that way, and at this point, I tend to agree. Kerry?" Kerry put his elbows on the table and said, "Sir, nothing is a given, but all we had before was the brief report from Bobcat. We never got to debrief him, and Hussein being called a lost boy contradicts the original assessment of a group of United States citizens with no ties to the Middle East being prepped for an attack. Hussein had ties to Jordan, and that's exactly what they used him for. If he was a member of a dedicated group, he doesn't fit the very profile we are afraid of. He was killed in Jordan facilitating an attack with other Arabic men. This leads me to believe that it's just a term they use, something they call a type of jihadist. Maybe it's for Westerners, or maybe just Americans. But at this time, we don't assess it as from a specific credible group targeting the United States." Palmer said, "What about the White House comment on the beheading video?" "It's just a comment. It could be something they use to engender support. He could have easily said for the Crusaders or something else. We can't use that to say they're targeting the White House." President Warren said, "But the man in the video was a Caucasian." Kurt said, "Yes, sir. Using Bobcat's reporting, we now assess that there are several previously unknown Americans without any Arabic heritage now working for the Islamic State. It's still a threat and something for the CIA to watch, but we don't assess their working as a team, targeting outside the conflict in Syria and Iraq. They may still come home and we need to identify them, but we don't assess it as a collective, deliberate targeting process." Secretary of State Billings leaned back and said, "Thank heavens for that." President Warren said, "That may be, but I don't want to be caught flat-footed, like we were on 9/11. We missed indicators then, and as far as I'm concerned, this is an indicator. Stick with it. Find out who they are." Kerry said, "Yes, sir." Warren turned back to Kurt and said, "You mentioned another thread. What did you find from this operation if it wasn't about the Lost Boys?" "Believe it or not, a major target are the Khorasan group. You remember the alleged foreign fighter who had supposedly defected to Al-Qaeda from French intelligence?" "Yeah, but I thought he was a myth. He ended up being just a young French bomb maker, and we killed him in an airstrike." "That was the conventional wisdom, but we scanned the computer Al-Brittani had with him. He was using Twitter to direct message with another man, and we believe this man is Rashid Al-Jaziri, a Frenchman of Algerian descent who has had significant training with French intelligence. We know for a fact he's with the Khorasan group." Alexander Palmer said, "That's pretty damn specific. Was there a folder called My Top Secret Jihadist Friends on the computer? What leads you to this?" "The Khorasan group connection is from the direct messages. Rashid was instructing al-Brittani to do the attack, then claim credit in the name of Jabhat al-Nusra and Khorasan instead of the Islamic State. Apparently there's not a lot of love between them, regardless of all the reports of reconciliation." "And the name and background?" Kurt shuffled his feet, thinking, Here goes nothing. He said, "The Israelis. While we were always wondering if he was a ghost or not, Mossad's been tracking him. Shoshana and Aaron recognize the Twitter handle as one he uses. It's never used for broadcast tweets, only direct messages." President Warren looked at Kerry. "And they've been keeping this from us?" Kerry raised his hands and said, "Sir, we don't give them everything either." President Warren shook his head, muttering something under his breath, clearly aggravated. Billings said, "Why Twitter? Why not something more secure?" "We don't know. Best assessment is that Rashid didn't have an email address for al-Brutani. The British guy was all over Twitter bragging about his beheadings, so it may have been the only way for Rashid to find him. We do know that al-Brutani was first fighting with Jabhat al-Nusra before switching allegiance to the Islamic State, so their paths may have crossed before. The rest is just speculation." Palmer took over, asking Kurt, "So you want to do what, exactly?" "I want to go get Rashid. The last ISP used is from an internet cafe in Tirana, Albania. Give me Alpha authority to explore the issue, then on-call Omega to roll him up. It may not go anywhere, and I won't do anything unless I can confirm it's him, but when I do, I can't have a long debate. The Twitter ISPs have been all over the map, and he's probably not going to stay long. Let's do the debate now, ahead of time." Billings said, "We're going backwards with this. In Nairobi, we got a report on the situation from the ground before granting Omega." Kurt said, "That was going backwards. You severely restricted my ability to operate. I understand why, since we'd just conducted a separate Omega operation, but if we'd have let the Nigerian get arrested with everyone else, we wouldn't have gotten the intelligence that led to the elimination of the Islamic State Emir." The Secretary of Defense said, "How long will it take to spin up a team? If you're worried he's not staying, isn't this a moot point? I'm using the same element from Jordan. We have a complete Omega package there, with a support team that was supposed to transport Hussein, Pike for assault, and Blaine's headquarters element as overarching control. It's only a 2.5-hour flight from Jordan, and I've already got them prepping to leave. All I need is the go-ahead. You say no, and I'll turn them around." He saw Billings' sour look and said, "I had to get them moving. All they're doing is flying. I didn't step on your authority." Palmer said, "We're getting ahead of ourselves. How are you going to confirm that the target is correct? Surely he doesn't have his real picture on his Twitter profile." "No, we don't have any pictures of him. The profile picture is the Twitter egg." "Then how?" Kurt considered his next words, the phrase, "boom goes the dynamite," floating in his head. He ignored the rest of the room, focusing on President Warren, needing his support. "Sir, I have a couple of people with the team who know him on sight."
Chapter 43. I said, "Yes, sir, Wilco," then hung up the cool James Bond satellite phone affixed permanently to the small desk in front of me, thinking of the ramifications. I glanced at Jennifer, as usual in the window seat, watching the land of Jordan fall away as we rose into the air, her head pressed against the window like a child, the larger window facilitating a view that she'd never get on a commercial aircraft. We were flying a Taskforce Gulfstream 650, which was conveniently leased to Grolier Recovery Services, the company Jennifer and I used for operations. While it was cool to zip around like a rock star, the plane actually had a few operational capabilities that were crucial. All of it built into an aircraft that rock stars used, and now available for us. As we say in the task force, money is no object. Across from me, in another plush, full-size seat that faced my direction like one on a train, Knuckles said, "Well, where are we landing?" I glanced toward the back of the aircraft, where Shoshana and Aaron were sitting, and said, "Looks like we're a go. How in the hell Kurt convinced the Oversight Council to let this continue is beyond me. But it was apparently a pretty good fight. Blaine says best behavior on this one. Did Kurt tell him about our strap hangers? He had to. They're the only ones who know what Rashid looks like. He couldn't get approval for Alpha without a lead. And having an anchor of an internet cafe wasn't cutting it. At that point, apparently things got ugly, especially with that shithead Billings. Knuckles laughed and glanced back, making sure we were outside of earshot. Billings has a hard-on for you since Brazil. I'm sure your Israeli love interest being both there and now here caused him to shit a brick. He's probably trying to figure out how you managed to get a Mossad team into Jordan to help your operation. I bristled at that, saying, she's not my damn love interest, and she purposely killed Al-Brittani. She has her own agenda, which concerns me. He said, yeah, whatever. I may not be a spoonbender like her, but I can see the connection. I waited on Jennifer to defend me, and when she didn't, I said, are you going to let him say that shit? She said, I'll correct him the minute he's wrong. I can't believe I'm even talking about this. The fact remains that she ignored orders and purposely killed our target. I get she's needed here, but I worry about what she'll do next. Knuckles said, I'm not going to second-guess what happened out there. The guy was a terrorist willing to give his life for the cause. He was apparently on a suicide run, and he held a pistol. He got what was coming. I turned to Jennifer and said, you were there. I got there late, but I saw that twisted thing in Shoshana. The one that comes out when she's killing. She looked like a damn demon. Tell me I'm wrong. I know, I saw it too. What Knuckles says is true. But there was no way he was getting off the bridge alive once she showed up. I said, and you let her go when you broke orders. She looked like I'd slapped her. The implications clear on who was responsible for the end result. Knuckles interrupted. She made a bad call, but the guy beheaded 4 Americans, that we know of. I got no issues with what happened to him. I said, that shithead's death isn't the point. It's the manner in which he was killed. We have zero information from him because he cracked his head like a melon on the concrete. We might as well have used a drone. Jennifer pursed her lips at my words but remained silent. I said, we have another mission, and this one is a capture to get to the heart of the Khorasan group. I don't know if she's capable of that. All she wants to do is kill. Jennifer said, Al-Brittani was her target. She talked to me about it in the van before we left. She'll listen to you. If she says she'll follow orders, she will. And how in the hell would you know that? Did you order her to eliminate Al-Brittani? No, of course not. Then what's changed? Are you psychic now, too? She looked uncomfortable, saying nothing. I said, so it's women's intuition? I saw her eyes flash with anger, and she said, I lied about the bruises on my face. It wasn't from the fight across the bridge. Taken aback, I went from her to Knuckles. He shrugged, unsure of where this was going. She said, just get them up here. Give them the brief. She won't fight you. I've seen what her word means. If she says she won't do something, she won't. But get her to say it. Looking back, she never told me she wouldn't execute Al-Brittani. If she gives you her word, she'll honor it. You never trusted her before. What happened? Let's just say that I found a connection, okay? If she wants to talk, she can. It's her call. What the hell? I thought. Jennifer was turning into an enigma. I used to be able to predict like clockwork what she'd say, or where she'd stand on an issue. But lately, she seemed to be expanding her ability to deal with ambiguity. I wasn't sure if I liked it. That was my terrain, and I relied on her as a sounding board. It did no good to talk to a mirror for answers, and she was rapidly becoming my image in the mirror. I said, get 'em up here. Just them at first. I want some words with Aaron with Shoshana present. Then we'll bring up the team. Knuckles did so, giving up his seat and standing in the aisle. The team in the back looked on curiously, but knew they'd be read on soon enough. I'm sure they were spinning conspiracy theories about what was going on. Directly across from me was Aaron, with Shoshana in the window seat across from Jennifer. With a smile, he said, so, are you willing to use our expertise? We are outside of a contract right now and are available. I said, first question, and this is from my higher command. Are you truly independent? Or is Mossad going to get a detailed operational summary of what occurs? You mean, can I be trusted? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Shoshana said, that question was answered in Brazil. We never said a thing to Mossad about you. All they know is that we helped the United States, and got an award for doing so. They think it's CIA. How do I know that? Those are just words. Aaron said, yes, it might be just words, but it's also irrelevant. If we were going to expose you, It would have already happened. But we didn't. And we have much less reason to do so now. Anyway, we don't even know who you work for. I considered his answer for a moment, then said, Okay, I'll believe you. But this is not for debate. I've got approval to capture Rashid. Take him down for follow-on intelligence. Is that going to be a problem? Confused, Aaron said, No, of course not. Why would we be against that? Because your little assassin here wants to kill everything. That's why. Shoshana bristled and started to say something. Aaron, his eyes still on mine, held out his hand, and she stopped, amazing me that anyone could control her. He said, Al-Britani was an enemy of the State of Israel. We were on a sanctioned mission. I cannot help that you interfered, but the mission comes first. He didn't even question what had happened, made no flimsy excuses. I said, just like the Russian in Istanbul. He leaned back and said, Yes, just like Vlad the Impaler. I said, So what's the mission here? Lay it out. I'm getting sick of the surprises. Our mission now is that we work for you. I told you. I'm not under the constant employ of the State of Israel. I agreed to do this because you asked, nothing more. I glanced at Shoshana, and she saw something in my eyes that she didn't like. She finally let out her feelings. You Americans are always so superior, always sure of your righteousness. You've never lived with the wolf at the door. Because of it, you put the mission second. She looked at Jennifer and said, You're always willing to protect the men in your command at the expense of success. I ignored the glance, knowing she was baiting me, and said, Sometimes the mission is the men. You're so full of anger, I can't believe you've lived this long. Sometimes you have to back the fuck off. Sacrificing your men on a suicide mission is what the enemy does. She said, Yes, and you fight fire with fire. The mission always comes first, always. The enemy fears us precisely because of this. I grunted and said, Is that why your government traded over 1,000 Palestinian terrorists for one Israeli soldier? She slammed back into her seat and refused to meet my eyes. She said, That would not have been my call. Looking at Aaron, I said, Well, maybe they understand something you don't. Sometimes the mission you're given isn't the one you should conduct. Aaron said, We don't have that luxury. The mission always comes first, and your mission is ours, I promise. I slowly nodded and said, Okay, we're going to stake out the internet cafe he's been using. We've got a team that's using Al-Britani's Twitter account, saying the attack in Jordan was delayed and asking for guidance. He'll want to respond. When he does, we ID him, meaning one of you will do so, then get a pattern of life. From there, we take him down. Can you do that? I jerked a thumb at Shoshana. Or will Devil Eyes here want to split his head open? Chapter 44. Aaron smiled and said, We can do that. Anyway, if you don't trust Shoshana, you can always pair her up with Jennifer. That'll solve the problem. Aggravated again, I said, Enough with the lesbian jibes. I'm serious here. I would think that you would be the last to disparage Jennifer or Shoshana's skills with a lame joke. He scrunched his eyes and said, Yes, I'm talking about her skill. I looked at Jennifer, but she refused to meet my eyes, instead focused on Shoshana. What am I missing, I thought. Knuckles was as clueless as I was. Aaron said, She didn't tell you? In my team, we know all, both the good and the bad. Which really poked a sore spot, and made me wonder if Jennifer was complicit in the death of Al-Britani. I looked at Jennifer and said, No, apparently my team doesn't want to do that. Jennifer closed her eyes and said, It's not what you think. I told you that you could trust her. I trust her. I saw Shoshana's eyes widen slightly in surprise. She turned to me. I'll do the mission, just as you ask. I'm yours to do with as you see fit. Is that enough? Jennifer locked eyes with me, her glare telling me to back off. I held her stare for a moment, seeing some pain come out. Recognizing the moral compass I'd thought she'd lost. She was blaming herself for Al-Britani because of my comment earlier. I said, Yes, it's enough. Shoshana said, Good, because your little lover there kicked my ass in the back of a van. I don't want to repeat that again. I snapped my head to Shoshana, and she was grinning, reading me whether I wanted her to or not. She knew how much the revelation would mean, precisely because Jennifer had kept it from me. She said, "You're a good man, Nephilim. Don't try to make me into less." I turned to Jennifer, seeing embarrassment, and I understood it was true. Whatever had happened in the back of that van had been violent, and Jennifer had won, which, because I'm a little bit of a Cro-Magnon, made me secretly slap the ground and cheer. And Shoshana knew how I would react. She didn't give a rat's ass about her reputation. She was focused on the mission, and she was manipulating me to get it done. I leaned back, acting like I was considering, but everyone understood it was for show. Shoshana could barely conceal her disdain for the act. Aaron waited patiently. I said, "Okay, we're in play here. We've got to get you guys outfitted and cover some basic contingencies. We've got a support team in a separate bird, and they'll actually control our actions. We can't meet them, ever, except for the drop-off of the precious cargo. They're going into Albania under a completely different cover. We get Rashid, and that's the only time we'll meet. I'm sure you're used to operating that way." Aaron said, Yes, we get the game. You made us leave our weapons and equipment. How will we do this?" I said, "Knuckles, you want to show them the reason we fly with such incredible luxury?" He said, "My pleasure, follow me." They moved to the aisle, and I stood, feeling Jennifer's hand jerking my sleeve. I turned back to her, and she said, "Pike, you know when we left the van, I didn't think she'd kill Albertani, right?" I stopped, looked her in the eye, and said, "I know, I believe you." She glanced down at the floor, and I took her hand. She looked at me again, and I said, "I know." She paused, wanting to say something else. "What?" And because I'll never figure her out, Jennifer changed tack. "I think that whole report on the Lost Boys is crap. I don't believe it." Like a guy seeing a car wreck, then trying to process it, I had to rewind her words to make sense. I said, "Jennifer, they've got the best minds in the world working on it. If they say it's just a nickname, it probably is. Maybe. But as far as the best minds go, you rank right up with them. You've proven them wrong more times than they've been proven right. Half the time, they're predicting sunshine in a snowstorm." I moved down the aisle, saying, Okay, one mission at a time." She said nothing else, and we reached the back of the aircraft. Brett said, "I guess we're a go." Knuckles said, "Yeah, believe it or not, let's show our guests what they've won." Retro grinned, and turned to the wall above the kitchen galley. He inserted a special tool into what looked like a straight plastic covering, firmly riveted in place. Magically, the entire panel fell away, exposing an interior full of armament where ordinarily the noise insulation would be. The entire aircraft was built as an infiltration platform, and housed everything from weapons to surveillance kits, all camouflaged to defeat host nation customs and immigration. Aaron said, "Very impressive. And we can choose what we want?" Feeling superior, I glanced at the wall and did a double take. I saw a bunch of guns that shouldn't have been there. I said, "What the hell is this? What are those?" Confused, Knuckles said, "What do you mean?" I stabbed my finger at a black rifle hanging on a hook. It looked like an M4 that had been chopped down, with a collapsible stock and a bulbous suppressor running off of a 9-inch barrel, the free-floating aluminum handguard acting as a sleeve over both, with Picatinny rails spouting all over. Something from a movie set. This, damn it, what is it? The weapon was nothing like the HK UMP we ordinarily used, a .45 caliber subgun that could be suppressed without significant alteration of zero, because the round was subsonic to begin with, which is why we used it. Sheepishly, Knuckles said, "We went away from the UMP. I thought since you were a team leader again, someone would have told you." Aaron went back and forth between us, I'm sure wondering if we were clowns in a circus, and whether he wanted to put on the 4-foot shoes. Since Panda was a pure intelligence collection mission, we hadn't needed a great deal of equipment in Kenya. We'd flown into Nairobi commercial, hiding our Glocks and surveillance kit the old-fashioned way, by breaking them apart in our checked luggage. When we'd redirected to Jordan for a capture mission, I'd asked for the deployment of the Rockstar bird, complete with a package hidden inside. Due to cover concerns, it had arrived too late to be of any use. but would come in handy in Albania, or so I thought. I hadn't realized my idea of a package was now old news. I said, "Nobody told me shit. So you don't have my UMP here. The one zeroed for me." No. But we do have the ability to zero with lasers. Right here in the plane." Glancing at Aaron, and not wanting to make us look any worse, I said, Okay, what am I looking at? Nothing more than an integrally suppressed AR, with some unique properties, built by Primary Weapon Systems. It's got a proprietary long-stroke piston system, making it much more reliable than the old gas AR guns like the M4. I said, "And that was worth the switch? Since when did we have issues with the UMP's reliability?" "Reliability wasn't the problem, the caliber was. The PWS system is chambered in 300 blackout. Much more knockdown power than the UMP's 45. The can is Gemtech. Believe it or not, it's shorter than the UMP suppressor. And it's built specifically for the blackout round. It's subsonic. It sounds like a pellet gun." He saw my look and said, "You have to admit, we've been in some gunfights where the reach of the UMP was questionable. I know when we created the Taskforce, we all talked about how the fighting would be within a room. But it hasn't worked out that way." I said, "That's why we have the HK-416. There are different tools for each job. I can't believe the task force just switched complete weapon systems based on one idiot's recommendation. The damn UMP worked fine. It was concealable, and had serious knockdown power for close quarters. Now you want me to tote an AR? He gave me his "I'm going to act like I agree until I tell you you're wrong" look, something I'd seen for more years than I could count. He said, "Yeah, okay, but let's do some counting. 1, Bosnia. Outgunned from a distance. 2, Hungary. Outgunned from a distance. 3, Egypt. Outgunned from a distance. 4, Ireland. Not outgunned from a distance because you gave Jennifer a 416. I could go on. But those are off the top of my head in operations with you. I'm sick of that shit." When I heard that, I knew arguing was going nowhere. Clearly he was the man who'd done the testing, convincing the task force to change. And I just insulted him with my comments. He continued, ticking off statements on his fingers. The 300 blackout in supersonic has much greater knockdown power, and in subsonic it beats anything in its class. The hollow sight has a mil dot calibrated for both, so you don't have to worry about zero problems if you switch from sub to supersonic, and the Gemtech suppressor can handle both just fine. In fact, better than fine. It doesn't have the range of 5.56, but it works great for its purpose. A gap that needed to be closed. The PWS system will clear a room just like the UMP, but beyond that, it'll clear a block when shit gets bad, unlike the UMP. I grinned and he backed off. I pulled one off the rack and said, "It's a little big." He said, "Bullshit. It's a little heavier, but it's not big. What you're holding is a massive half-inch longer than a suppressed UMP. Half-inch. The only reason it's heavy is because it's made with actual metal instead of that plastic crap that kept breaking on the UMP." I said, "But the UMP stock can fold over, making it a hell of a lot shorter." He pushed a button right on the buffer spring, and I'll be damned if the buttstock didn't swing over, much like the UMP. He said, "Only difference is you can't operate the weapon this way. It'll fire exactly once, but we never assault with a folded UMP anyway." I grinned and said, "So, you don't have a vested interest in this experiment, do you?" "Only because I hated the bastard who brought the UMP into the task force before I got there. Some asshole who always thought he knew best. Which of course would be me, and he knew it." I said, "Touché. Get him outfitted. I'm assuming the pistols are the same, unless you decided that we need to start using dart guns." He grinned and said, "Nope, same old Glocks." Shoshana was gazing at the armament in lust, like a pothead entering a Colorado marijuana store for the first time. She stroked one of the systems and said, "May I?" Happy at the interest, Knuckles said, "Sure." Jennifer tugged my sleeve, saying, "Can I pull you away from the Commando wet dream for a moment?" I grinned and followed her. Out of earshot from the others, she said, "Did you hear what I said earlier? About the Lost Boys?" Yeah, I heard. What do you want me to do about it?" "I want the reports. I want to see them for myself." In the old days, when I really was a Cro-Magnon, I would have just told her to stow it. But Jennifer had shown a unique ability to solve problems others had missed. In this case, the problem set wasn't ours. We were after a different terrorist. I settled for logic to dissuade her. I said, look, they did a complete scrub on Hussein. It all came up empty. He had no connections to anyone who went to Syria. Shit, even the school they found him in was closed down after he left. What for? I didn't read the report, but apparently it was a pretty heinous place. Some kids killed a guard, and in the ensuing investigation to find them, they found out the school was hell on earth. Now the people running it are on trial. Apparently they got what they deserved. Hussein is exactly what the name said. A fucking lost boy, looking for something to make his life worth a damn. She looked out the window, thinking. I said, what? Can I get the reports, please? Why? I don't know. I just can't shake the feeling that we're missing a piece. I just want to make sure there's nobody else looking for something to make his life worth a damn.
Chapter 45. Walking across the famous Bridge of Sighs leading to the draconian prison at the Doge's Palace Museum, Jacob finally saw a glimmer of hope. Watching the pious church leader pause at the far end, looking right and left through the crowds of tourists, Jacob saw a buxom woman appear and plant a sloppy kiss on his lips. Jacob knew his target was married, knew he was in Venice with his Catholic student group, ostensibly as a chaperone. His purpose was solely to ensure the safety of his charges. But clearly he had other things in mind, including a secret rendezvous with a mistress he'd probably flown in from the swamps of Florida, while his wife stayed at home baking cookies. Jacob gazed at the woman's breasts wiggling back and forth, covered in a low-cut top, with a modest scarf failing to hide their size. Par for the course, he thought, Christian hypocrisy at its best. The woman was the first indication that Jacob might have a lever to accomplish his mission, something he was having extreme doubts about since they had landed at the Venice airport yesterday morning. After the lost boy's experience in Syria, flying to Italy out of Istanbul had been surreal. Living on the ragged edge, their instincts trained to look for peril at every turn, trying to act like they were nothing more than tourists, had been very, very hard. Every question directed their way was met with suspicion, and every action of the passengers viewed with a predisposition that they were attempting to obtain information. At one point, Jacob had had to stop Carlos from getting into a fight over an overhead bin, the obese person bewildered at the rage Carlos held. When the flight attendant noticed the scuffle and began moving their way, Jacob had stood, squeezing his fist around Carlos's upper arm and saying, "Sit down, you are done." The passengers around him had noticed the exchange, and he realized the risk of discovery was beyond some omnipotent intelligence agency finding out their mission. It was held in themselves. They had lost whatever civility had once coursed through their veins, and that had been slight to begin with. Before Syria, all they had known was the White House. Now, after having their humanity further eroded in actions supporting the nascent Islamic State, Jacob was leading a pack of wild dogs in a land of groomed chihuahuas. If they wanted to succeed, they needed to be another chihuahua, and Jacob wanted very much to succeed. Maybe. After the meeting in the hotel bar with Omar, Jacob had gone to sleep thinking about his future. Unlike his fellow lost boys, he hadn't fallen head first into the spell of the Islamic State. It was strange even to him, given what he'd done in its name, but he didn't feel the fervor, didn't yearn to slaughter people simply because they smoked a cigarette or were Christian. He only wanted to prove something to himself, to succeed just once, eradicating the failure that was his life. He wanted to show the world that he wasn't just a bit of trash blowing on the side of the road. But until the meeting in Istanbul, he'd never really believed it. He knew he was different from Carlos and Devon, in both capability and views, but hadn't realized how much different until fate had brought him to Omar. That man was a creator. He was a force of nature that carved out what he wanted through willpower, intellect, and brutal skill. and he'd seen something in Jacob, had recognized that Jacob wasn't like the other cattle flocking to the fight. It caused a conflict in Jacob's mind. It brought questions, things he couldn't answer now. The fact remained that Omar had entrusted him with success, had bestowed on him the responsibility to win, because he believed in Jacob. And Jacob wouldn't forget it, couldn't let him down. That confidence had wilted once they had arrived in Venice. Exiting the terminal, Jacob had had his first shock of the mission. Expecting to take a cab to Venice from the airport, he'd found that the only thing available was a water taxi. After 30 minutes of wasted efforts stumbling from one dock to another, they'd managed to make it to the small historic city-state, riding a boat that had no sympathy for their lack of expertise. He'd intended to check into the hotel room booked by Omar, a Best Western, which by name alone had given him an American image, and then spend the rest of the day hunting his prey. What had happened instead was he and his crew had dragged their luggage through a myriad of small alleys, walking on foot to find a hotel that apparently wanted to remain hidden. The town itself was a labyrinth, an ancient city constructed out of the sea by brute force. The locals had little sympathy for the influx of tourists. They'd stomped around for 45 minutes, crossing one canal after another, without getting any closer to their hotel. They'd walked down an alley and ended up at a small dock next to the water, and nothing else. A dead end. Jacob had about lost it until a man had pulled up in a John boat. Jacob had asked a couple of questions, and the man was more than helpful, taking them in his boat and driving them to the closest point to their hotel, talking about his job and life as they passed multiple small docks, all with skiffs and John boats. Jacob had realized two things. One, the quickest way around this place was on the water, and two, he could steal a boat. Listening to the man describe life in Venice, Jacob began to understand how difficult the mission would be, even as Carlos and Devon marveled at the tourist attractions. The city was nothing more than footpaths, cut across in a chaotic way with canals, and separated from the mainland by a healthy bit of water. Murdering 4 people here will be damn near out of the question, he thought. Well, that wasn't exactly true. It would be easy to kill someone in Venice. There wasn't a great amount of police presence. Some outstations with Cabrini, and some roving patrols, but all in all, if he wanted to take someone's life, then stake the body to a cross for all to see, he could do it. And he stood a fair chance of getting away. His problem was much, much greater. He had to kill without anyone knowing. In Syria, such a thing would have been easy, leaving the carcass to rot next to the others in the desert. Even in his old world, he could make a single man disappear by burying him in the Everglades, letting the alligators have some lunch. Here, the terrain itself was formidable. There was no desert or swamp to transport the victims to, letting the sun and carrion eaters destroy the carcass before it was found. On top of that, they had to kill 4 men, the chaperone and his 3 charges. They had only 4 nights to do it, and they had to accomplish the mission here, before the group traveled to Rome, which brought up the final obstacle. They had to do the murders in such a manner that nobody knew the victims were gone, because they intended to assume their identities. Following the church leader, Jacob had begun to believe the mission was impossible, right up until he saw the chaperone kiss the woman. Chapter 46. Jacob followed the couple through the remainder of the Palace Museum, stalking them through the myriad of palatial rooms and ignoring the history dripping from every corner. If asked later, he couldn't have described a single thing from the inside of the palace. Not one painting, one throne, or one sculpture. But he could have told you in minute detail what the man and woman did, because he photographed most of it, waiting on the money shot. It didn't come. They never kissed again inside the museum. Jacob snapped plenty of shots of them close together, some where they were even rubbing against each other, but none that were inherently incriminating, which is something Jacob needed to make his nascent plan work. From the beginning, Jacob knew his target set was split in two, the chaperone and the kids. He inherently understood that he had to divide in order to conquer. He simply had no idea how to do that. Outside of pure chance, there was no way to predict when the chaperone would be separated from the boys, and reacting to those occurrences, as he had today, was not a recipe for success. There needed to be some control, some method to predict when the man would leave his charges, or better still, predict when and where he would be. And now Jacob had it, if he could get the money shot. The couple exited the marble courtyard of the palace, walking through the revolving gate into the Piazza San Marco, an expansive square flooded with visitors from all over the globe. Jacob gave the couple a second and followed, temporarily losing them in the crowds. He skipped past children playing with pigeons in the square, the filthy birds perched on shoulders and heads, parents taking photos and patently ignoring the prohibitions against engaging in such behavior. He walked rapidly past the clock tower, swiveling his head toward the ornate San Marco Basilica. All he saw were lines of people waiting to enter both places. He went deeper, scanning for the purple scarf the woman wore. He caught it on the edge of the square, disappearing into an alley. He sprinted to catch up. He entered the alley, a small hallway carved out of stone leading away from the square. He saw the couple ahead of him exiting, going left in front of a bridge across one of the ubiquitous canals. He began jogging, jostling people out of the way to catch up. He slowed at the bridge and turned the corner, now moving with the rhythm of the tourists. He saw the chaperone and his busty date talking to a gondola coxswain, debating a price. One of the many small ports threaded throughout the city, it held multiple gondolas waiting for passengers, similar to a taxi stand in New York, only much, much more expensive. If the target was hiring a gondola, he had no destination in mind other than peeling the clothes off of the person he was riding with. Looking like oversized canoes, they plied the canals all over Venice, some gondoliers singing, and some offering other amenities. Jacob remained where he was, knowing he was about to lose the chase. He raised his point-and-shoot camera and zoomed to the fullest extent of its cheap capability, and got the money shot. The man leaned over to the woman, surreptitiously cupped her breast, and kissed her full on the mouth, in 8-megapixel color. He returned to the Best Western, finding Devon and Carlos sitting in the room going through the television channels as if repeated clicking would make one change over to English. They glanced up at him, earnest faces surrounded by chocolate wrappers and potato chip bags from the minibar. The room a mess. Jesus Christ, what the hell have you guys been doing? Do you know how much this shit costs? Carlos said, It don't cost nothing. It was all on top of the fridge. It came with the room. Jacob shook his head, muttering under his breath. He kicked towels out of the way, stepping over the makeshift sleeping pallet on the floor that the other two men used. He noticed a prayer rug next to the pallet, an Islamic State-sanctioned prayer schedule next to it. He picked it up and said, What the hell is this? As if Omar were in the room, Carlos said, We can act like the infidel, but we will not become the infidel. We have to maintain our strength. Livid, Jacob smacked him in the back of the head, shouting, Are you fucking insane? You need to become Catholic. Catholic! What will happen if the maids see this? What the hell are you guys thinking? He stood, tearing the schedule in two. He turned in a circle, looking at the mess in the room, the two simpletons in it, and his own reflection in the mirror. He felt a clawing pressure. He saw the shock on Carlos's face from his outburst, and Devon cowering in a chair. He instinctively knew he was failing, knew that leadership was needed here. Leadership such as Omar would have provided. The religion was nothing. He needed to rise above that and provide the leadership these men craved, as he had in the White House. He sat on the bed and said, Okay. Tell me you knuckleheads did something today. Like a light switch, Carlos turned from Islam and became the common criminal he had always been. He said, I've walked all over the area here, and I've got 4 John boats that I think I can steal. 2 are on the Grand Canal and 2 are on the smaller feeder canals. If we need a boat, I'll get one. They don't pay a lot of attention to security. A rope and maybe a chain, and we're in. Jacob didn't bother to ask any questions about operating the vessels. Coming from Florida, all 3 could operate a skiff and motor. Instead, he focused on the specifics. How long before someone knows it's missing? Can we take it and get it back, or once we take it, the clock's ticking? During the day, we're fucked. After about 6, I think we're good. They won't notice the boat missing until the following morning. Thinking, Jacob said, And you can navigate the canals if I gave you a spot? Yeah. It's actually not that hard. I got a map, a water taxi map. I can figure it out. Jacob nodded. Good. Devon, any luck? Devon was tasked with befriending the boys after the chaperone left. I followed them for a while, and they did what any tourist would do, wandered around all the attractions. When they reached the Rialto market over on the other side of the canal, they stopped for lunch. I approached them then. We struck up a conversation, and I asked if they wanted to party. They said no. Jacob waited, then said, And that's it? What, did you offer them cocaine or something? They're high school kids. Devon smiled and said, They said not today, but asked me if I was hanging around for a few days. They said they could maybe party later. Actually looked at one another as if they were breaking the law. I don't think they realize the drinking age here is like 16 or something. So they said their chaperone runs the show, but he's apparently here partially on business. They've got a sightseeing trip planned for tomorrow during the day, but tomorrow night they're free. The chaperone's going to be busy doing something, and the following day he'll be in business meetings. They're on their own. They asked if I knew of a place to go to after he left. I found a pub called the Devil's Forest. I told them to meet me there tomorrow night at 9. Jacob smiled. Business meetings, he thought. Right. This might work after all. That's perfect. Devon, you meet them and get them liquored up, so drunk that they'll let you in their rooms. Figure out the lay of the land of their hotel. Get control of one of their keys. We only need one. Put them to bed, but leave with a key. He tapped his finger against his lip, thinking. He continued. Do we know the specific room the chaperone is using? Yeah. His is a floor above the kids. After you started following him, I found the room, but that hotel isn't good for a hit. It's a mess with hallways and rooms spread out like a crazy ant built it. I can follow the kids back and tuck them in, maybe even get a key, but we can't kill anyone there. I'm not going to. Carlos, I'm going to need that boat tomorrow around 10 at night. Carlos said, For what? We can't kill them when they're out drunk with Devon. I'm not talking about the kids. We need the chaperone first. I'm taking him tomorrow night. How? All we know is that he won't be with the kids. You can't kill someone in this city like that. He'll be where I say, when I say. Does this hotel have a printer, a business center? What does that have to do with anything? Jacob raised his camera. I have to print some pictures.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of